What did the Arizona Cardinals do for an encore after selecting Jeremiyah Love 3rd overall? Does Monty the Builder put his hard hat back on and lean back into premium positions? Maybe a quarterback, Johnny Venerable?
Yeah, early reports suggest the Cardinals could target ex-Miami signal caller Carson Beck. Will Monti Ossenfort finally pull the trigger on a top 100 quarterback? PHNX Cardinals live from Santan Mountain starts now. Hello and welcome in live from Santan Mountain here in Phoenix, Arizona, Chandler, Arizona, downtown. We're so fired up. It's the PHNX Cardinals podcast, your premier #1 Arizona Cardinal podcast. Like and subscribe. NFL Draft Day 2 as the Arizona Cardinals look to fortify what? Their offense, offensive line, quarterback, and maybe an edge rusher mixed in. I'm Johnny Venerable. He's Bo Brack. Noah behind the Mac. Bo, the stashes are gone, but the fun has just begun.
That's right. RIP mustaches, they went away early this morning. Of course, our draft coverage is brought to you by friends over at Circle K. Download the Circle K app today. Become a member of the Inner Circle. It's for free. You're going to save at the pump. You're going to stay at America's Thirst Shop. Also, PHNX Cardinals draft coverage is presented by the Fanatics app. Rep your team's newest picks and cash in on your fandom. This is our best live draft venue we've ever experienced. Unbelievable, the sights, the signs out here in Santan. I'm loving it. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
I've always wanted to be on the Sportsbook Jumbotron.
Yes.
Here we are, and dream realized, or some dreams going to be realized by some prospects landing with the Arizona Cardinals. Is that a thing?
Yes, I hope that Monti Ossenfort can match the level and the vibes here at Santan.
Yeah.
Because it would be a shame if we had all this fanfare, beautiful setup, and we turned around and it was, quite frankly, a wet fart of a day two. Monti Ossenfort has done that before. Can he rally? He rallied yesterday. 3rd overall pick, Jeremiyah Love, despite, some teams clamoring for a trade up. The package didn't match the value of the ex-now Notre Dame running back, who a lot of people assume, Bo, was the best player in the draft. We assumed Tennessee would have taken him at 4, and of course the New York Giants wanted him at 5. Go check out on PHNX Cardinals Twitter. Malik Neighbor is having a little bit of a breakdown after the Cardinals stole Jeremiyah Love. So good on Monty. Check the box on day 1. Day 2, I think it's going to be a little more spicy as it relates to the, let's just call it the variety of players that he could potentially go after.
Yeah, does he get back to what he's been known for, leaning into premium positions, continue to just chip away at this roster and create the infrastructure that's, a nice ecosystem for a quarterback to come into at a later date, or, develop and select it at maybe a better round instead of, is he going to reach for a quarterback? A couple names, as you mentioned, Carson Beck, Garrett Nussmeier, Drew Allar, Cole Payton, who came in for a top 30 visit. All quarterbacks that I think you should keep your eye on and could certainly go earlier than a lot of people expected. There was a lot of rumors this morning, though, that the San Francisco 49ers were going to move out of the pick that they acquired last night, 33rd overall. Looks like the Niners are going to stick and pick, according to Adam Schefter.
Very good.
So they won't deal. Does the first deal out come at 34th overall in the Arizona Cardinals? That something we'll have to see.
I sure hope not. I think the value is there to take an impact player at 34. You look at Treydan McDonald, defensive tackle, nose tackle out of Ohio State. A lot of people assumed he was going to go in the back half of the first round. A true nose tackle, something the Cardinals don't have outside of Roy Lopez. Could come in there and establish dominance, rushing from the interior with one Walter Nolan. I think that's too good to pass up, frankly. I know it's not the most obvious need, although the Cardinals gave up huge chunk plays on the ground and through the air last year. But that would be my pick, but something tells me they're not going to do that. And I want to jump into, before we get into McDonald, if that ends up being the selection, a couple reports that have surfaced over the course of the last 2 hours. Let's start with Jordan Schultz, who reported, and I'm paraphrasing here, that teams around the NFL expect the Cardinals to have some level of interest in Carson Beck.
Okay.
Then we saw a clip from Rap Sheet before we went live saying there's a lot of intrigue with pick 34. That doubles down on Pelissaro's report, Tom Pelissaro, 2 days ago, that said Carson Beck could be a fringe first-rounder. And then you've got Matt Miller of ESPN mocking Carson Beck, 34th overall, to the Cardinals this morning and saying he's going to go quickly today. What's your temperature of the room with the Miami quarterback, Bo?
I hope it matches what actually happens cold.
Okay.
Right? I'm going to stick with not relying on Matt Miller for my draft insight.
Sure, that's fair.
I know he becomes a bit of a punching bag too much around here, but 34th overall is just too rich for Carson Beck. I was looking before the show where Daniel Jeremiyah had him ranked. I was looking where our guy Fran Duffy had him ranked. You got to go check out his big board, gophnx.com, where he's got it's a huge database as far as the draft prospects out there. Where Beck is ranked, it's not pretty, and it's not nearly as close to 34 as you'd like. I know Ty Simpson was reached for at 13th overall. He was Jeremiyah's 36th ranked prospect. I mean, you're looking at doubling that with Beck. There's just not a whole lot of value for a guy that's not going to be able to impact your team in 2026.
Yeah, and that's been our argument, you and I, over the course of this offseason, is the sense of urgency for Monti. We hadn't really seen that until yesterday, right? And so you can look at this two ways. Does he need to be able to go to Michael Bidwill and check a box? We have a developmental quarterback. We have a quarterback that people are excited about. Listen, I was a Tyler Simpson simp, a stand for him, and there were plenty of people who told me I don't want Tyler Simpson, Ty Simpson. Now, I mean, like, I can only imagine how much that's exacerbated by one Carson Beck. I would say the large majority of the fan base. Would I hate it? I would not, because this team needs to get new juice, new blood in that quarterback room.
I would hate it.
You would hate it. At 34. At 34.
You use the word urgency. I would use the word desperate.
It would be a desperate pick.
It would, and I can't have that happen. We got some movement as far as you got some Arizona Cardinals on the broadcast with the ESPN, where they do it pretty quiet in the war room as they await the San Francisco 49ers. Still on the clock, under 3 minutes to go.
20 sacks last year for San Francisco. That's surprising, given Robert's solid. But they lost both edge rushers to torn ACLs last year. They took a defensive tackle, out of Texas last year, Alfred Collins, and they traded for Osa, the standout defensive lineman for Dallas. So you would assume, hopefully, this is not the Ohio State nose tackle, but instead maybe one of the many edge rushers that are available, or potentially Boston, the wide receiver out of Washington.
Yeah, I mean, he'd be a weapon to add to that passing attack, something that they've lacked consistency in, because you had Ayuk, who went down to the injury. You've got, of course, Juwan Jennings, who moved on.
Sure.
It's Ricky Pearsall and Jacob Cowing from U of A fame back in the day. Not much there as far as their receiving room. Do they expend, or do they use a top 50 pick here at the top of the second round?
Yeah. Still
waiting to see. 2 minutes now. I mean, everybody said they're going to stick and pick. Did they lose the number like Monti did with
I'm not buying that at all.
Live?
The Cardinals, we'll see if they are able to trade down. Schultz also said, and I didn't get to this, that they want to trade down. Yeah. So, like, do they want to trade down to add more picks and take an impact player? Yeah. Do they want to trade down to potentially soften the blow of taking Carson Beck high? Mm-hmm. Where would you be comfortable taking Beck if all things were equal?
We'll start at 65.
Okay.
We'll start that. I still think that that's a place where you can continue to build this roster.
Sure.
And you can find a guy that at least would play significant snaps, even in a rotational role. And it wouldn't be standing behind Gardner Minshew as QB3, maybe the emergency quarterback on this team for the bulk of the season.
Sure.
Just can't have that. The pick is in for the 49ers, waiting to see how they kick off the second round and the litter that the Cardinals are going to be able to pick from here post-Niners selection.
I haven't seen anything yet. Arizona, do they take – oh, here we go. Niners kick off day 2 by taking Ole Miss wide receiver Deshaun Stribling off the board.
Okay.
I mean, to each their own. I trust Kyle Shanahan. A little bit of a reach there. I probably would have gone with Denzel Boston or Zachariah Branch, the Georgia wide receiver. I mean, I don't love that pick. But again, they're a well-run franchise. But they tried to move that pick. It sounds like they ended up that they weren't able to. I wonder if the Cardinals are going to run into that same kind of concern as it relates to being able to move down. According to multiple outlets, we could see, and we already have, an early run on receivers, defensive tackle, and then where are these quarterbacks going to go? Beck, Allar, and Nussmeier. The Cardinals famously did top 30 visits with both Allar and Beck that we know of. Nussmeier, it was not reported, at least publicly, that they had a top 30 visit.
I'm just going to give my 2 cents real quick on this pick. I like this for the Cardinals. I mean, as much as you've seen some Pearsall in the last couple years, you haven't seen a big pop from him from a first rounder.
But he was taken where he was supposed to be taken.
In the first round?
Well, Pearsall was a fringe first rounder.
This is my point. It's another reach here by the Niners.
Outthinking the room, maybe?
There must not have been as much traction as far as a trade down.
Sure.
Because you don't think you could have gotten down and taken Stribling a little bit later in the second round? There's no team. Like, is there a red flag on Denzel Boston that we don't know about? But they go with the playmaker out of Ole Miss, and look, they're usually a wide receiver factory. I guess you can lean into that.
That's what I'm saying.
But now we've got the Arizona Cardinals on the clock. Are they going to make the pick?
I might be more nervous for this than yesterday just because I think we understood the assignment yesterday.
You're going to pit out your flannel here in front of this great crowd here at Santan.
Bronny Venerable here with 90-degree weather outside. But no, I wanted to rep some Cardinal red today. As they potentially – listen, if they take a quarterback today, it'll be their first top 100 quarterback taken since Kyler Murray in 2019. Some would say they're due. I would say they're overdue to at least get somebody in the building. But, like, I'm with you. I think in a perfect world, you try to add a couple picks. You take premium position, D-tackle, edge rusher, tackle. And then if you want to package picks and you want to come up for one of these guys, that's fine. But, I mean, like – they got jumped for Ty Simpson basically or bamboozled with the situation with the Rams yesterday.
Yeah.
I wonder if they feel like we just need to rip this Band-Aid off. But again, Carson Beck to me, probably more suited to go at the end of the second, early third. The 34th overall pick, I mean, that's basically a first rounder without the fifth-year option. So hasn't happened yet. Let's see if the Cardinals are able to – oh, my goodness, they made the pick, and they made it quick.
They were excited to make this one. I think this would just be a tremendous reach.
Oh, they are not taking Carson Beck. They are taking Texas A&M guard tackle Chase Basantis, pick 34 overall. Albert Breer had a write-up earlier today on SI saying he was a target.
Yeah.
So, again, the concern here is that Chase has played guard the last 2 years at A&M, but he did play tackle at once upon a time. So, as a standout freshman. So I don't know why he kicked inside. I don't know if the Cardinals plan to move him outside, and they've seen enough from him. But clearly they were fired up that he was available. They made the pick right away. Add in another versatile offensive lineman now to clear the way for Jeremiyah Love.
Yeah, the theory continues that they're going to lean heavily on the offensive side after hiring an offensive-minded head coach in Mike LaFluer.
Sure.
Man, and they take the guard out of A&M. Very rarely do you see, like, you start as a guard and then you kick out to tackle.
Right, usually the opposite.
That's pretty rare, yeah. It's just another strike against the 2024 class in that third round. I mean, you took some fire last night as far as the running back position. Trey Benson, what's his future? Looks like it might be done. James Conner's standing up at the dais right now making the selection for the Cardinals in his hometown of Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he's excited to bring in the big hog molly up front. So now you've added two guards with some premium free agent dollars and now premium draft capital, and the Cardinals' offensive line looking a little bit better. It's not the tackle everybody wanted.
Right.
But, people were not exactly easy with Isaiah Adams, just running it back at right guard. Now there's some competition in that room.
Yeah, I think if you watch him penetrate the second level here, if you're watching the ESPN broadcast, he's just a very physical player. And, Texas A&M's had one of the better run games the last several years in college football. 6'5", 315, somebody that's going to be able to come in right away and contribute. I think for Monti Ossenfort, you're not making this pick unless you feel like he can start right away. Right. And most people expected him, like, NFL.com, will eventually be a plus starter. So, again, last year, maybe we should have seen this coming.
Yeah.
They used every pick but one, a throwaway six-rounder on defense. There's so much expectation now that's going to come with that 2025 draft class with Walter, Will, Jordan Birch, Cody Simon, Denzel Burke, right? I think now they're flipping it, and Breer also said something interesting in his article this morning, that Mike LaFluer has a lot of influence right now.
Yeah.
And I think you can see that. I mean, this is a former freshman All-American, SEC All-Freshman team, started, consistently at right tackle, then kicked inside, played 13 games last year, versatile. It's disappointing when you look back at 2024, but I guess they're thinking we got to look ahead.
When you look at all these teams that have found success recently, and the consistent success, especially by building the offensive trenches, you can't really disagree with that team building mentality, right? I mean, we saw Detroit, where you thought Detroit was one of the more, offensive line rich teams, and then in a season's time they're depleted, and then the next thing you know, they're utilizing a right tackle or a big pick on a right tackle and Blake Miller last night, and it's just a constant thing where you have to add. It's like starting pitching or pitching in baseball. It's like you can never have enough. So they go with Basantis. You're right. They show LaFluer in the war room.
He's fired up.
He is fired up. I mean, what the previous coaching staff, Gannon and of course Drew Petzing, loved. It could be completely different with what Michael LaFluer is looking for from his guard, and it's the fortunate person that struggles here is going to be Isaiah Adams.
Yeah, you wonder if there was feedback from Justin Fry to Mike LaFluer this offseason, like, hey, I like Isaiah.
Yeah,
we just can't count on him, not consistent enough, right? And he was a top 100 pick, but he was the back half of the third round. You signed the big ticket guard in free agency, Isaac. You've got Yelda Froldel. You got Paris Johnson Jr. I mean, now you at least have capable bodies on the interior. This does not solve your right. Yeah, this does not solve your right tackle problem. But you think about, this kid with Adams, Gaines, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're okay there. I think, again, I
I
felt this.
Okay.
Yeah, and I felt this way before this pick. But the national media, the consensus that the Cardinals' offensive line was like poverty.
Right.
I think you're not really paying attention. Like, do they need an upgrade at right tackle eventually? Yes. Is that the way the board has fallen? No. I think the biggest criticism you could lay on Ossenfort, just like you have $40 million left, you could have gone and bought one this offseason. But, no, I mean, they've gotten better on the offensive side with their first two picks. There's no doubt about it.
Isaac Seumalo, he was the big ticket free agent you had, and now Basantis. I mean, you've beefed up that interior of the offensive line.
Yeah.
You've got one glaring hole. You've got options everywhere else. Like this idea that they're a turnstile up there, it better be different.
Yeah.
But this was a team that didn't have a 100-yard rusher. They've changed that ability with their first two picks in this draft. They brought in the most dynamic back in this draft by a lot, and now they took, probably as far as the biggest road grading guard or guard 3 in this draft. It's helping identify a need and fill a void.
A lot of people hoping that the Cardinals would have considered Pregnon at 34, the standout guard for Oregon. I can tell you the biggest difference that I see, Pregnon's 24, Chase is 21. So it's a 3-year difference there. And so you're thinking about, potentially second contracts if you get to that point. The second contract for Pregnon, he's going to be probably in his early 30s potentially, 29, 30, 31. So I think this is a long-term play with an opportunity to contribute this year. Here's the good news: is he was a consensus top 5 to 7 guy available.
Yeah.
It's not what I would have done. I would have gone with McDonald, but
how about this stat from our guy Saul? 766 snaps, 0 sacks allowed by Basantis. Not bad.
Monty's done okay with their offensive linemen.
It's back to meat and potatoes. 1,400 people watching here online. Hit that like button. Subscribe to PHNX Sports. The audience here at Santan, excited to see everybody. Yeah, we got, of course, our guy Brian came in, made the trip. We also had our boy come in from Utah.
Yep.
And was awarded him with a nice little Trey McBride.
Yeah, we're just giving out signed jerseys.
You're disappointed by that one. You were sneaking that one in your backpack before we gave that away.
No, it's definitely not for me. Real quick here, disappointing news that we assumed he was going to go quick. McDonald goes 2 picks later to the rich get richer Houston Texans. So they get McDonald, their new nose tackle. TJ Parker, the edge out of Clemson, went right after the Cardinals. So these premium defensive linemen that we thought could have gone in the first round, getting gobbled up quick. New York Giants on the clock. They went meat and potatoes yesterday, off-ball linebacker. It was confirmed today by John Harbaugh and Joe Shear that they referred to Arvell Reese as a Swiss Army knife.
Right.
Thankfully, we escaped that fresh hell, and then they went back and they took Francis Mauigoa, 10th overall. So they're on the clock right now. Potentially could look at a receiver. We knew they were in on Jordan Tyson. Didn't fall that way for them. But the Arizona Cardinals next on the clock at pick 65. Would you like to see them get aggressive and come up for a player? It's not something we've seen Monti Ossenfort do.
No, we have not. And I think that's probably, you can't necessarily feel this one out, because if the pick is going to be a quarterback, you can't let there be, a run or anything like that. It feels like the run is at the position coming up is going to be defensive line. That's what people have kind of predicted here. I think you're going to see, for first time in this draft, probably a lot of corners go off the board. So it's Monty. Does he feel like he can sit and just allow that quarter pick to kind of fall into his lap?
Yeah.
You got a couple just kind of checkpoints in the second round that you have to fade in order for that to happen. Basantis, I mean, this was a guy that was first team All SEC as a freshman.
Yep.
He's a guy from Don Bosco Prep before that. They've got him incorrectly listed as a tackle as far as his Wikipedia.
I know, and Breer referenced him as a tackle as well. How about this, Bo? RAS scored 9.85.
Yeah, that's right in Monty's wheelhouse.
I know. That's like a four-letter word for some people just because Isaiah Adams had a high RAS score as well. And, Isaiah Adams isn't going to embarrass your team, but for where they took him and what their expectation was, I mean, he's been benched.
Yep.
Came back last year at the end of last year. He played better. We'll see. I think right now you're putting Chase in the starting lineup. Isaiah Adams is probly going to be your swing guard.
I mean, look at your offensive line right now. You've got Paris Johnson Jr. He's a fixture at left tackle. He's got a fifth-year option. They're going to work and bang out an extension, you would assume, right?
Yep. You've
got Yelda Froholt, all steady. Probably the most consistent performer in the entire offense at center. He's locked in. And I think you have, his backup, and John Gaines, at least under contract throughout this season. He's got the versatility. You got, Isaac, who they brought in, who's probably their best guard, that brought over from Pittsburgh a little bit longer in the tooth, 32 years old, going to be 33.
Sure.
You got to figure out the right tackle, and then you've got depth with Isaiah Adams. Like, if you had to play him in a pinch at left or right guard, you'd feel okay.
He
played tackle in college. I don't know if that's something that they would actually approach. Let's see, who's taking tickets over here? I think we're going to do it over at the
right over there,
the big green Phoenix. There we go.
Should have asked her if she knew what Carson Beck was going to go in the draft. Arizona Cardinals now pick at 65. I'd love to hear from folks in the chat. Would you trade up and package picks 3 and 4 and maybe an additional one to come up in what a lot of people think is a weaker class? Cardinals didn't think about trading down there. They had opted to consider it before they were on the clock. They made the decision. They said, we're going to go with, a lot of people thought, the best available offensive lineman. And, listen, at the end of the day, I know definitively, definitively, the fall from grace for Evan Brown last year was significant.
Yep.
They felt that way. We all know the horror story that was Jonah Williams last year. The right side of the Cardinals offensive line was such a liability. It brought down the entire team. And fair or not, they've had Isaiah Adams in that building for 2+ years. Probably seen enough. Sometimes you just miss on guys. And now you look at the landscape of the offensive line. Elijah Wilkinson, this is a big year for him. They signed him, to a multi-year deal. A lot of us thought he'd be the swing tackle. But then, Mike LaFluer talks to people from Atlanta. I mean, the former OC there, they're buddies. They run the same kind of offense.
Right.
They probably got word that, hey, we think he can start. He started 17 games last year. Is it ideal? It is not. But that's why everybody tells me, hey, you got to have Tip Ryman. You got to have a blocking tight end. So offensive line will be significantly better than last year. And obviously you've got a workhorse at 3rd overall that you need to feed this fall. After taking the exciting running back 3rd overall, you get back to, old boring interior offensive line picks. Yeah.
But necessary, right? And I think that's maybe a telltale sign of what's to come today. And then maybe they'll take a flyer on the quarterback. It just depends on if Beck lasts to 65. So people are asking what's the remaining Cardinal draft picks to think about, a potential move up. Because, I mean, they're on the clock again in about 20-plus spots here.
65, which is the top of the third. That's the first pick in the third round.
Yeah.
It's a premium pick. 104, which is the fourth pick in the fourth round. 143, which is in the fifth. 183 in the sixth, and 217 in the seventh. If you want to keep the audience entertained here, I would like to check the NFL trade value chart.
Okay, good
just
after
to
it.
Just to kind of see where both of those picks, 3 and 4, would get them.
Yeah. Also, you know, Treydan McDonald, like, where does everybody stand as far as passing on potentially upgrading it's beef on the defensive line as cornerback Colton Hood, who
good player,
was at one point a first-round draft pick prospect. That's who the Giants are taking with the latest selection. After the Texans took Treydan McDonald, they made a trade up in this draft. And after that, or before that, you know, obviously the Arizona Cardinals, they're taking Chase Basantis from Texas A&M, just setting their offense up to do some things that they struggled mightily in doing last year, and that's protecting the quarterback, opening up run lanes, and then, of course, running the football, and that's Jeremiyah Love. We got to talk to Jeremiyah Love today. We'll get in, you'll hear from the Cardinals' #1 draft pick. He was very impressive. Showed off some really cool, he's really grounded. It's really just saw U of A star just walk past us just randomly. Unreal. The stars are out at Santan.
Unbelievable.
NBA champion.
That's unbelievable. Hit the like button. We need to get to 1,000 likes here on a day 2. So those curious where the Cardinals could potentially trade up if they wanted a quarterback.
Yeah.
Pick 65 and pick 104 would roughly get them to right around 54, 55, 56. So it bounced you up about 10 spots from where you're picking.
Yeah.
So if you want to have 2 twos, that's what it's going to cost. So, right. And again, you could add additional picks. You throw a pick in next year. Who knows? I know a lot of people aren't thrilled with that idea, but let's see. Let's see what happens with Carson Beck. Let's see what happens with Drew Allar, Nussmeier. I think if Beck goes and we get to 65, I'm not sure I would take Nussmeier or Allar there. I think you want to trade down in the third. I would take Beck there, given his pedigree, his experience, his consistency. I mean, he's thrown for 12,000 yards the last 3 years combined. He's played a lot of good football. Nussmeier was hurt. Allar was hurt. Mm-hmm. Inconsistencies there. Nussmeier had a little bit of a flare-up, too, injury-wise this offseason. So, I don't know. I expect Carson Beck to go this round, though. I think he's going to go in the second round.
Big thanks to our guy Ray. We were hanging out with him last night at Wild Horse Pass. He made a $50 donation to Big Brothers
Unbelievable.
Sisters of America as we continue to donate to such a great cause. If you want to sign up to become a big, that would be fantastic. If you maybe don't have time to do that, donations, they are welcome. It all goes to a great cause. Thank you, Ray. It was great chatting with you and your brother last night at Wild Horse Pass. But we're at Santan tonight as the NFL draft continues. Who's the latest on the clock now? The Giants just made their pick. Cardinals, they're forever away, it feels like, from going at 65.
This is going fast, and on the clock, the Giants taking their time here, but we had whipped through a couple picks here because people like what they saw.
Yeah, it was Colton Hood.
That's right.
Yeah.
Raiders picking for the first time since Fernando Mendoza. You would assume they're going to sniff around a receiver. I would love to see a run on wideouts right now. That would be great. Best available players right now, depending on where you dabble. Of course, we dabble with our guy Fran Duffy. McCoy is going to go at some point, but his running mate for Tennessee, Colton Hood, as you just mentioned, goes to the Giants. McNeil Warren, the safety out of Toledo, is the best available, according to many. Terrell, cornerback from Clemson. Denzel Boston, of course. Then a couple pass rushers. Cassius Howell from Texas A&M, and, of course, Zion Young. Profiles like Zadarius Smith-esque. And then you've got Chris Brazzell, Zachariah Branch, Bernard, the wide receiver out of Alabama, Ty Simpson's buddy. So, I mean, I hope that we see a lot of corners and receivers go, and we push some of these other positions down. Wouldn't it be nice if Caleb Tiernan's there in the top of the third round, available to the Cardinals to potentially consider?
Yeah. That would be beautiful. I mean, that would continue to lean into the theory of offense. Just saw this. Our guy Alex DiExtino is out at the Cardinals facility.
Awesome.
And getting some getting to talk to Chase
Ooh.
Basantis, and as far as how he described his game, mean and nasty.
Love it. We need some of that. How about this? The Raiders are selecting local product out of U of A. Treydan Stukes goes to the Las Vegas Raiders. No Arizona Cardinals, but he's just a quick 45-minute flight away.
It's a good pick for Vegas. If they're going quality over quantity here.
They're starting over.
Yeah, they are. They are with the Clint Kubiak crew there, and they need help all over the place. Stukes he was a riser in this draft.
Yeah.
You know, many people believed he was going to be a day 3 guy, made his way into day 2.
Yep.
And some people were banning him about to be a night 1 guy.
Yeah.
But here he goes early in the second round. Good for him. With the position change, people saw, of course, the ball skills. That's something that's very appealing to all the franchises in the league, and the Raiders fortunate enough to pull that off.
No, man, you want to rip some of these super chats here. We got 1,300 watching live, and then many in attendance here at Santan Mountain.
And after this, after Noah gets through these, we've got an answer from Chase Basantis as far as the potential move back to right tackle. I'll read the quote here, but Noah, what do we got from our friends joining us on the YouTube streets?
We got Cam Utah Cards in here, $9.99.
I'm looking at Cam right now.
Solidifying our O-line. Now 2 running backs who hold on to the ball, knock on wood. Good wide receivers, great tight end. Getting more and more excited to watch this offense. Let's go, Cards.
Much more functional than last year. I don't know what that was, with all due respect to Drew Petzing. I know there were injuries. It felt like just a fantasy football team.
Yeah.
So the guys got to get their stats, and no disrespect to Trey and Mike because they played their asses off, but it wasn't real football. You got to play complementary football. And the best, I know people dogging the Cardinals defense online. Like, I think with a rebound from health-wise, they'll be okay. But the best way to keep them off the field is by playing ball control and offense.
Well, yeah, especially when you're not giving up a ton of negative plays and you can't run the football.
Right.
And that was the story of the offense. You know, I'm sure they were able to find a little bit more in the downfield passing attack.
Yep.
But not consistently enough. There was a bunch of 3 outs. There were turnovers in different forms. And if you limit that, if you keep the defense on the sideline, you know, it makes life a lot easier,
100%.
right? You know, and I heard some uninformed people talk about the state of the Cardinals' offensive line and their playmakers and felt like they lacked it. It's like, no, this is a team that has a 1,000-yard receiver. It's got, you know, a sleeping giant potentially in Marvin Harrison Jr., and it's got the best tight end in all the league.
Yeah.
And they were talking about how defenses could just stack the box against Jeremiyah Love. No, that didn't happen, especially when if they do have the ability to pass protect with just their offensive line in place. Like, they're not going to have some of the setups that they had last year where they bring in that 6 offensive linemen. They were missing Tip Ryman in the pass and the run game. I don't expect that to happen. Okay, let's keep it going with the Super Chats. We have the answer from Chase Basantis as far as his potential move back to tackle after playing guard at Texas A&M recently. What do we got, Noah?
We got a $20 donation from Tucson Goat Guy, who I would assume is stoked about Stukes.
Absolutely, we should be stoked about Stukes.
I wonder if he thought he was going to go that high. I mean, like, a top 40 pick, that's fantastic for him, or just around a top 40 pick. I know a lot of people mocked him as a day 2 player, but to me, I think he's somebody that can make an impact right away. He's 25 years old. He's played a lot of college football.
We have our guy Fran Duffy jumping on here pretty soon. No, I believe so. I think he's going to call in. He's going to give us the latest on what he thinks about the Cardinals selection at 34th overall, Chase Basantis.
Yeah.
We can get him up and going. It was nice. We talked to Fran, I think, a few times less than we expected last night.
Yeah.
We just got him the one time. But he broke down the Jeremiyah Love pick, and for the most part, he loved it.
Yeah.
And now we're going to see if he loves Chase Basantis once we get him locked and loaded
It just feels like this is very intentional. Like, the Cardinals understand the assignment of what they want to do. Last year it was intentional defensively, and there's so many expectations that come with this class. It's just a big indictment on the 3rd round of 2024.
Yeah.
It's just like you put all your eggs in the 2024 draft. It has not worked out. And here, Monty, I've been critical of him this offseason. Give him credit. He's moving off of guys.
Yeah.
Like that. I mean, Isaiah Adams not going to start for this team. Trey Benson could be dealt tomorrow for pennies on the dollar.
Right.
I mean, like, Elijah Jones could be cut. It's not a great draft right now. So Do you double and triple down on it? Leads you to get fired, or you try to course correct here? And Mike LaFluer, to me, the influence of him is just, I think, invaluable at the end of the day for Monti. Because it's like, hey, I need this to be able for us to sucsucceed.
Do you think it kind of created a little bit of an out, though? Hey,
sure. Absolutely.
We hired this new offensive mind. He's gonna do some things differently than what we did in the past. And you could move on with under the guise of, sure, they didn't develop, but also we got a new scheme in place.
Right.
We've got our guy, our expert, our analyst. Fran Duffy's jumping on the line.
Do it.
He's joining us. We're out at Santan we're at Santan Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Beautiful facility here. Our guy Fran jumping on. And Fran, post Jeremiyah Love, the Arizona Cardinals pivot to the interior of their offensive line. Chase Basantis out of Texas A&M. Your thoughts on the Cardinals selection?
Yeah, I really like the player, guys. I think when you're looking at Chase Basantis, one of the reasons why I was such a big fan is that this is a guy that's got A traits, right? He's really athletic, natural balance. He's never on the ground. He's really quick out of his stance. He's natural as a puller. I think he's a great fit for this Mike LaFluer scheme. Natural anchor strength, rarely moved backwards. As long as his technique's strong, he's got a really stout anchor. And then the natural power is there as well, so he can generate his own movement. So, you heard me talk about this with like Walter Nolan, right, last year, where it's like, all right, you're quick, you're athletic, you're explosive, you're strong, you're powerful, you're tough. It's like, okay, there's a lot of paths to success on any given play. You can win in a lot of different ways. And to me, that's one of the things that I liked most about Chase Basantis. He played a couple of different positions over the course of his time at Texas A&M across a couple of different coaching staffs. I think that this is a really nice pick here at the top of the second round for Monti Ossenfort. I had heard a lot of buzz that he would end up going late in the first round. So getting him at the top of the second, I think is really good value. I like the player a lot.
Do you feel like this was our assumption as well as a lot of people clamoring for Treydan, the interior offensive lineman, a hell of a player out of Oregon? He's 3 years older. Basantis is 21. Treydan is already 24. Was he your best available offensive lineman to start today?
Yeah, he was definitely up there, and I personally had a higher grade on Basantis than Treydan, and I also he's a better scheme fit as well. I think when you talk about like the lateral ability to be able to make plays on those perimeter blocks, those backside cutoffs, like I think Basantis can do that at a little bit of a higher rate. They're just different types of players, right? So it's whatever flavor of ice cream you're looking for. Treydan is more of your brawler in a phone booth, like straight ahead vertical displacement. I think at the end of the day, when you get a guy like Basantis, you want to be able to leverage his athleticism. And I'll give you this other nugget, guys. This occurred to me as I was jumping on with you. I think there's a link here with Justin Fry, the Cardinals offensive line coach, because Chase Basantis was recruited to Texas A&M and was coached his first couple of years by Steve Adazio, former head coach at Colorado State and at Boston College. That was Justin Fry's mentor at the University of Florida. They worked together at Temple, and so I think that there's some deep roots there. I'm sure that those two have talked about getting him up to speed once he arrives in the NFL.
So this is something that could have potentially been brewing last year, right? I mean, we've been talking about third-round pick from 2024, Isaiah Adams. I think that the Cardinals had high expectations that he could be a starting caliber guard in this league. What do you think that this means? Is this just bad news for Adams and maybe the runway that he had in place, and then the Cardinals will quickly pivot to a guy like Basantis?
Yeah, I think that at the end of the day, especially with a new system, a new coaching staff coming in, you got to do what's best for really at the end of the day. Like they bring in Sayamalu, so you feel good about that one spot. You want to try and get your best five out there, and so if especially since you had some carryover along the offensive line coach with Fry, I'm sure that he signed off on this and said, yeah, let's move off of Adams and let's go with Basantis here.
All right, let's talk about it. The Cardinals could not get Ty Simpson yesterday.
I want to talk about Basantis. Hold on.
You have another Basantis?
Yeah.
How many Basantis questions do you have?
I mean, they only made the pick just minutes ago.
Wow. Let's get his grandma on the phone. Let's do everything. Let's get his pen pal on the phone.
Fran, one of the first questions that was asked of Basantis at the facility just a few moments ago, because of the glaring need that they had at right tackle, was there is a perceived a little bit of versatility. And he said, it wasn't difficult for him to move inside, and that's primarily the direction you go. Very rarely do you see a guy go from the collegiate level to the pro level and go kick from inside to outside. Is there any chance he could become a tackle at the next level?
Yeah, he's got sub 32-inch arms from the combine.
Okay.
And I know that all the combine arm lengths have been down in the last couple of years. So even if you say, all right, maybe you give him a 3/4 of an inch and he's just over 32, I think that's preventative. I can't imagine that he's going to be a college or an NFL offensive tackle. I think this is a guard only. You're probably playing. You got the ability to line up at either, but to me, most of his snaps have come on the right side. So yeah, to me, this is a guy I think you're sticking on the interior.
One last one. Is that okay?
I'll allow it.
Your perception right now of the Arizona Cardinals offensive line going into 2026 and how it's going to benefit from the additions and free agency, now this selection, and of course Jeremiyah Love toting the rock in the backfield.
Yeah, I would say, and I misspoke. I said Basantis, most of it has been on the right side, mostly on the left side, actually. So I would say you go Paris, Basantis, Yelda, Sayamalu. I guess right now we're sticking with Elijah Wilkinson, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that's the answer at the moment. And so, and you'll see. I mean, look, there's vets out there that if you want to try and see if you can bring somebody else in, but my guess is if they were going to do that, they would have done it already, right? And just to kind of cover your bases. And so, I would think that's the 5 right now as we go into camp.
All right, I'll ask an offensive line question. Caleb Tiernan, where do you project the Northwestern tackle? Would that be good value at 65 for Arizona?
I think it'd be really good value. And now he's another one where you have to be okay with the lack of length. I think he can play tackle though. He's a guy that I'm okay with. Let's see if he fails a tackle before we force him to kick inside. And it's possible that he does have to kick inside at the end of the day. But he is a player. Let me just double check that. Yeah, he played right tackle back in 2022 before moving over to the left side for the last couple of seasons. But he is battle-tested, 43 career starts, and he was put through the ringer in the Big Ten, going against a lot of their top pass rushers. And honestly, I've watched him against a couple of them. I thought he fared well. So I'm okay sticking him out there. If he ends up being on the board for Arizona and they take him, that's nice competition there for Wilkinson. I wouldn't rule out the rookie winning that job.
There was a lot of speculation that they could be a quarterback team here on day 2. Do you see any worthy of a selection as we talk about 65? I mean, where does that conversation start? Does it start with Beck? Does it start with Nussmeier? What are your opinions on that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Nussmeier guy. I had nearly identical grades on Nussmeier and Ty Simpson, and I had both of them as potential starters in the NFL. And so to me, it's like the Ty Simpson question, right? Where you guys asked me how early is too early. I feel the same way about Nussmeier, and it depends on their evaluation. If they think that Nussmeier is close to Simpson, you're taking him with your next pick. But honestly, if you felt that way, you probably would have just taken him over Basantis, right? And so I think that it's probably more likely that it ends up being one of these later selections, unless Monti just has a really good feel for the board and says, yeah, we just don't think anybody's going to move up and take him. My gut would tell me that it's Nussmeier followed by Beck, but there's been some late buzz. I know Jeremy Fowler put out a report that that Carson Beck could go earlier than expected, but we'll see on the former Miami quarterback.
Yeah, I think Albert Breer said that he expected a lot of quarterbacks to still be available tomorrow. I just don't think the Cardinals can wait that long. I know they have the first pick in the 4th round, but there's something to be said about having a top 100 quarterback. I just feel like we get to tomorrow.
It helps you sleep at night.
It does. We get to tomorrow. Everything feels like a lottery ticket. Maybe they are. But, who do you think is the best scheme fit of the remaining guys for Mike LaFluer? We thought it was Ty Simpson. I think it would have been. But of the remaining guys, who do you like for this offense?
Honestly, I think Nussmeier and Simpson are cut from the same cloth. I think they are very similar in terms of play style and archetype of quarterback. So, a lot of the reasons why I liked Simpson's fit in this offense, I would say a lot of the same things about Nussmeier. And so to me, if you get him in the 3rd round, I think that's fine. And so I would say that looking at that would be the guy that stands out as someone that would fit in the offense. But the other thing that's interesting too, the pro market, there's some options out there. I'm here in Philadelphia. Like Tanner McKee is a name I would keep an eye on to potentially move. And that would open up the Eagles to potentially draft a quarterback tomorrow as well to kind of keep that factory turning. They traded for Andy Dalton. Dalton could be your number 2 while they tried to groom the rookie to take over for that job in 2027. And so Tanner McKee going into a contract year, I think that's a name. I know our buddies out at CHGO are hoping that they're going to get a high pick for Tyson Bagent. I don't think they'll get as high a pick as what the Eagles would get for McKee, but I know that there are other names out there as well. That are floating on the pro market.
Yeah, Anthony Richardson, of course, it's well known.
Yep.
He's requested a trade. Same age as Carson Beck. Got 26-year-old Will Levis. I mean, they just added another quarterback to that room a couple weeks ago. That seems inevitable. So some interesting pro quarterbacks and some interesting quarterbacks in this class. We didn't get we thought we were going to talk to you afterwards, the Jeremiyah Love thing, but the Ty Simpson, it was a tragedy for my co-host over here. What was your thoughts on him going 13th overall? And then also, what did you think about Sean McVay's body language there in the press conference?
Part of me, and I have to watch the full press conference back. You guys know we talked
tape.
about this last. Yeah, well, you know what it is. I usually take like a half a day, maybe sometimes maybe a little bit more for each team after the draft, and I'm going to watch all the press conferences down, all the inside access, read all the pieces, all that stuff. So I've seen a couple clips. I think that there might have been some acting there from McVay, where it's like, I want to make sure we're keeping. I want Matthew Stafford to know, like, I'm on his side with this.
I
right?
agree with
We're
that.
make sure, Les Snead is the enemy here. I don't like this pick. I wanted him to take Mekhi Lemon, whatever. So, my guess is that Les Snead didn't go out on a limb and do this against Sean McVay's wishes. But yeah, as far as 13, look, it was all going to be wide receiver all through the spring, and then it was this week when people back up and were like, oh, not so fast. Like maybe they'll go somewhere else. Credit to Todd McShay from the Ringer, was really the only sharp mock draft that kind of had them taking Simpson at 13. And so, I think that certainly was one of the big shockers from last night.
He's the best in the business. All-City NFL analyst Fran Duffy. We're going to check in with you after pick 65. Hopefully we get some additional juice, right? Cardinals go offensive lineman. What does the third round hold for this franchise? Fran, my guy, stay in touch. We'll talk to you soon.
Talk soon, guys.
Great stuff from Fran Duffy. Hit that like button. We got more super chats. Why don't we jump into some ads, Noah, man, before we jump back into those super chats? Can't wait to tell you about our friends at Branded Bills. I'm repping one of my favorite Branded Bills hats right now. If you're looking for some gear to help you stand apart from the crowd, Branded Bills has you covered with the best custom headwear. I tell this story all the time. When I first got to the Valley and I saw everybody rocking these lids with the double B's on them, I'm like, those are really sharp. Where did you get that? And then I put one on my head and I said, never wearing another hat again, respectfully. Branded Bills had me from day one. Start your order, and their dedicated team will help you create the exact custom apparel you need, whether it's snapbacks, truckers, fitteds, beanies, or tees. Branded Bills has you covered with performance and style. We've got partnerships with universities including ASU, U of A, as a part of their campus collection, over 40 different partnerships. They also partner with the Phoenix Suns. Ever heard of them? Locally owned and operated out of Mesa, Arizona. Know them. They're fantastic people. Homegrown company, looking to provide the best custom apparel that money can buy. Head to brandedbills.com. Use the bonus code BBPHNX for 15% off. That's BBPHNX for 15% off your first order. One of my favorite lids we did right here, PHNX. Check out allcityshop.com and cop a PHNX Cardinals Branded Bills hat today, Bo.
Let me tell you about pressure. You got Monti Ossenfort on the clock a couple times this draft trying to save his job. I've got to do an ad read for one of our partners who's just feet away from us, Kim Caballero.
Oh, my goodness.
Pressure's on me. Better not stumble, not mess up here. But if you're looking to buy or sell your home here in Arizona, you've got a lot of options. But there's one name that consistently rises to the top, and that's Kim Caballero. Kim's been in the real estate game for over 25 years and helping Arizona families navigate both sides of the market with confidence, and that's key. What really separates her is her network. We're talking about investors, builders, and developers, the kind of connections that give you real insider insight into properties' true potential. You met Kim last night. She gave us some insight. I'm not going to reveal it on here.
Okay,
it's
fair enough.
Unbelievable. And here's the thing I love. When you work with Kim, you're working with Kim. You're not getting passed off to somebody else. Your goals, your interests, that's always top priority. Whether you're buying or selling, she's got the proven strategies to help you get the best possible terms and she's with you every step of the way. That's what you want from your real estate agent. Kim and her husband have called Arizona home for the last 20 years. Her and Tony are fantastic, truly understands what matters when it comes to finding the right place. Let Kim and that local expertise, that network work for you. Call Kim Caballero today, 480-489-5012. That's 480-489-5012. Check out Kim Caballero and how she can help you buy or sell your house.
Lots of movement here. Hit that like button. We got over 1,400 watching live on YouTube. Do us a favor, get us up to 1,000 likes. Some early movement here. The 49ers have traded linebacker D. Winters to the Dallas Cowboys within the conference. And then one of my favorite players goes to Miami. See, Damon, I'll give Miami love. Jacob Rodriguez, off-ball linebacker, Texas Tech. Maybe some people are saying it's their best pick. Goes in the second round, off-ball linebacker, fantastic player out of Texas Tech, universally considered the best off-ball linebacker, not named Sonny Styles. So the Jets traded down, by the way. So the Jets.
Or Arvell Reese. He's now it's confirmed he's an off-ball linebacker.
He's a Swiss Army knife, a.k.a. he could be a bust. So, again, no quarterbacks taken.
Yep.
The Jets had a chance to take a quarterback twice. They have said no thank you.
Sure.
So they just traded pick 44. If you're on quarterback watch, which I am every day, Baltimore's coming up. You would assume no. Tampa Bay, probably not. Indy, probably not. Atlanta's interesting at 48.
Yep.
Then you've got Minnesota, who I guess was sniffing around Ty Simpson last night. The Jets then pick at 50. Carolina, Green Bay, and then another hot spot. We got Pittsburgh at 53. So could have some movement here, but it could take a hot minute. No, man, jump back into these super chats, my guy.
Do we think that Pittsburgh thinks they can upgrade over Will Howard in this class?
I think we're going to find out.
Yeah.
I know that they liked Carson Beck.
Okay.
Word on the street is they like Carson Beck.
Some super chats here. We got Jangaman 64, $2. Hype to bolster the offense. Give Mike LaFluer tools and no petsing.
Yeah, somehow Drew's catching shade today. Not being around, but he's still catching shade from this fan base. People don't forget.
Well, you feel bad for a prospect like Isaiah Adams. He comes into this situation as a guy that's highly touted, top 100 selection in a big draft class, and did he get a fair shot at it to come in here? And then now you change schemes, and that's something that you can't control. And that's unfortunate because he did show signs of promise, especially at the end of the 2024 season, and looked good in training camp. And then once the season started, just like most of the team, things started to go south. It's really unfortunate, but it creates competition, and it gives Michael LaFluer options, and that's what you want.
Zay Adams, probably one of the most impressive players we saw during training camp last year. That's really unfortunate. Keep it going, Noah.
Ranger, $5. What is your thoughts on Love abnormal EKG at the combine that was not put out?
I'm going to use my own medical recent history for this, for everybody's context. I'm 38 years old. I'm moderately healthy. I went to the doctor.
Are you going to give us your full physical results?
I'm going to give you a breakdown, my height, weight, my body mass index. I had a thing, and then they go and check it, and they're like,
is that the medical term?
Fine. Yeah, I had a thing. So like this kind of, I'm not going to downplay it, but this kind of thing happens all the time. This kind of thing happens more than people know.
A blip on your EKG?
A blip on the EKG, and you go to a cardiologist, and they're like, it's nothing.
Okay.
No big deal. So it's not like a cardiologist was doing that in Indianapolis. Yeah. So I hope everybody feels better about that.
Not surprised Johnny just tried to compare himself to Jeremiyah Love.
We're very similar. We're basically the same person.
Dan Thompson here, $5.
What's up, Dan?
Back to back. It's all for naught without a quarterback. Could we get Mac and maybe a 2027 first for Marv? Would work for everybody. Something's got to give.
You want to send Marv to San Francisco with Kyle Shanahan?
Don't do it.
For Mac Jones?
You could not get their first next year and Mac Jones for that. I'm not saying they wouldn't consider trading Marv, but I like Mac Jones. I think if you're going to get him, just wait till he's a free agent next offseason.
Yeah, you would have to give up the draft capital and then
pay him.
You'd have to pay him right away.
I think you got to see what LaFluer can do with them as well.
With Mac before you extend it?
No. With
Marv.
With Marv.
Yeah.
You don't
agreed.
trade him right
Cardinals picking in 19 picks. Zion Young, favorite of this podcast, goes to Baltimore.
Okay.
Let's keep things going. Derek Moore, by the way, went to Noah's Detroit Lions. They
Out of
traded
Michigan,
up.
huh?
Local product. That's cute.
Good pick. Dan Thompson, back again, $5. If Mac Jones stinks, you'll have 2 1s for next year.
I mean,
is there a 1 in this
yeah,
trade with Marv?
You're getting. I love Marv. I don't think Marv's got that kind of trade value right now.
That's
All
it?
caught up. Hit that like button. 1,200 watching live here. So we're out at Santan Mountain. So nice. It's 15 minutes away from my house. Beautiful.
It's awesome.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Love this part of the Valley. Come out. We're going to be here for the remainder of day 2 of the 2026 NFL Draft. Arizona Cardinals get an offensive lineman early. I mean, like, you look at the landscape of this team, and let's put aside what's happened. Let's put aside my wants and needs. Let's talk about yours. In a perfect world, how would this have gone down, Bo Brock's running the draft? What would you have done? No judgment here, by the way.
Are we talking starting last night?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm hard-pressed to find a different avenue than what they went.
So you've come away being
No,
courted
I
by
have.
love.
Look, there was – I was caught by love. I was, absolutely. Blinded by love, some would say. And I just didn't – like, there. If you were going to trade down, and we saw one, example of the trade, it was the Chiefs getting up with Cleveland.
Yeah.
And they got that move for probably 75 to 80 cents on the dollar.
Okay.
If the Chiefs wanted to come up higher than that, if people were pushing back like Dallas wasn't parting ways with their second first-round pick. They weren't.
No.
So you would have done probably 50 to 60 cents on the dollar. There was no trade that was going to be able to help you maximize the value of the third overall pick. And that's what this conversation is all about, is value. What value you get from a team-building aspect and edge by taking a premium position player is that their cost on the open market is usually double than what you're going to get in the draft, and you're going to get that controllable for 4 to 5 years, where there just wasn't a player that would have justified that. So them taking what many people believe is the top player in this draft, third overall, despite him playing a non-premium position, there weren't any other options. So I agree with the move right there, especially with the box office that it brings. And then I think it worked out more so in my favor. What I would have preferred that somebody reached for Ty Simpson and didn't force your hand to have to aggressively trade back in.
I think where the Cardinals were hung up is I think in a perfect world for them, Francis Mauigoa would have had a clean bill of health and a sparkling resume, and you would have been able to take him where you picked at third overall.
Yeah.
I think if Francis Mauigoa had an ascension post the college football playoff where he dominated the combine, he did not participate at the combine. I remember you and I sat there and said that's a mistake.
Yeah.
Didn't run, didn't work out. We were in Indy for that. And then he had a health hiccup where he needs back surgery. I mean, like, he went 10th overall and needs back surgery.
Yeah.
If he had been a clean bill of health and had a perfect offseason, I think there's a chance they would have taken him third overall.
I think they would have viewed him just like kind of like
Paris.
they did Paris.
Right.
That they would have. It wasn't their preference, but and they found a way to do that to still get him, but also maximize the value of the pick that they had. Yeah, that's fascinating. It's like
that feels like the one player
Yeah.
that kind of threw this all for a loop and allowed Jeremiyah Love and the narrative and the talking points to kind of take over. And we've talked about
the
this.
talking points are stupid to me though.
Okay.
They are. Like we know, like we see like the Hayden Winks out there for underdog, and
Wow,
he's
you're
going,
naming
he's
people.
going
Okay.
aggressively against it. And I
Yeah.
heard Cruz Broussard on FS1 say it today, and he had these worn out and probably not even
has a
like
tough time.
factual points that he was making about the Cardinals team and why it was a failure.
Right.
And all of them qualify it this way. Every single person does this. They're like, this is an indictment on Jeremiyah Love. I love Jeremiyah Love, the prospect, the player, the person.
Right.
Then what's the issue?
The issue is
especially in this draft.
The issue is people look at the Cardinals as one of the worst teams in the NFL.
Yeah.
And I think, and this is going to sound like Homer talk, Bidwill shill, you love
Yeah.
Monty, you
That's
love
who you are.
LaFluer. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. I think they view this team, I said this on yesterday's broadcaster in the first round, they view this team closer to the 8 or 9 win team that they were 2 years ago and to the 8 or 9, 10 win team that Vegas saw them last year. Now, a big element has been removed. in the form of Kyler Murray. But here's what I will tell you. They've drafted 28 players the last 3 years. Was the injury situation the reason they lost all those games? 100% no. But it was a part of it.
Right.
And the Cardinals wanted you to know that, especially over the course of the last year. They're going to get players back. If you look up this defense right now, still got some really impressive pieces that we have not seen the best football from, certainly Darius, but Walter Nolan and Cody Simon, Jordan Birch, Taylor Demerson, Denzel Burke, Will Johnson, all those guys got a ton of experience last year.
I like where you're going with that, because that was going to be my next point, and this is key. It feels like as now they're investing in the offensive side of the football, and they take Jeremiyah Love, and then they're redoing the offensive line now, that still remains whether it's Adams or Basantis, it's 4/5 complete.
Yeah.
You got 4/5 that you feel comfortable with, and a glaring hole at right tackle, and we'll see what Wilkinson brings to the table, and maybe it could surprise us. I think it certainly can from a run scheme aspect, right? But the defense is in a holding pattern right now.
They are.
And as Monti is now –
a prove-it pattern.
Yeah. As Monti is now, he is catering to his new head coach and his strength, and it's the offensive side of the football, just as he had done to the previous coach, and what his perceived strength was defense. And he loaded him up.
He did.
He loaded him up with B.J. Ojulari, top 50 pick. He loaded him up with, you got Garrett Williams, who was a top 100 pick.
Darius Robinson the next year.
Robinson the next year. Max Melton is also in there. Jordan Birch is also in there.
Walter
Nolan, Will Johnson. We're 7 deep. And you need those guys.
You had one of the worst defenses in the NFL.
You need those guys to stay healthy and develop and take a step. And if they do, you should see improvement obviously with ball control that you could potentially have on the offensive side.
I wanted McDonald at 34. I know a lot of people did. Yeah. But I also want my offensive head coach in an offensive league to have what he needs to succeed. And I think this year it's evident that quarterback play will be limited or, have a ceiling as it relates to whomever they opt to start. So let's just fortify the rest of that offense. I think they're still going to take a quarterback today. They have one more pick to do so. But if we get into this year and it's okay, you've got a stud left tackle, a couple of young interior offensive linemen you're excited about, multiple skilled players. The front runner of plus 200 right now, you can get it at the sports book just to my left, Offensive Rookie of the Year, Jeremiyah Love. This should be a pretty nice landing spot. I made this argument yesterday, and I think this is going to be my take moving forward. I expect the Cardinals to be better than public perception right now, according to Las Vegas, in terms of win-loss record.
Yeah.
And I think as a result, they're going to put themselves in a position where they will be the number one landing spot for a veteran quarterback next offseason. They're going to be a much more desirable destination. They're going to have $150 million in cap space. They're going to be a year away from the new facility. They're going to be a trending up team. So as everybody here, us included, taking in the teeth right now is anytime you read something about this franchise, you got to give it a little bit more time. And I think that's the most difficult part for Cardinal fans is but Monti Ossenfort's gotten 3 years.
Right.
I don't think they're going to be some disaster of a team this year. If you let Jeremiyah Love lead this franchise this fall, and you give him 20 to 25 touches, you heard what Malik Neighbors said, the clip we posted on social media, about what that will do for his role, and what that now is going to do for subsequently Marv, Mike, and Trey.
Right.
You just need a distributor this year, and maybe Jacoby Brissett can do that.
He can be that.
Okay.
I'm not sitting here and saying, hey, he's going to flip his record from 1-11 to, 12 or 11-1, right? I think that he's going to narrow that gap. And I think that was already going to be in place with, better play calling and hopefully a healthier offensive lineup. But, it's still, are you going to compete with the elites of the NFC West? Are they going to – how many division games can they win? That's still – it's an upward hill climb. So, like Jacoby Brissett, he remains the guy that be a game manager.
Yep.
You're going to trust him, at the end of the game to go out there and outright win it in the fourth quarter? Probably not. But is he going to be able to guy that, as you're pointing out, can he play point? Can he deliver the ball to his playmakers? Can he take advantage of better protection, better play calling, and maybe a better advantage of having a run game and some maybe more separation from his receivers? I think absolutely.
Here we go. Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock here. They traded up to 47, but not for a quarterback. They're going with wide receiver out of Alabama, Jeremiyah Bernard.
Yep.
And the run-on receivers, that was correct. That has happened. Steelers traded up to 47, giving up pick 249 in the process for Indy. And they got 53, 135, and 237. So the Colts go back a couple spots. The Steelers come up. Steelers are done for now. So a lot of people thought the Steelers would be in the QB market. I think you're right. I think Will Howard compared to these quarterbacks they have, and then the impending Aaron Rodgers, I think that's good enough for them. But again, my argument remains the same. It's like I expect the Steelers to be in on veterans and rookies next year. There's going to be a lot of competition. So I think if you're Mike LaFluer, how are you going to differentiate yourself? I think that's important.
Yeah.
You can't, like, for the people, spare me the tank narratives, let's be bad for the sake of being bad. You don't want that perception. You want to be able to be a desirable destination franchise for players to come here and say, I want to take your money, just because it's good money, because Arizona, I want to live in Arizona. I want to go play at State Farm Stadium. I don't know. I get sick to my stomach when I hear the tanking narratives. Like the Cardinals, Monty, they already did that. I don't want to do that again.
Right. Well, you're not going to be able to, woo a quarterback, whether it's – I mean, I know it's easier in the draft. You got to go where you're selected. But
yeah.
if it becomes the veteran market, we never know what's going to happen there. But you got to become a preferred destination, and you don't want the defense to continue to be a sieve, how it's been trending.
No.
Like we were talking about all those draft picks that they've invested in. You need them to take a jump. And if they do, and you become that team that, like we were talking about, you're a quarterback away, it becomes very appealing, and it becomes easier, too, to part way with, what it would take to get up the board if you need to.
Let's talk about some options we feel like could be available and what the Cardinals might do here, because they're going to be on the clock soon in about 15 picks.
Okay.
I think Tiernan probably is up there. If you assume that right now, Bo, they are hell-bent on going offense, which it appears that they are. He is the best available, I think, offensive tackle remaining, outside of like a Jennings Dunker, who we think probably kicks inside. So Caleb Tiernan is a developmental tackle. He's huge. He's 6'8", 323, went to Northwestern, and is a solid third-rounder. But for the Cardinals, you have to take him at 65. And then you get into the quarterbacks, right? Still no Nussmeier. Still no Carson Beck. Still no Drew Allar. Credit to Monty if he's going to take one. He didn't reach on one yet. Would you be tempted to take a wide receiver here at 65? Elijah Sherrod, Malachi Fields, Antonio Williams, Zachariah Branch. There's a bunch of good receivers that are still available. You just question the usage and the impact in year one.
Yeah. I think you can maybe start to add a receiver to the board now that you get down to the third round. But
if there's a guy you absolutely love.
If they take Tiernan, I mean, you are completely churning this offensive line room outside of the –
Well, he just competes with Wilkinson.
Yeah.
I would take – at this point, I would take Tiernan, and I would package picks to come up for a quarterback and call it a draft and say, well, I have a quarterback, developmental. I got 2 offensive linemen in the future, 1 immediate future, and I've got a potential Hall of Fame running back. And you just tell Nick Rallis, figure it out. Figure it out with your guys. Because that's the biggest thing. It's like Nick Rallis, we have confidence in him, but he's year to year. This is Mike's baby now. Mike's influence. Monty very much could be year to year. So, I don't know.
No, let's get to some of these super chats. I see you guys lighting up out there, crushing it here in the chat. As we continue our draft coverage, we're going to wrap it up tomorrow.
Yeah.
As we go wire to wire from pick 1 all the way to Mr. Irrelevant.
We're sick.
Yeah.
All right, we got Alex Hellard here, $4.99. Love from the UK, boys. You guys make the time difference much easier over here. Wasn't Nuss a top prospect pre-injury?
He was.
He had to have faith in him.
He and Allar were both projected to be top 10 picks coming into this year, and their respected universities face planted this past fall. Penn State, you'd be hard-pressed to find a worse season in recent memory in Penn State.
I mean, they were trending high even at the beginning of the season and just completely fell apart.
Disaster.
Franklin got fired. They lost to some bad teams. UCLA.
Oh, my, I forgot about that. let's
Rocky,
keep it going.
Rocky Jameson, $9.99. Just got season tickets. Let's go.
Wow. Look at that.
Wow, Love is really in the
Michael
air,
Bidwill, are you watching?
Our guy Rocky got to meet him last night. He was hanging out. He walked away with a signed Larry Fitzgerald jersey.
Wow, unbelievable.
And I think he paired that with his Kurt Warner signed jersey that he already had?
Yeah, and it's a pretty nice little man cave he's probably got going on at home.
I'm Mr. Thomas, $4.99. If we get Dunker, I'll buy you guys some shots.
Let's do it. Let's do it. I mean, Dunker and Tiernan would be good picks for this team.
I'd rather have the Northwestern kid.
I think they would too.
He's more of a tackle.
How many guards? Yeah, how many guards do you need? Even though he's got an elite
Rare.
red mullet.
Yeah, I think no offense, it's more of like you like Dunker, I think, because of the gimmick.
Sure.
Just like the Minshew gimmick, but we're trying to get people who can protect here. We need a real right tackle.
What is this? $4.99. Screw it. Give me Drew Allar and send him to 2 months to QB camp with Kurt Warner.
I mean, Bo, who is the front runner for the quarterback that they draft? Who do you think is the guy? I had people ask me, and I didn't even know how to respond.
I still think it's Beck.
I do too.
Yeah. It's just they got to get a more viable spot for Beck.
I mean, we're
34 was way too
We're
rich.
in the place where
you have to
could
admit you were wrong by saying that.
No, I was led to
Very
believe
wrong.
that he could go quickly. The Carson Beck's got a great agent. He had Pelissaro, Matt Miller, Jordan Schultz, everybody convinced he was going to go top 40. This is a good spot for him to be drafted. Can we agree on that?
You're so thirsty for a quarterback. You're
I
sitting
am.
out here willing to believe a Matt Miller.
It's like Matt's got a great resume.
He had us taking Arvell Reese. Did you believe that?
No, I did not. Uh-oh, Panthers trading up. They're on the clock.
A.J. Terrell's brother just got
Come on,
drafted
Monty,
by
trade
his
up.
own team.
Trade up. Get rid of these picks tomorrow. Let's trade up. He'll never do
Avion
it.
Terrell joins his brother A.J. with the Falcons.
Nice.
Got Damien here, $1.99. Drew Allar, hold the line. I never left. I do not want that.
I never left. That's interesting.
That's the thing with Beck. Like, if his ceiling is who he was in college.
30 touchdowns, 4,000 yards passing.
He had 24 picks in the last 2 seasons.
He had a lot of picks 2 years ago. He cleaned it up this past
No, he
year.
didn't. He had 12. He had 12 and 12.
He played a lot of games, but he ripped it.
You said, how are you a Carson Beck apologist?
I'm not.
What? How are you down so big that you become a Carson Beck apologist?
What team do we cover? We're all. I mean, come on now.
Steven Jackson, $4.99. Any concern with one of MHJ, Trey, or Wilson becoming disgruntled with the lack of targets if Love gets 25-plus runs a game?
I think that Michael Wilson, Trey McBride, and Jeremiyah Love are in a great spot. I think Marvin Harrison Jr.'s just got a lot to prove this year. I mean, like, I thought Marv was trending up at times last year, but then we had the hiccups on the field, the drops, and then he had the Dallas game. It's like, why can't we have this every game? Marv needs consistency, and if he's consistent, he'll produce. But that's a great question. There are so many mouths to feed now, and like they gave Kendrick Bourne good money, and we think they're going to take a wide receiver. I don't. This is a big year for Marv, and I want Marv to succeed. But I also know like they don't have the kind of quarterback right now to take advantage of all these weapons.
Good offensive minds figure out how to kind of move the ball.
Okay.
Around. Absolutely. I mean, we see it in Detroit. They've got a stout run game, and they've got 2 backs there, and then they also have, guys in the passing game from Amon-Ra to those complementary pieces to Jameson Williams making big plays, and also LaPorta at the tight end position. There's enough there.
Here is a breakdown from Robert Griffin III, who's a big fan, I guess, of Chase Basantis. He said he has short area quickness, balance, and edge that translates to starting reps fast in the NFL. He's going to thrive in Mike LaFleur's zone scheme with his ability to pull, reach, and climb to the second level to open up holes for Jeremiyah Love. It's a nice breakdown from RG3.
All right, thanks, Bob.
Kyle Haley, $10. Chances Trey Benson gets traded or cut. I thought I read something earlier about the Bears being interested.
100%. He either is going to be traded tomorrow for pennies on the dollar, or he will not make this team in training camp, which would be disappointing. I would rather move him tomorrow. They made out diligent effort to sign Bam Knight. They restructured James. They signed Algier. They've got Jeremiyah Love. I just think we go back to, and I know it's not fair to knock a guy who was injured.
Yeah.
But he had everything in front of him when this team needed him, and he started one game after James Conner went down, and he immediately got hurt. It's just like, for running backs too, you either have it or you don't. And he's not a scrub. He can play in the NFL. He's got a high yards per carry average.
Yeah.
But you watch him and you find yourself wanting more. He misses holes sometimes. It's a pick that is just not going to age well.
The Panthers taking one of the talented defensive linemen that were remaining off the board, Lee Hunter from Texas Tech.
Sure.
He goes to Carolina. Nice little trenches draft for them, taking Monroe and now Lee Hunter.
D-tackle class not great.
Right.
There were a couple gems that were available today. The kid out of Texas Tech, obviously the kid out of Clemson, and, of course, McDonald. So probably not a position the Cardinals are going to look to target at 65.
We got Damian back again, 199. I like Danny Dennis in the 3rd and Murdoch in the 7th.
Another edge rusher that is flying under the radar, a big Baldy supporter is Dennison. But Gabe Jackson or
RAS
Jacobs,
scores through the roof too.
Yeah, there's some interesting edges, but I think after Birch last year, I don't know. I think it's much more likely it's quarterback, wide receiver, or tackle.
I agree with that.
I just the defense. I think that like tomorrow, I think you could see some DBs, special teamers, developmental guys. You could see like that's where mine kind of goes YOLO. But I think there's a diligent effort right now to go on the offensive side, which I support. You got one of the top guards in this draft. Could have been a first rounder. The best overall player potentially in this draft. I mean, I think you could add a quarterback at 65, or you could add a developmental tackle.
Stog the Dog, electric name, $2. Taylor Decker bought a home in Arizona, 1-year rental.
He retired, though. He's also a left tackle.
He's cooked.
If he could play, he'd be playing in Detroit. He's going to retire.
Chaz 777, $4.99. 2 Saturdays ago, I leave Target on Val Vista Gilbert, and I see JV with the red coat shirt storming in, LOL. That's why his heart rate is abnormal.
It's because I had to feverishly run in to get a birthday gift that was supposed to be overnighted by Amazon, and it was not. So I had to go into a brick-and-mortar store to get a birthday gift for my daughter's birthday party.
God forbid you go into an actual building to buy something.
No, I don't want to do that.
Yeah. You're a
Taco
guest.
Corp, $1.99. I think Bo forgot who the new OC is in Motown.
No, but I guess I was talking about Detroit Lions in the past. They did a good job in spreading the ball around.
Here we go. New York Jets on the clock. They go D'Angelo Pons.
Nice.
So
Nice little corner.
Not a quarterback here.
Their 2027 quarterback team.
Yeah, firmly.
They could take Allar, I think, 4th or 5th round, but
They
what's
said
the point?
they're doing like highlight clips with Geno and like QB1 stuff. Cardinals would name a starter. Jacoby Brissett apparently doesn't have an agent, has been holding out. Cardinals don't have a QB1 named, but the Jets are out here doing a full court press Geno Smith campaign.
Yeah, if they did like a Jacoby QB1 post, he'd just use it against him. Like,
right.
Here we go. Here's Exhibit B.
Yeah. We all caught up, Noah, man?
Jeffrey, 1999, huge super that. What a
Thank
great
you.
week. Both venues rock. Cards could be
great.
pretty good if all the picks in the last 4 years can stay healthy. Just need acceptable QB play. Super chat supporters, Cardinals.
Love it. Thank you so much for that support and the feedback. Can't give enough credit to our team. I hate saying behind the scenes, but just our entire team here at PHNX Sports putting this on. Everybody here, our sales team is second to none. Our production team is fantastic.
Yeah.
You know, we look around the landscape of this market and some of the other markets, and it's just like, like it takes a lot to make Bo and I look good on camera. Our setup is unbelievable. We're always floored and blown away by the effort of our team here. Second to none.
Yeah, I second that. Let's take a look at the remaining players on our guy Fran Duffy's big board, if we could. There, Noah. We have that. We got that cooking up.
He's grabbing it.
You're going to see now at this point in the draft, you're going to see his top 32 players. He's still got a couple kind of lingering around. Could they be in play for the Cardinals when they're back on the clock as the Jets make the selection right now in the draft? But, man, yeah. Quarterback, does it happen today? I know you were pretty optimistic about that.
I'll be disappointed if it doesn't.
Yeah. Let's take a look at this. You've got it right up. You can see it. Gerard McCoy, the cornerback. You got Emmanuel McNeil Warren, the safety.
Yeah.
And then Garrett Nussmeier, he had in his top 32. Still up on the board, the quarterback from LSU. Justin Jolly, a tight end, and Malik Muhammad, the cornerback. So about 5 remaining players in his top 32. You can check out the full list, his whole draft breakdown in the rankings right now. Go PHNX.com. Pons goes off the board, as Johnny said. Vikings up. Packers, Colts, who traded down. Eagles, Chargers, Jags, Bears, Niners, Texans, Bears. Again, Rams, Broncos, Pats, Seahawks, and the Cardinals. They lead off the 3rd round.
Yeah, I think Minnesota's a threat to take a quarterback potentially, although they have still J.J. McCarthy. Indianapolis could always take one as a developmental guy. Philly famously took Jalen Hurts in the 2nd round. And then you look at what's available. I'm just going to rapid fire here. Chargers, no. Jags, no. Bears, no. Niners, no. Houston, probably not. Bears again. Rams, no. Denver, no. New England, no. And Seattle, no. So, I mean, this Cardinals have the first pick of the 3rd round.
Yeah.
So, we're only kind of in jeopardy if you're trying to get a guy of being jumped, I think, at this point. Knock on wood. Assuming they don't go here in the next 1 or 2 picks, they're going to have played this well enough where they're going to have a quarterback of their choosing at 65 if they want one.
Yeah. Let's take a look at who's been drafted so far today.
Yeah.
We got the, as you mentioned, so when you looked at Jeremiah's, you look at most big boards, like Carson Beck's right around the 70s as far as top 100 players. I mean,
60 to 70.
Yeah. If you're picking 65.
Sweet spot.
Not bad. Not bad.
You get him in here. Listen, if they take him at 65, number one, you already got a standout guard. Minimal expectations. You just need some new blood, man, in that quarterback room. You do. Fair or not. If he's a backup next year to a top pick or a veteran, so be it. But I don't want to watch Keaton Slovis in the preseason. I don't want that.
Right. You want more for the fans.
Yeah. I want more for me. More for me.
Let's take a look who's been drafted so far. We got Dazon Stribling goes to the Niners to kick off the 2nd round. Chase Basantis goes to the Cardinals, 34th overall.
Yeah.
The guard out of Texas A&M. T.J. Parker, he goes to the Bills, the talented edge. You got Caden McDonald, little beef, defensive tackle from the Ohio State Buckeyes. He goes to the Texans. That defense gets even more stout up front. Colton Hood, the corner, goes to the New York Giants. Treydan Stukes, talented U of A defensive back, goes to the Vegas Raiders.
Yep.
Wide receiver out of Washington, Denzel Boston, goes to the Cleveland Browns. R. Mason Thomas, he'll go to the Chiefs, 40th overall. Cassius Howell, the pass rusher out of Texas A&M, he goes to the Bengals, while Kristen Miller out of Georgia, defensive lineman, goes to the New Orleans Saints. Talented off-ball linebacker, tremendous mustache, Jacob Rodriguez, he goes to the Miami Dolphins, while Derek Moore, the edge out of Michigan, stays in Michigan, goes to Detroit, 44th overall. Zion Young goes to the Baltimore Ravens. They continue to invest into their pass rush after taking Mike Green last year.
Yeah.
How about Josiah Trotter? Comes from a long line of off-ball linebackers. That's what he is. He's going to Todd Bowles' defense with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Jeremy Bernard, the wide receiver, slot receiver from Bama. He goes to Pittsburgh. Does he connect with Will Howard? Does he connect with Aaron Rodgers? Does he connect with somebody else? We'll see. And then Avion Terrell, the brother of A.J. Terrell, joins A.J. in Atlanta with the Falcons. Texas Tech defensive lineman Lee Hunter goes to the Carolina Panthers. And then most recently, getting you up to speed as far as the 2nd round, Indiana's D'Angelo Pons, who had a blazing fast 40 at his pro day. He goes to the New York Jets.
Pick 51 is in for the Minnesota Vikings. They get Cincinnati linebacker Jake Goldie, one of the top remaining off-ball linebackers.
Okay.
They go defense with their first 2 picks. I didn't love Caleb Banks Jr. where they got him, top 20. That felt like a reach, but I do believe in Brian Flores, and if he signed off of it, that's good enough for me. Banks Jr. carries a lot of weight, and there's concern with his foot. Already had a foot injury at the combine, so something to watch there. Kyler Murray firmly entrenched as quarterback 1 in Minnesota.
You strike me as somebody that just wants to check this quarterback box.
What makes you say that?
I mean, you've been pounding the table all draft season for Ty Simpson.
I mean, they were going to take Ty Simpson last night.
You were forced to pivot from that.
Sure.
You've gotten into Carson Beck conversation.
I'm in desperation mode. There's no doubt about it.
You're extremely desperate.
I just can't believe we're here. We went from.
You're on the dating app and you're just swiping right. On any.
That's aggressive. I don't like that visual. I think you look back to like earlier this offseason.
Yeah.
And we thought Kyler's going to be gone. Maybe they could get a pick for him. It's like, all right, Jacoby's a backup. You have him as a backup. They're going to sign Malik Willis or Kirk Cousins or somebody like that.
Yeah.
And we went through the rigors of trying to get scoops at the Combine, the Super Bowl, and we turned around and they did nothing. Not only did they nothing, they doubled down and gave Gardner Minshew $9 million. And they leaked out that Jacoby was going to be their starter, and people were furious, like myself. People were pissed off. And then it was like, okay, well, clearly, because of this, these guys are on a 1-year deal. You got LaFluer and Ossenfort saying, we don't have a quarterback 1. We've done a lot of homework on these guys. All right, they're going to go after Ty Simpson. And I think they would have. But then you've got the LA Rams inexplicably taking him 13th overall. So now it's like, what do? They have to get a guy that at least projects to be a potential starter in the NFL. Ty Simpson, you're taking him 13th overall because you think he could be a top quarterback.
Yeah.
They got to get somebody in here. I mean, Jacoby Brissett once upon a time was a 4th rounder, or a 3rd rounder, excuse me. So I don't like thinking about Monti Ossenfort having to navigate the 2027 draft with all of – like Steve Keim was a really good kind of wheeler and dealer in the draft, and he struggled with it. They got jumped for Mahomes and Deshaun Watson. Like, they got jumped for Paxton Lynch. Thankfully, that worked out. But there were many instances like that. Monty has never consistently traded up, has never been aggressive. I worry about his passive nature navigating what could be a historic quarterback class. I think that's okay for me to admit.
Yeah, that's fine. But as it stands now, and you've got your last top 100 pick, it's going to be on the clock here shortly.
Yeah.
And you've just taken an offensive lineman after you took a running back.
Sure.
Are you firmly in camp quarterback right now? Like if there was another prospect that just fell into your lap, like a Tiernan or a Jennings Dunker, depending on where they view him playing.
I would take the tackle, and then I would trade up and get a quarterback.
Right. I wanted to see how desperate you were. That's not as desperate as I thought.
I was
thinking the worst for you.
I would make sure I ended the 3rd round with Carson Beck. I would get rid of the scraps tomorrow. 4th round, 5th round, package up.
Yeah, little yard sale.
And go up and get Carson Beck and have 2/3 and go running back, O-line, quarterback, and then just see what effing happens. Right. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But if
spring cleaning, I've got 5 running backs.
I'd be moving players off the roster too. I'd be cutting people, moving players off.
All right, that's good to know.
But like, if they take Carson Beck 65, I'm going to be okay with it.
Are you going to be excited about it?
I think so. I think excited is the right word. I think so. I know people are upset with that take. 34 would have been egregious. I can say that now in hindsight. I was just like trying to mentally prepare myself because there was so much information coming out. No, we got some super chats, my guy.
He wants to get off the stand. No further questions.
Let's see, we got, Coach Mike LaFluer.
Let's go, Coach.
499.
Welcome, Coach.
Don't hate me. Would rather have Anthony Richardson, like Bo said, and use the rest of the capital to keep building up the team for 2027.
There are a lot of people who feel that way, whether it's Levis or Richardson.
Yeah.
As
Fran mentioned, Tanner McKee.
My God, Bajent's out there. I just feel like that ship has sailed, don't you? I feel like that would have gotten done in free agency.
Feels a little weird. Like that would be, they would have to admit, these teams like Philly and Chicago who talked like McKee and Bajent were these highly coveted guys.
I would take a second rounder for
It's going to take a king's ransom to get him out from under our grasp.
No one wants your trash, respectfully.
Got Alex 199. Nuss, Beck, Allar. What's your ranking for us and why?
Go ahead, Bo. You start.
I probably would rank Carson Beck just a notch above Garrett Nussmeier.
I
just
agree
his
with
ability to stay on the field. I think he has, for this class, at the very least, a floor.
I just can't foresee Drew Allar ever being successful in the NFL.
Yeah. He just seems like that just nonstop project.
I'm not into that.
Like Logan Thomas.
Clayton, too.
Yeah.
Like Beck and Nussmeier 2 years ago, and then Beck the last 3 years, have been really productive college players with a lot of starts, a lot of statistics at big schools.
I think, but the best like Beck could do would be Brissett in his career.
I disagree with that, but that's fine.
We got Football King 199. Love Johnny, but think he lost his logic for a quarterback.
I think the Cardinals have done a number on me this offseason where I didn't think that a franchise, and this is why people are trashing them nationally. Mm-hmm. Could you imagine the narrative if they had gotten Malik Willis and people would be like, man, the Cardinals are going to be fun as hell this year?
Yeah.
Because they took a dump in free agency with the quarterback position, everybody's like, you know what, I saw something my wife sent me before the show today to get me fired up. Vegas projecting the Cardinals to be the worst team in the NFL. It's like, what? Like, they're not going to be the worst team.
I
have
saw
players.
somewhere that they got a bump in the win total.
Did they? I don't know. This was a rival sports book that put that out there. But, like, I think people think that Jacoby Brissett's going to have a fall from grace here, come back down to earth. Because a lot of us saw those fourth quarters.
Yeah.
The juicing up the stats. We all saw it. It was a real thing.
We got the school of Steve Kine here. Mm-hmm. Rest of the quarterbacks are appealing as a sandwich that's not very tasty.
Okay.
Then we got Taco Core here, $4.99. Don't love the idea of forcing a quarterback in the mid-rounds at the expense of a higher-rated player that could be a solid starter.
They haven't taken a quarterback in the top 100 in 7 years.
Yeah.
They need to take one, guys.
But you even admit it, a lot in line with that super chat.
Yeah.
You would much rather see them at this time continue to try to fortify this roster.
I would
chip away at it.
They don't need to make all their picks tomorrow. Those guys aren't making the team.
Yeah.
Jacob Tackett, $1.99. How are you guys not excited for Dante Moore?
Because I don't know where the Cardinals are going to be picking. I was not impressed with Dante Moore at the end of the year. I thought his arm didn't look good. And I thought Ty Simpson had a better arm. Dante Moore was pretty egregious in that college football playoff. And,
if Ty Simpson had to play the rest of his game, you would have been saying the same thing against Indiana. Indiana just wrecked people.
I don't know about that.
He left they knocked him out of the game. They knocked Ty Simpson out of the game.
It was his fault. He ran and got a first down, but then took a shot because he didn't protect himself.
They lost 38-3.
Well, let's keep it going to the Super Chats now. We're up to date on the Super Chats. Can I borrow your charger, sir?
Yeah.
Keeping you updated on some of these picks here. Off-ball linebacker goes to Indianapolis. Allen out of Georgia, C.J. Allen. And then Packers took a corner out of South Carolina. Eagles are on the clock. So, this has worked out for Monty. If he wants to take a QB, they're all going to be there. Philly, no. New England, no. We walked through all these teams. Carson Beck, if you want him, he's there.
Yeah.
If you want me, Monty, come get me. I'm Carson Beck. I'm Carson Beck, and I've been in college football for 20 years.
College football's Van Wilder.
That's right.
That's going to belong to what's the kid that we were infatuated with during the football playoff with Ole Miss?
Yeah.
He won't leave. He refuses to leave.
Trinidad.
Yeah, Chambliss.
Would Trinidad have been drafted already?
Great question.
Would the Cardinals have taken Trinidad?
I think he would have had a rocky pre-draft as far as
with his
size.
measurement. Yeah. I think he would have been drafted by now.
No.
Yeah. Trinidad, his arm was awesome.
But
and
he's not a big dude.
What's that? I was a big fan. I've fallen in love with so many quarterbacks this offseason. You could talk me into anybody right now. Wrapping things up.
You're the J-Lo.
I am.
Recording quarterbacks.
I'm jumping QB to QB. Eagles took Vanderbilt tight end Eli Stowers. A little bit of a reach. And then the Patriots took Gabe Jacobs out of Illinois, who we liked. He went probably about where he was supposed to go. So those are coming down the pipe here. Chicago Bears, a couple picks coming up here, back-to-back in the second round. They got one of the two, the latter, from Buffalo in that DJ Moore trade. San Francisco at pick 58, Houston at 59, and then, of course, the Rams at 61. So,
I mean, we are getting to the point where, it's like recognizable brand name prospects are going to be off the board by 65 potentially.
you think so?
I mean, who do you like? Who do you want to slide?
Best available players for the Arizona Cardinals.
Tiernan, right?
Tiernan, Anthony Hill Jr. from Texas, the off-ball linebacker, is a really good player.
Is he better than Cody Simon?
He probably has a higher ceiling, yeah.
Okay.
Pregnon's available. Well, you just took Pregnon and just said, F it. I don't know what you would do with him. Jennings Dunkert. Couple wideouts. Branch, who's like 5'9". That's probably why he's fallen. Chris Brazel.
He wasn't very productive at Georgia either,
He's
was
like
he?
he's fast, kind of shifty player.
Didn't Branch also have a prop? Didn't he get in trouble? Yeah.
Maybe. And then you've got Malachi Fields, wide receiver Antonio Williams, A.J. Hulsey, the safety out of LSU, McNeil Warren, who a lot of people had a top 20 grade on. He's still lingering out there. I think people are like, yeah, you played at Toledo, though. I don't trust this film. He's a freak. He's over 6'4". I mean, like, is Caleb Tiernan a reach at 65?
No, I think that's right in line with where he should go.
Okay.
What do they have him there on ESPN?
76 overall, or 84, excuse me. But, like, I mean, it's day 3, or it's day 2, third round. I don't know. If you had asked me what I think they're going to do, I think they'll take him if he's there. If you use the top 30 on a guy that plays a position you haven't addressed, I think that they're going to take Caleb Tiernan at 65.
Do you know who they took a top 30 on, who they drafted?
Who's that?
Jeremiyah Love. And do you know what we have? We got some new shirts.
Uh-oh.
Are we doing that now, or should we do an ad real quick?
We can look at.
No, we don't need to do an ad. We only have 2 ads today. 2 ad breaks. Let's do the shirts. Let's rip them. Or you know what? You're right.
Wow, look at that.
Man, debuting we're going to call it our Love Connection here. Love Connection, Love Collection, whatever you want to call it.
Gorgeous.
Unbelievable.
2 colors.
Yeah, shirts available right now. Pre-order, ALLCITY shop. Noah Man's going to put the link in the chat. Yeah, they're dropping. They will become available Monday. So after this weekend, so we will promote. You'll be able to find them on all of our social media. The hottest shirt we've done to go in line with our celebratory K1 T-shirt, and of course our MHJ collection, the Love Collection, making its way to a closet near you.
That's right, the ALLCITY store.
That's right.
ALLCITY Network store. I love that. I think it's awesome.
Yeah,
the Love Connection.
Yeah, so we've got Love merch and we've got Love presser clips. Do you want to jump into a couple of these, Noah, man? I know, Bo, you were in Tempe today and heard from the man himself. We've got some clips queued up here. Let's hear from the 3rd overall pick, Noah, man.
This is Jeremiyah Love on who he modeled his game after.
I didn't mold my game after anybody growing up. I didn't watch football much. My dad put on some Barry Sanders highlights for me. I like Barry Sanders. I think of him as the best running back of all time. But players that I've watched, recently, Jahmyr Gibbs, Saquon, Derrick Henry, Christian McCaffrey, Alvin Kamara, those are all great backs. I love their playing style. Jahmyr Gibbs is very quick. He's very fast. fast burst, and Christian McCaffrey, his recovery is great. I got to talk with him not too long ago. Got to pick his brains because my strength coach at Notre Dame, Lauren Landau, was known Christian his whole life. So he connected me and him. Got to talk to him for a little bit, and he advised me on what to do and how to be a pro coming into this league. And then Derrick Henry, big guy, strong guy, teaches you how to run tough. And then Alvin Kamara, he got the whole toolbox. He can receive, he can block, he can run. So I like to watch him for that. And then I think the other guy, what did I say? Barry Sanders, he's the best running back of all time. Yeah.
Humble young man. I love it. I don't want to compare myself to anybody. And just talked about some of his favorite players. Here's what I will say. He's got Hall of Fame expectations for himself. He also brought that up today.
So obviously, me being drafted, number 3 to come to the Cardinals is a blessing. It's a dream come true. But what I meant when I said I'm on the hunt for something greater is wanted to convey that I'm not complacent. I'm not satisfied from just getting here. I want to be a Hall of Famer by the end of my time playing. I want to be one of the greatest running backs to come through the game. So I'm always on the hunt for something greater. And even after football, I'm on the hunt for something greater. Go back to school, get my degree. I wanted to become a doctor before I played football. So throughout life, I'm always going to be on the hunt for something greater. And that's just me. That's how I was raised. My mom and dad told me to never be complacent, never be satisfied. Coach Freeman always says, choose hard and consistently find ways to get better.
You got to love the confidence. You got to love also just how modest he is, how humble he is.
Yeah.
He's a self-proclaimed kind of introvert, but obviously he stands up there at the podium and he commands the room and so articulate. Loved hearing from him. I loved all his answers. They were all thoughtful. Obviously he wants to make an impact.
Yeah.
And, he's always striving for greatness. That was one of his answers as well today.
Yep.
Looking to improve. I thought the thing that stood out to me the most is what Noah, if you can follow me here, he felt was the strength of his game. And a lot of people see the explosive runs. They see him hurdling guys, putting his shoulder down. But what he feels is his true strength of his game.
So pass protection is the most important part of my game. That's probably that's the only thing I really train on when I'm at practice. Footwork is natural. We do tune-ups, but pass protection is what we really, focus on because you got to be able to protect the ball. You got to be able to protect the quarterback so that he can have time to make plays. And I like pass protection. I get to hit people. People always hitting me, so whenever I get to deliver a blow, I'm gonna take pride in that, and I'm gonna, do the best of my ability to try to knock your head off. If I get a quarterback that's trying to run, I'm gonna make sure I clear a path for him, and put my body on the line for that. So I love pass protection. I love trying to hit people. I'm a football player at the end of the day. I used to play defense back in the day, so I got a little bit of craziness to me, So pass protection is key for success.
Working a little magic here behind the scenes. I know we said Monday for the Love Collection.
Yeah.
It's available right now. Let's take a look at it one more time here. Get it now. We're going to put it on all social media. We're going to put it in the chat. Jeremiyah Love, the newest Arizona Cardinal, and you can shop the Love Collection right now. Go PHNX.com, the All-City shop. We got it in 2 colors, red and black. I know I'm picking up one of each. And we've been told, as well as these will sell, potentially adding to the Love Collection, Brack.
Nice. Can't wait for that. But love this, that you have the opportunity to go get it right now, the ALLCITY Network store.
Yep.
Merchandise locker. There's been a trade in the NFL, pretty big trade.
Yeah.
The Minnesota Vikings, obviously, they made a signing a couple years ago. It was a good one. Jonathan Grenard. He's looking for a pay raise.
Yeah.
Might have to find it in Philly because that's where he's been dealt to. The Vikings pick up a pair of third-round picks for Grenard, who, as Howie Roseman can't help himself, he gets a $100 million contract extension along with the deal to Philly.
Unfortunately, I hate Philadelphia and the Eagles, but they're good people. That's a great trade for the Eagles. That's a fantastic trade. Jonathan Grenard, super productive when he's healthy. He wasn't super healthy last year.
Right.
Made his name with DeMeco Ryans in Houston a couple of years ago. Signed that big money deal, as you alluded to. Really good player, 2 third-rounders. That's the tough part. It's like I would have done that deal if I were the Cardinals, but Cardinals' timeline doesn't match that.
Right.
But you get a rookie quarterback that you're not paying any money to, you can start taking in some of those deals. So Grenard's a big-time player. Philly got way better. I don't love that trade for Minnesota. I trust Brian Flores, but Grenard, to me, when he's cooking, I mean, that's exactly what that defense needed at the end of last year.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like, wouldn't they have just been better served to keep Josh Sweat?
Yeah.
Just sign him to the deal that he signed with the Cardinals?
Well, I just think Sweat doesn't feel like was a great scheme fit post JG leaving.
Got it.
But it's not a good
Helped
look.
him win a Super Bowl.
Right.
In that scheme.
It's not a good look for Howie Roseman to let Sweat leave. And then who they added at linebacker last year didn't work out. They didn't have.
Well, they drafted out of Georgia, the undersized edge.
Yeah, and then
Nolan
they had Jihad Campbell. Yeah. Nolan, he didn't really work out. So, yeah, I'm sure it didn't look good for Howie when Sweaty J had 12 sacks last year, albeit on a bad Cardinal team. So Philadelphia gets Grenard. Vikings now have a third this year and a third next year added, but Nolan Smith Jr., 3 sacks last year. So you're right, not much production there. Hit that like button. Cardinals about to be on the clock here. 1,200 watching live on YouTube alone. Do us a favor, subscribe to PHNX Sports here on YouTube. #1 here in the Valley, digital media and more. Get us to 60,000 subscribers before the end of the fall here, as we gear up for the Jeremiyah Love freight train and the Arizona Cardinals offensive line getting better by the pick. Will they continue to add to it, Bo?
There was a couple, as we listened to the press clippings there from his introductory press conference, I got to talk to his position coach from Notre Dame. That's going to be available at PHNX_sports here on YouTube. J1 Sider, the coach from Notre Dame, just kind of get more insight on him, and just his answer as far as pass protection is his biggest, I guess, emphasis when he's getting ready, when he's practicing.
Yeah.
And it just feels like the electric stuff that he does just comes natural. Not to say he doesn't work at it, because I got confirmation he absolutely works at it. But the fact that he works on the little things that go into being a third down back and make sure that with his skill set he's able to stay on the field.
Yeah.
That's so important. Like the things that he focuses on, from pass protection to ball security, his job security, it's like that's what you're hearing from Tyler Algier.
Yeah.
Because that's a necessity for him to be in the league.
Yeah.
Where if he's doing the same things as guys less talented than him, and then he possesses this elite talent, it's just going to work out. You got a good chance of it. It's a good educated guess.
Somebody posted a picture of DeMercado fumbling on the goal line last year, a play that will live in Cardinal infamy.
Did you see somebody when he jumped on with Micah Parsons and Malik Neighbors?
Yeah.
Micah Parsons is like, "Here, my first word of advice for you is don't drop the ball at the goal line." That was his first. That was the way they introduced the interview.
Think about the trickle effects of that game and the impact on this franchise. Gannon probably stays.
Yeah.
Kyler probably stays in the lineup at least a little longer. I mean, and they probably don't take a running back third overall. I mean, so much change with that play. The Titans' loss is one of the worst losses in the history of the NFL in terms of how the Cardinals lost that game. It also happens to be our #1 viewed PHNX Cardinals live stream after that day. People were pissed off.
They were.
And so, turnaround. Some might call it an overcorrection. I do not. Jeremiyah Love, third overall. DeMercado gone. Trey Benson, will he be gone? James Conner, farewell tour. I liked what you said, among others. Jeremiyah Love, you want to use him consistently, but maybe sparingly in the red zone early on.
Yeah.
You got Algier and Conner to kind of clean that up for you. And I think, the best version of James Conner that we saw consistently was when he was in like a 60-40 split backfield. That's obviously not going to happen now, but I do think there's enough juice left for James Conner to make an impact next year. But I think Trey Benson is not long for this team. I just don't know what you do with him now.
There's just not enough carries. There's just not enough carries. There's hardly enough carries in the preseason for that.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you get him that far to put him on display.
And then you shop him, yeah.
Yeah, and then you flip him.
Brown's trading up here. You hope it's not for a quarterback. For those of you that,
you hope that.
For those of you that
That's
are,
your hopes
are
and
hoping for a
dreams.
quarterback. Brown's trading up. Niners trading down. It's got to be killing Monty. He didn't make a trade. Did he make a trade last year?
He did. He's
interesting. Browns trading up. Wonder if they're trading up ahead of Arizona. Trading up ahead of Houston here. Let me see. This is pick 57.
The Bears took Logan Jones, center, at 57.
That's a good pick for them. I was a fan of his. This is where you start to worry if you're a Carson Beck apologist like myself, that I've turned into one, is that the new Browns head coach worked with Carson Beck at the collegiate level. So they have come up here. But again, they've got, who'd they take? Dylan Gabriel, Shador.
Yeah, they got a healthier Deshaun Watson who's working out.
And Deshaun Watson. That doesn't seem like a quarterback landing spot. What do you do with the rest of those guys?
I don't know.
You cut Dylan Gabriel, you cut Shador, you trade Shador. I don't know.
It just becomes the same thing that it was last year.
Yeah.
Where it's just like you add Flacco into that, you just swap him out with Carson Beck.
Still nothing here for the Cleveland Browns.
Can they not help themselves?
They're trading up to the 58th pick. There's a lot of uncertainty right now on the Twitter streets that this could be a quarterback.
So Logan Jones, Jennings Dunker's teammate, goes before him, the interior offensive line, the center. Because Chicago's center just kind of out of nowhere hung it up.
Our friends at DMVR hoping Anthony Hill Jr. is still available when the Broncos are on the clock. This will be the Broncos' first pick coming up.
Yeah.
They traded it for Jalen Waddle. Niners are loading up for day 3 picks. Interesting choice. Niners get pick 58 and 152. Browns get pick 70 and 107. I think that needs to be flipped by this breakdown. But yeah, Niners get 70 and 107. Browns get 58 and 152. Uh-oh, people are making noise here. I don't think it's in relation to I don't think it's in relation to the pick. Browns still haven't made the pick here. What do we got?
Yeah, none of the insiders have posted the pick just yet, just the details as you kind of went through there.
Let's start. I want to get nervous. Let's start sweating this out a little bit here.
The drama as pick 58 is on the clock. It's still going.
7 picks away.
The pick is in.
They made the pick. Will it be a quarterback? And which one? I'd love a Drew Allar here. I would slap. Get him off the board. I'm just not a fan of his. If he gets drafted here, I'll root for him. I just don't. We've made our opinions known on what we think of that body of work. Here we go, the Browns.
The selection is going live up there.
Are they letting it leak here?
Yes.
All right, we'll react live here to the Browns. Pick 58. Could this be a quarterback? It is. Oh, they got this safety from Toledo. A lot of people thought first-round value. Emmanuel McNeil Warren. So no quarterback here.
All right.
Wow, good news for me.
Big sigh of relief.
Yes. Let's get some new people in this franchise. Come on.
So 58 off the board, 59, then through 64. So we're 5 picks away from the Arizona Cardinals being on the clock. Emmanuel McNeil Warren stays in state. Goes from the Rockets to the Browns. You tweeting out how relieved you are?
Yeah, at some point we got to get Damon Dog on this set. Damon, I hope you're ready to join the show.
Damon said he doesn't want to share a set with you any longer after the things you said last night.
I like the Jacob Rodriguez pick. I think Jacob Rodriguez could have gone where Chris Johnson went last night.
I thought the positions that they've been targeting in this draft are right where you need to be during a rebuild.
Yeah, that's fair.
They go tackle, they go corner, they take an off-ball linebacker, they take this year's Cam Scadaboo. I think
Damon and I agree on Proctor. Proctor is not long for the NFL. We have overly concerned about some of the weight he carries around. All right, so we're at 59 here.
Titans are trading up to 60 with the Bears.
Okay, and they're not going QB. Man, this couldn't have worked out any better. It's like a smorgasbord of mid quarterbacks. It's like going to eat at a buffet.
Yeah.
And you're like, I know this number one isn't good for me, and this food's not great, but there's a lot of it, and I'm just going to load up.
Yep.
I maybe take a quarterback 3rd and 4th round. Why not?
Then you become Cleveland.
Yeah.
Is that what you want to wake up and become? Houston Texans, the selection has been made. It's going down from Pittsburgh right now. We'll have it to you as soon as possible.
Pregnog's falling because of his age, you have to believe. People don't want to draft a 24 to 25-year-old rookie because they can't make it to a second contract that's worth it. Titans jumping the Broncos for Anthony Hill Jr.
Ooh.
And somewhere Zach Stevens weeps. That's rough. He was putting out those tweets from their beat account.
Oh, was he?
You knew that was coming from him.
Just spamming it.
He's gonna release a video. No. Anthony Hill Jr. goes at pick 60 right in front of the Denver Broncos.
The worst of all realities.
Noah, man, you want to rip some super chats here before the pick.
Marlon Klein. So been a run on tight end. So this one from Michigan, 6'6", 250, going to Houston.
Let's do it. We got DMV Cards fan
Yeah.
here. Tonight's a nice change of pace after the national media treated the Love pick like Anakin treated younglings.
Wow, great reference. Great Star Wars reference.
Like
Love
who?
it. Anakin Skywalker.
He treated who?
Younglings, the little Jedi in training. He took them out.
Yeah.
It's a scene not for the faint of heart.
Okay.
Ranger, $5. I think Minshew can get this team to 8 wins. I don't think Jacoby can do that.
Minshew's had the more successful recent season. He had the season, albeit in a very watered-down AFC South, where it came down to the last week of the season. Came down to like the last play.
Came down to him. Didn't he fumble it away?
No, he threw it to a back,
Oh,
and,
he
and they
did.
dropped it.
Yeah.
Maybe Minshew wins his job. I'm here for it.
You think it's a competition?
He looked so bad with Kansas City last year, though. He looked unwatchable. No, I don't. I don't think it's a competition.
Football King, $4.99. Not to be a downer, but we have the Eagles, Commanders, Lions, Chargers, Chiefs, Cowboys, Broncos, Saints, Raiders, and NFC West. Top 3 picks easy for a QB.
No, we'll beat some of those teams. Jeremiyah Love will win some games by himself. Have you seen Jeremiyah Love? Go watch his highlights.
Steve Keim's school is back. Would you trade a day 3 picks for Kayvon Thibodeau?
Yes, I would trade day 3 picks for another third tonight. I'm moving. I want to move that 4th. I don't want that 4th.
Okay.
I want to move the 4th and the 5th.
Coach Mike LaFluer with back-to-back super chats
Love
here.
it.
Love gives me Larry vibes with humble and maturity.
Sure.
You know who loves hearing that? Michael B. Mike B. That's what they want.
He is back, coach again. Cardinals are building a castle and fortress for the King's arrival in 2027. New team building strategy, baby. Also, never trust Matt Miller. I agree with the last point.
It's pretty wild that people are like, Beck is going to go early. It has some Shador vibes of last year where people are just convinced. But what's the problem
It's
is.
not even close. It's not even close. Shador was supposed to be like a top 10 pick. And he
No,
went to the 5th round.
He was a first. People are like, he's a first.
Look at the
rounder.
mock drafts from the final mock drafts from last year. There
The
were
league
people that
tried
had
to humble him.
firmly in the 1st round, and he went to in the 5th.
I think we're also seeing like teams, when you have a starter, they don't want to use premium picks on a guy who's not going to come and help your team.
Yeah.
Whereas the Cardinals have neither. We're all caught up here just in time ahead of pick 65. Let's jump into another ad read as we prep for the Arizona Cardinals 3rd round selection. Do us a favor, hit that like button, get us to 1,000 likes as we're here live at Santan for the Cards 2026 NFL Draft. Check out our friends at Circle K. I need to fill up on my way home, and I might stop in, dabble on the inside because I'm a member of the Inner Circle right now. Join the Inner Circle for free by downloading the Circle K app today. So easy to download, so easy to enroll. Use your phone number to score those sweet, sweet Circle K deals like the 79-cent Polar Pop, the 99-cent Froster. We've got the general deals, right? Drink responsibly, but they do have the 16-ounce Tall Boys, Bud Heavy, Bud Light, Michelob Ultra. Got to watch those carbs. It's just
right
$1.99. That's right. $1.99 per brewski with our friends at Circle K. They also have the 2 for $6 Red Bull, 12 ounces. And then, of course, the Chef's Kiss Coup de Gras. It's the Meal Deal Matrix, $3, $4, and $6. Where today can you get a meal for $3? Never. Everything is like $12 or more. Meal Deal Matrix, hot dog, tornado, select Frito-Lay chips, and a Polar Pop up to 44 ounces, just $3. How about the breakfast Sammy, hash brown, medium coffee, or Polar Pop, just $4. And this is my favorite. 2 slices of za, they're as big as your head, and a 20-ounce Coca-Cola, just $6. That'll treat you right. Join the Inner Circle for free by downloading the Circle K app today. Terms and conditions apply at participating locations. Visit CircleK.com for more details.
Unlike when the Arizona Cardinals could take a quarterback, it's not a guessing game with your monthly expenses and, of course, your energy bill. APS Budget Billing, they want to help you understand how you can have a more consistent energy bill month to month. How do you want to save monthly on your energy bill? Let's talk about it. APS.com. Let's talk APS budget billing. Your payment is averaged over the year, so you pay about the same every month. It's always a guessing game. You got the hot summer months, you've got the cooler winter months, you got less money spent on your energy bill. Let's kind of even that out. Paying about the same every month gives you a predictable payment, helping you plan whether you're saving up for something big, maybe like a car, or how about just keeping your monthly budget on track. It's a simple way to stay in control of your energy bill, more consistent throughout the year. Find all the options as you manage your bill at aps.com/let's talk. How do you average out and lower that monthly energy bill? APS.com. Let's talk about it.
It's funny when you watch teams try to bury some of the errors that they've made in years prior.
Yeah.
I did not like what the LA Rams did last year, taking Turd Ferguson over Will Johnson one pick before. They saw he couldn't play. They have come back and taken another second-round tight end, Max Clare. So last couple premium picks for the LA Rams. Overdrafting Ty Simpson, according to my co-host, and a couple second-round tight ends. Good luck. Hopefully this is the beginning of the end of the LA Rams.
Feels like, is there a little bit of a rift there between GM and head coach? It's no longer all hunky-dory there in LA.
Back-to-back second-round tight ends. That is just, that's a disaster.
Love to see it.
Yeah, Stafford's elite, McVay's elite. Get them out of that franchise. I mean, Les Snead was a joke before their coach got there, before he hired McVay. I remember him with Jeff Fisher. I think he was in St. Louis at the time.
Yeah.
I mean, he was terrible. McVay's the secret sauce to that franchise. Get him out of there. Get him on Amazon for a year and do another franchise, please, football gods.
So 62 is on the clock right now after the Rams. They add to that that tight end room. 62, 63, 64. Cardinals are 3 picks away from being on the clock once again to kick off the 3rd round. How you feeling? You think it's going to be what's your
I don't think it's going to be a quarterback at this point, because I think the league is probably telling you what they think on these quarterbacks.
Albert Breer's looking like that tweet from a couple days ago.
It's going to age well.
Yeah, it's aging very well.
Albert's been on the money. He had them taking Jeremiyah Love. He had them taking the Chase.
Basantis.
And he said,
what's he saying right now? Look at his Twitter.
I mean, I think he's just kind of reacting. But Albert Breer, friend of the program,
he's our northern star for the Arizona Cardinals.
He's been on the money.
Yeah.
With a lot of these selections here. If I had to guess what they want to do, I think they'd probably want to move down. I think they'd love to add a 4th, water that puppy down a little bit. We'll see. Some of these other teams have been able to do that. Like, you may not be able to get exactly what you want. You may have to do like a flip with a later pick.
Yeah.
I think Monti is jonesing for a trade.
You know who reached out to me today? He wanted to get an update on his performance with PHNX Cardinals, Mike Garafolo.
Really?
Yeah, he texted me today. He was wondering, how'd he do as far as, the Jeremiyah Love insight he gave us late last week. What else did
Mike's always on the money.
Yeah, he said, reviewing the tape, how'd I do? Pretty good, right? We agreed they wouldn't go Reese and that they were infatuated with Love.
That ended up coming to fruition.
Yeah.
And they worked out. How many top 30 visits did they do that just didn't come to pass with those linemen because none of them fell? Be interesting to see. But Carson Beck, Nussmeier, Drew Allar, all still available. Looks like none of them are going to go in the second round, and the Matt Miller tweet about Carson Beck going quickly. This is the problem with the Cardinals when you have no answer at quarterback. Everybody's trying to play you.
Yeah.
Everybody wants you to overdraft somebody or take their garbage. At some point, though, you gotta pull the trigger.
The Bills are trading up with the Broncos.
Okay.
Bills trade 66 and 182 to get up to 62. So they're on the clock now, under 2 minutes, just about before they need to make this selection. And then Cardinals will be in the deep hole here.
Yeah. Hit that like button. We got 1,300 watching live on YouTube. Appreciate the super chats and the members. We're at just under 400 likes. Get us over 500 on our way to 1,000 ahead of day 2 of the 2026 NFL Draft. Big thanks to the capacity crowd here at Santan. You guys are fantastic, as is this immaculate setup here.
Yeah.
Give yourself a round of applause as the Arizona Cardinals potentially making their last pick of the day.
What's calling your name out there? Anything, any of the table games, any of the slots?
Yeah, blackjack. Are there any $5 tables, $10 tables?
There's plenty of action out there for you.
That'd be great. No, 20. Saul Bookman motioning 25. Lots changed since COVID, my guy. I feel like that was a pre-COVID thing. There were $5 tables everywhere.
Johnny must have not been in a casino for like 2 decades. The Love Collection is live right now. You can go find it, thestore.allcitynetwork.com. Jump in there, red or black or both. I recommend that. Also, we've got brand new words from our guy Alex DiExtino, who's out at the Cardinals facility, about the Love selection last night. Go PHNX.com. And also, man, you got to check out right now, just at PHNX_Cardinals on Twitter.
Yeah.
We're right there by 15K. We're about 7 away. Let's go. If you're not following already, go follow the account.
Go make an account.
Emma is crushing it for us this draft period per usual. Let's get over that. Let's hit that 15K mark here before the end of the night.
Yeah, we're inching our way toward it. Jeremiyah Love helped that account immensely.
He did.
He had something to say about that.
I thought it was interesting. We got to talk to his dad, Jason,
Yeah.
and his mom today, too, post-press conference. His dad, Jason, so impressive.
Yeah.
And you can tell, like, how Jeremiyah Love came to be just the impressive prospect and young man that he is. But he mentioned that he had offers, 7-figure offers, to go elsewhere.
And didn't.
Some Notre Dame recruiting accounts said that Texas A&M was big in on Jeremiyah Love, and he said, no thanks. I appreciate the offer. I think Notre Dame is the place for me, and took a significantly lower NIL deal.
Wow.
Just because of the fit, because of the ability. And it wasn't just, hey, you're going to come in and you're going to be RB1 from the start. He was behind Audric Esme and a couple other running backs, as you know, Notre Dame is always loaded at the position. Kyron Williams. It just really was interesting that a guy like Jeremiyah Love wasn't just going to settle, or he was going to just go, grab the bag and just go find the most lucrative deal. And obviously the deal that was going to probably jettison him to where he was last night as a 3rd overall pick.
I'm trying to remember who said it days before the draft, that the Cardinals would benefit getting Jeremiyah Love into their locker room. You remember who said that? Some national reporter, pundit, made a strong case that the Cardinals needed to get Jeremiyah Love, not only for the on-the-field production, but the kind of human he is in his locker room. And I never looked at the Cardinals' locker room as like toxic or bad. Like obviously last year, I mean, there were players you argue were headed to Cancun in around Thanksgiving. But that comes with any bad team. But I just thought that was interesting, where you get, like, you've got high character guys. Like, I don't think there's anybody higher character than like Michael Wilson, Trey McBride. But like when you add an alpha like that, that's humble yet super productive, and has an opportunity to touch the football, 25 plus times a game, that means something. And I also think for the Cardinals, who might be quarterback dependent for a lot of their targets at receiver this year, there's something to be said. And Connor Orr put it really well in his article for SI. I encourage everybody to go read it. He is an instant producer for a team that desperately needs it. They have no assurance. And Jacoby Brissett last year, love him or hate him, was one of the worst red zone quarterbacks in the NFL. They need to be able to come into this season with an opportunity to turn around and hand it to somebody that is a freak athlete. Like, I saw people complaining about how much he's getting paid. Like, first of all, the Cardinals have infinite funds. By the time that hopefully this team gets it going, it's not going to matter. And then at the end of the day, like, he has a chance. What other position could you draft this year where a guy was like, yeah, he's going to be potentially one of the best players at his position in the NFL this year?
If you were looking for one of the biggest issues with the Arizona Cardinals last year and their ability to stay in games and keep them close, it was that struggling run game.
Yep.
Whether you want to be fair and say, hey, it's chalked up to injuries. You lost James Conner way too early, 3rd game in the season, and then Trey Benson immediately after that, game 4. And then you looked, of course, Clayton Adams exited the previous offseason, and they made a switch as far as the offensive line coach and Justin Fry.
Yeah.
What they've done as far as the investment this offseason, if you don't like Elijah Wilkinson, you still can't deny that he's strong in the run game.
Yeah.
He graded out very highly as far as the run game goes for the Cardinals. You bring him in. If he is, at worst, your best option at right tackle, and then you pair him with Chase Basantis, who you just took in the 2nd round, to pair with Jeremiyah Love, I mean, you're identifying what was one of your largest problems on offense and your ability to establish the run.
And listen, I'll be honest, like Tip Ryman does help as much as he was grossly overdrafted.
Well, that's
no,
big
I'm
of
not
you.
shaking your hand. He does
I want
help.
to shake your hand.
He does help in the run game. But, like, again, you got to put his draft value aside. That third round was a horror show.
Yeah.
But, like, Tip Ryman on your team, like, there's a reason why LaFluer brought him up. They're infatuated with him and his ability. I'm sure Drew feels like he's, without a stuffed animal in Detroit with no Tip Ryman. So they'll see if they can get their own here this weekend. This is right around where the Cardinals took him egregiously. Trey McBride All-Pro. But I digress. Like,
20 picks early.
They have everything they need to be able to run the football this year.
Mm-hmm.
I saw how many GIFs and, like, memes this morning of, like, Jeremiyah Love just getting destroyed, with witty captions from national accounts, meme accounts, and ratioed accounts basically saying, like, this is going to be the Cardinals with Jeremiyah Love. Like, they're going to be able to run the ball.
Right.
Like, they're not going to be running into, like, a brick wall. The question is just going to become, like, are they going to have competent enough quarterback play to keep them in games? Mm-hmm. But, like, I have no doubt about it. Like, if they give him the ball enough, he will win Offensive Rookie of the Year, health permitting.
Right.
There's nothing standing in his way, especially with the class of offensive players, like, not great this year, like skill players.
Right. Just not anything to pick from.
Like,
Bills, yeah.
Mendoza's not winning Rookie of the Year. Ty Simpson's not winning Rookie.
I mean, he's not going to start, so he's going to have to do it in probably
one of the
12
wideouts would have to go off. Listen, Jordan Tyson could win Rookie of the Year in New Orleans.
Yeah.
Like, I could see it would have to be somebody like that.
We've got the latest pick. The Bills did trade up. They take the corner out of Ohio State.
Yeah, that's a good pick.
Chargers are making the selection as we speak right now. Is that Sean Merriman up there at the podium?
Lights out.
So the Cardinals will be on deck after the next pick. So they go Jake Slaughter.
I like that pick.
Former friend, roommate of Johnny Venerable in Indianapolis. Remember we were getting off the elevator and coming into the same apartment complex.
God, I'd forgotten about
Your guy,
that.
Jake Slaughter.
He'd come out and was like, hey, guys, you guys look like you're also participating in the Combine.
He did not talk to us at all. He said, out of my way. I would like to go up to my room now.
Yeah.
The center out of Florida. So Cardinals on deck. And not like a real run right now going in this draft. But let's take a look at best available. Is there?
I think we know.
And that's
all the quarterbacks. Best
Pregnon
available.
remains available there. Jennings Dunker. If you want to go on the defensive side of the football, you got Xavier Harris at Ole Miss.
He's a good player. He played next to Walter Nolan. He would know him better than anybody.
It's Big Citrus. Dominic Orange is out there. Defensive tackle at Iowa State.
Might be a little bit of a weight concern there. I don't know. Pregnon, not going to be the pick. I see people clamoring for that. What kind of position do they think Jennings Dunker can play?
Yeah, that's going to be if they make that pick, they see him as a tackle.
I mean, everybody had him as a firm top 50 guy. From Lena, Illinois, he's got a huge mullet and a great stash. It'd be poetic. We shave our stashes, and then Jennings Dunker picks up where we left off. I'm looking at the breakdown from NFL.com right now.
What's his arm length?
33 and a half.
Okay, right there.
Right, yeah. 10-inch hands, 6'5", 320. Will eventually be an average starter, but that doesn't mean much. He did run a 4.63 20-yard shuttle, which is solid.
Okay.
But
so he's not blocking in a phone booth.
Yeah, he's been a consistent starter at right tackle, all Big Ten, for 3 years. And he plays at the #1 university for churning out quality offensive linemen with Kirk Ferentz at the University of Iowa. So, I mean, like, there are worse gambles to take.
So you got Tiernan, you got Dunker, you got options if you want them, or you can look at the defensive side.
I think they're going offense again.
Just lean into it,
yeah,
huh?
Let Mike have what Mike wants. I mean, you gave Gannon everything last year, and they couldn't stop anybody. Cardinals are officially on the clock here. They are going to take a little bit of a break in between rounds. I wonder if the Cardinals will use this extra time to potentially shop this pick. If I had to guess, I would say that they would try to trade it to add more picks here. So Jennings Dunker, Tiernan.
So Slaughter goes 63-64. It was the Seahawks taking safety out of TCU, Bud Clark.
Bud? His first name is Bud?
Bud.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
They love their safeties. Cardinals love their running backs. Seahawks love their safeties. All right, so the Cardinals officially on the clock. Will they attempt to shop the pick here? Let's see. 65. Put your guesses in now. Tackle, quarterback, edge rusher, off-ball linebacker, receiver. Where does the board fall? Gerard McCoy must have a significant injury. He has had a tremendous fall from grace.
Yeah.
Once upon a time being, a lot of people thought was I mean, he tore his ACL, hasn't been able to come back. They did that with Garrett Williams. I'm not sure Monty can do that again. Keontae Scott, cornerback, Miami. I just don't want a DB here. Stukes was the only DB I would have been okay with. Ricky Scoops asking, is this the pick? With a cardinal emoji. Interesting.
No. That is that's an Ice Age character.
Yeah, but they are projecting that to be Carson Beck.
Right. Because he looks like that character.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is this,
you didn't explain that.
I got it.
Well.
I got it.
You got it. You didn't explain it to the audience at all.
Well, I was trying to be nice to our future.
There's a guy in a Cardinals uniform for the Cardinals pick.
Here we go.
I'm not as locked in on Ice Age, so I don't know who the heck that is, what his name is.
All right,
Noah?
Cardinals on the clock here.
I think it's Sid.
I have not seen Ice Age before.
Wow, disappointing.
Guy can break down to every.
Oh my God.
Is it happening?
I'm going to let everybody else experience this.
Well, I mean, it feels like that you've spoiled it.
I haven't spoiled anything.
You just said, "Oh my God."
I haven't spoiled anything. Could mean anything. Could mean anything.
So you know the Cardinals pick. They're going to stick and pick and take it 65. Is that where you're? Is that
the Arizona Cardinals at pick 65 are drafting University of Miami quarterback Carson Beck. Carson Beck joins the Arizona Cardinals quarterback room. Their first top 100 quarterback selected since Kyler Murray went first overall in 2019. Carson Beck, collegiate national champion runner-up, has been a staple in college football over the course of the last 3 years. Almost 12,000 yards passing, 30-plus touchdowns this last year. Carson Beck takes his talents from South Beach to the desert and joins a quarterback room that currently does not have a quarterback one.
It does not.
Welcome to the show.
They do not have any candidates as far as QBs of the future.
Let's have a little juice.
I would believe Beck qualifies to that. I feel like you rehearsed that, by the way. That was very well done. You were well-versed in Carson Beck.
Definitely didn't do that in the mirror earlier.
In his rise to the desert here. He comes via, of course, the U from Athens, Georgia before that, where he had a lot of starts with the Georgia Bulldogs. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, if we were talking about who profiles the best as far as LaFleur's new system, at 6'5", he could certainly see over and stand in the pocket and deliver the football. They bring in Carson Beck. So they had a top 30. They got to feel comfortable with the prospect, the person, Carson Beck, to come in here and continue to do what he's done in every stop along the way, and that's just kind of operate a system and be a good processor. Somebody was trying to tell me he was an elite processor. I think when you throw as many interceptions as he did the back end of his career, you could debate that. But look, they're going to take a shot, and the Cardinals, this is kind of the first sign of them looking to try to find a future at the position that they weren't in a good spot post Kyler Murray.
Get in new blood. I don't want to say take out the trash. That's disrespectful. I just want to add new bodies to this group. I still expect Jacoby Brissett to start. They'll probably give him a little bit of a pay bump. But I do think Carson Beck's going to come in here and have an opportunity to compete.
Yeah.
He's a 65th overall pick. They're going to have an opportunity. He's played a ton of college football. For the people that were in my DMs and my mentions over the course of the last 2 months, talking about Ty Simpson, keep that same energy, because everything that you disliked about Ty Simpson, you like about Carson Beck. Starts, experience, size. Now, he might have a ceiling, and we might have seen his ceiling. He might come in and just be a career backup.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's like, if you like 6'4", if you like experience, if you like big games in college football, how many big games did he play for Georgia? Miami en route to the national championship, trying to out-duel Fernando Mendoza. Here's what you should feel good about. This is exactly where he was supposed to go. roughly in the 3rd round. Cardinals clearly had an idea that nobody else was going to take him in the 2nd round. Felt like they didn't have to move up. They've added a running back, a guard, and a potential. I mean, it's interesting. Is this a potential starting quarterback, depending on what you see? I think we're going to know a lot come OTAs and training camp.
I think he's got a long road to beating out either Jacoby Brissett or Gardner Minshew. But look, it makes the room. It adds a level of interest that wasn't there before.
Juice. We have juice now.
It's a moderate amount of juice.
No.
A moderate.
Quit being disrespectful.
No, I'm not being disrespectful. I said that which prospect on the board fits LaFluer best? Beck. Who would be QB3 in this draft? I said Beck. And as far as, where he was ranked by Daniel Jeremiyah, Fran Duffy, all the draft analysts and insiders out there, this is right kind of in his range. This is a little bit easier to digest than taking him 34th overall. And would you have rather taken him in the 4th round? Absolutely. Then he adds even more value.
Yeah.
But, given where Ty Simpson went, where teams often reach at this position, this is probably the first checkpoint where you can talk yourself into it.
Here's the only thing I dislike about him is that.
No, you can't say that. There's got to be more than just one thing. There's got to be.
People are like running with this narrative. He's 25. I think he's only 23, guys.
He's going to be 24 in November.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Whatever. How many games Carson Beck start for this team? Over under?
This season?
Yeah.
I don't think
Zero.
he starts this season.
What? You guys are nuts.
0.
What?
You'd have to have injuries and
Oh,
you'd have to have injuries and poor
so
play
wrong.
from 2 quarterbacks.
You are so wrong. I'm saying over under 8.5. I think I'm over under half the season.
That is
Team, I'm telling you right now, it's not terrible.
It's terrible.
If this team struggles, you think they're going to go from Jacoby Brissett to Minshew?
Yes,
No.
especially when you're saying 8 games.
I think we're going to get to
They'd
Halloween.
have to be 0-8.
Espo, help me out here.
They'd have to be 0-8.
They're going to be bad. Espo's saying 10.
You guys are crazy.
I think
it's one thing for you guys to be hungry for some sort of something
No,
at the quarterback
this is
position,
legitimate.
but to just be out of control with these these estimations and saying that Carson Beck's going to start 8 to 10 games.
I didn't say 10. I said over under 8.5. I would put it right around 8 games. It's a 17-game season. If Jacoby Brissett is like 1-6, 1-7, they're not going to go to Minshew. They're going to go to the rookie.
Before Johnny punishes you with more hyperbole, I want to have a more realistic conversation about this.
No, you're the worst.
Because where it becomes interesting is not only do you get to go out to Cardinals training camp for free at State Farm Stadium, you get to watch Jeremiyah Love get his first reps as an Arizona Cardinal, but now you get to see just a younger rookie quarterback go in there and see what he looks like. I'm not about to start to give this guy starts in the league in 2026. I think he's far from doing that.
No, he'll start games.
Does he have? Is he a quarterback in this class at the very least that has a floor as a prospect that could come in here and see time and not completely make a fool of himself? Absolutely. But I'm not about to just hand over the keys to the offense.
We're not handing over anything.
This offense, even with the addition of Jeremiyah Love, it's volatile. You can't go in there and just give the keys to Carson Beck, because then that could also be counterproductive to getting to where you want to go with Marvin Harrison Jr. and continuing Michael Wilson and Trey McBride's ascent.
He's going to have to prove himself. He's going to have to look good in training camp. But I think you're nuts, both of you, all of you here, that are anti-Carson Beck and want him to fail.
We're not
That's
anti
basically
to
what
an extent.
you basically said. I want him to fail. I don't want him to do well.
You're out of control.
I'm not. All I'm saying
He's
is
reckless.
when you have a
Saul wants to jump up here
when you have a general manager who's 15-36 and he pushes his chips with the Jacoby Brissett 1-11 basket, and it's Halloween, and you're 1-7, they're not going to Gardner Minshew. They would go to Carson. I believe they would go to Carson Beck before Gardner Minshew, given the state of this team.
I don't think so.
Okay, that's fine.
So Carson Beck becomes the highest selected quarterback since Kyler Murray.
Yes, sir.
In 2019.
Basically the same player.
At 65th overall.
Nick Saban apparently saying a lot of nice things about Carson Beck on the broadcast. 35 touchdown passes against the blitz. I mean, like, you even have to admit all of your concerns about Ty Simpson. He's on the other
I'm not
side.
bringing in Ty Simpson in this.
I am. Well, no, but it's relevant given the fact that we've spent 2 months breaking down Ty, and I heard about size, and I heard about injury concerns, and I heard about starts and experience. Well, you get all that now, but now you think this guy's a bum. Let him go compete.
I didn't say he's the bomb. You're sitting and you're thrusting him into the starting lineup.
You're pick 65. He's going to play. You think he's not going to play? He's going to play.
When?
Pick 60. When this team is under 500 and they're turning the corner of their season, they're going to put him out there. Quinn Ewers was a 6th rounder. Seventh rounder.
Yeah.
He started games last year. They pulled Tua.
In December, he started games for them.
Okay, well, 65. Pick 65. He'd have to be terrible, awful for them not to play him. They're going to want to say, well, we know what Gardner Minshew is and isn't. If Jacoby Brissett's struggling, I want Jacoby Brissett to win every game.
Yeah.
They're going to go to they're going to say, Carson, get out there, let's see what you can do so we can evaluate you before 2027.
Jared Sweetwater in the chat saying plenty of reps for Beck. Should Brissett continue his holdout per Ian Rappaport as far as the Cardinals?
People are just over Jacoby. You won one game and you want more money.
Here, and I'll agree with this. Also in the chat, we're checking in. Ryan, 421. Beck is better than Ty Simpson. Carson Beck at 65 is better than Ty Simpson in what it would have taken to get him in the first round.
Disagree, but respect your opinion. Disagree. Respect the super chat.
It's not a super chat.
No, I got a new show title.
I'm just blown away by some of the things that are coming from my co-host Matt there.
I don't know how you can say that this team had the first pick of the 3rd round and you think this guy's not going to play. You are nuts. You are nuts.
Yeah, but
in a make or break year for the GM.
You're handing him the starting job in October.
Sure. This is over with Jacoby Brissett. He's on borrowed time. This is the draft position matters. 65. He's playing. Get him in there. Let's see what he can do. Not right away.
He's not exactly Russell Wilson going into the Seattle Seahawks as a 3rd round pick.
Why not? He played a bunch of college. He had a bunch of college starts. What are they going to say about Carson Beck at this presser tonight? I bet they're pretty complimentary of him.
Why wouldn't they be?
They're bringing in a guy. I mean, like, look. Let me just read you some numbers here. Not his numbers in terms of his passing statistics, but his numbers in terms of starts. You're not sitting a guy.
I think he made like 48 collegiate starts.
He's been in college. He's been in college the same amount of years I've worked here at PHNX Sports, half a decade. Mm-hmm. Carson Beck, how many starts? Here we go. Games.
48.
I don't know if I got starts. Completed pass. So he started the last 3 years in college football. 3,900 yards passing, 3,500, 3,800, 24 touchdowns, 28, 30. And then he's got 7 rushing touchdowns. That's not his bag. I think he'll start games for this team this year. I think you're nuts if you don't think. We can meet in the middle and say, like, I don't even want to say 4 because I think it's going to be more than that. I think you're crazy to say he's not going to start games for them.
But what do we know
you want
about?
to redact that?
What do we know about Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew?
They lose a lot. They lose all the time. They lose every game they start.
But they are competent quarterbacks that don't embarrass your franchise. That's usually what has to happen in order for a young quarterback to make his way into the starting lineup.
Pete Thamel, ESPN, per sources, Arizona was Beck's #1 visit in the process. He, quote, vibed with OC Nathaniel Hackett on his 30th
vibes with
visit.
Nathaniel Hackett. He's a great guy.
Beck was enamored with the weapons, and there's obviously an opportunity to win the starting job. Pete Thamel with a haymaker with a tweet from hell for Bo Brack. Listen, they took a quarterback 65th overall, and we're out here talking about Jacoby Brissett, who's holding out. See ya. Bye.
Do you view Carson Beck as a viable option in the future of the quarterback position for the Arizona Cardinals?
Yes. I think if you play him enough this year and you see enough, then Like,
you're taking yourself out of the quarterback.
well, how does he look?
Class of
I haven't seen him play
2027.
yet. I don't think that's fit. All I know is if you're telling me that you draft somebody 65th overall and
You're saying the
he's
team
never
is
going to be
so
in the
bad,
equation.
Your team is so bad through 8 games that you're about to insert him in a lineup, but they're not going to be in the conversation for a 2027.
Let's see how he looks.
You're talking on both sides
Let's
of
see
your
how
mouth.
he looks. I think you're nuts if you think he's not playing.
Let's just. I don't think that it's out of the realm of possibility, but it's starting as many games as you're saying. I don't see it.
You said 0. You want to redact that? We got people out here like Pete Thamel putting out there that maybe the Cardinals feel like he could compete.
Yeah, but Pete Thamel's a college reporter.
I think
he's taking it from a Beck standpoint.
I think people understand the Jacoby Brissett thing could be coming to an end. I think people are over that. He's asking for more money. He's probably pissing off the franchise. They pissed off the fan base when they leaked that he was going to be the guy. Let's see how he looks. That's all. Give him a chance to compete. Obviously, if he looks terrible, then they're not going to start him. So I don't know how he's going to look.
Griffin is saying I'm a Debbie Downer, but it's what you're saying that I have to combat that makes me look like I'm being a downer. I don't disagree with taking a chance at a young quarterback.
I think it's pure hatred of this class and preconceived narratives that you're dug in on. If they take a quarterback 65th overall,
check the tape from a month ago.
You're saying
check the tape from a month ago, and I was saying I would have preferred Beck later in the draft
100%,
than
but
Ty Simpson early.
To sit here and say that a quarterback taken that high is not going to start for a team.
I don't think it's that high.
Dylan Gabriel started last year. Shador started last year.
The trash Browns.
That's the Cardinals are equal to the Browns right now. They're the same franchise until they're not.
You can't disagree that they've got more talent at the playmaking
well,
positions.
no, yeah. Browns had a bunch of defensive talent.
But we're talking offense in the quarterback position.
I have seen enough from these quarterbacks. You know how I felt. I've been consistent with that take. I think Jacoby Brissett will start the season unless they get rid of him and just start Gardner Minshew. I expect to see Carson Beck start at least 6 to 8 games for this team, if not more.
People are begging for us to get along. There is a reality where we can get on similar footing here, but I think
we're going to find out a lot about what they think of this pick and the expectations that they have for a kid who started 5 years in college football.
Yeah.
You're not taking him to be a developmental guy. I think you're taking him to say, like, hey, you're inserted into this quarterback competition, and Bo, if all things are equal, who do you think they're going to go with?
We're going to catch up with our guy Fran Duffy, our All-City draft analyst.
Shocking development here at PHNX Sports. Hit that like button.
What's shocking about it? I think this was more, I think, expected than him going at 34.
I think it's shocking.
If he went 34th overall, there would have been a little bit.
I think it's shocking to hear the narrative that he could compete for the starting job. I think we're going to hear more and more of that. I think if he comes in here and looks competent, look out. Then they're just going to say, what do we have to lose? Especially if you're Monti and you're like, hey, Mike, we're going to start Carson Beck. He could be the guy this year. Let's see what Mike LaFluer can do. This is a Mike LaFluer pick,
Can I
by
say
the
a
way.
nice thing, or are you going to take it as
No,
as,
go ahead. Yeah, I'd love to hear a nice thing.
I'm excited that we get to watch a young quarterback in preseason.
Wow, that's big of you.
We don't have to watch Clayton Tune play for 3 straight games.
Predict the quarterback depth chart to begin the season.
Jacoby Brissett, Gardner Minshew, Carson Beck.
We'll see. We'll see. Hit that like button.
I tried to say something nice, and then you forced me into a negative. So that's on you.
Carson Beck, what does he bring to the table?
What's your quarterback depth chart?
I think there's a chance. No. They're gonna go.
It's the saddest thing I've ever seen.
They're gonna go with a veteran. I think it'll be the same order as you. However,
just answer the question.
I think there's a 50-50 chance Brissett might be traded, and they go Minshew and Carson Beck and like Joe Blow, Keaton Slovis. What's wrong with that? I don't think you need 2 veterans before 24-year-old Carson Beck. Will there be Beck jerseys in the team shop available for purchase?
Probably not. Steven Jackson, JV's already talked me in the back.
Woohoo! Let's go. Out with the old.
No, I know we have super chats as far as this latest pick.
Shock and awe here at Santan. People are being courted to the Beck side.
We will talk to our guy, Fran Duffy. I'd like to actually check in with our guy, Alex. Alex Diextino, he's going to be getting, I'm sure, the first comments from Carson Beck as the Cardinals media will meet with him shortly.
Carson Beck will come here, and he will compete. We're going to see what kind of quarterback we're getting.
1,500 people watching live on YouTube. Hit that like, subscribe to PHNX Sports. Your thoughts on Carson Beck. Noah, what do we have from the chat?
DLAZ, this might have been a little before the Beck pick.
Okay.
Would you draft Pavia in the 7th, Johnny Clone?
It's great that, like, I saw that super chat come in, and people think, like, Pavia's short as a quarterback, and Johnny's short, so they're the same. Diego Pavia, if he was here, would alpha me so hard. He would look enormous next to me. And no, I would not draft Diego Pavia. I would draft a strapping young man out of Miami, 65th overall, named Carson Beck.
Wow. Red Feather Workshop, Dana Ballknower.
Yeah.
Can't wait to find out who our new QB is in 2027.
New?
I agree.
What's new is what's old is new.
No, Dana, it's not going to happen because standing in that 2027 picks way, one Carson Beck.
This would be the most detrimental thing that ever happened to this show if he's good.
We got Saul here. We got a new T-shirt coming. We got a Beck T-shirt coming that we can get greenlit.
Shut the hell up! What's wrong with you? Don't put that
It's
under
coming to the ALLCITY store.
What a jerk!
What's the slogan
That
on
was
it?
the worst thing you've said all night. That was so hurtful. Let's keep it going, Noah.
T-Vato, JV and Beck rolling into Lambeau and Scottsdale, my guy.
Keep him away from Old Town. He's got a celebrity personality. Keep him away from Old Time. Keep him on the straight and narrow.
He was just in South Beach. Athens, as far as the University of Georgia, it's a good party school. He kept it together.
I'll see him in Old Town.
Think about, like, if it was just him and Minshew, how electric that quarterback room would be. The quotes, the vibes. The all-vibes QB room this year.
Smell like cigarettes and beer.
That's right.
Brandon Freight's 10
Just
bucks.
Marlboro Reds.
Oh, yeah. Rippin' darts. Does Abella Danger come along with Beck? Only way I'll like it. Hashtag I love love.
It's a good question.
I'm trying to find this.
Are they an item? Is that confirmed?
Who's that?
Wow, way to pay attention, Johnny. Kyle
Sorry.
Haley, $5. Jacoby Brissett trade incoming.
What are the odds of that, Bo?
I don't think they deal him. I still think he gets a little bit of a bump and comes back. In his starting quarterback.
Iron Will, $10. Bo's right, JV. You're out of control. Brissett was a top 14 of all the quarterbacks last year in the red zone performances in the first half of 12 games, removing garbage time from the argument. Beck will sit and learn.
Beck will sit and learn. How long will they be able to keep him on the bench? Who knows? But Jacoby Brissett was not good last year. He was fine. His stats, I mean, Bo's even admitted and broke it down on Twitter, and thank you for the super chat. Most of his stats were, at least half of them, were manufactured late in games when this team was down. Mercy ruled in the second half. We all watched it. He was great for last year. He was fun. He made the second half of last year fun and watchable. He should not be anybody's starter in the 4th year of a regime. This is year 4 for Monty, and you're like, I have to pay Jacoby Brissett? That's a fireable offense, which is why I think they're going to give some other players on the roster an opportunity to compete.
Cinco, $5. Beck is going to win the job out of the preseason because Jacoby and Minshew are ass.
I'm hearing a lot of that on Twitter. I'm seeing comments in my mentions saying, how early does he become the starter? My money's on week 7. I think great minds here.
Top G, $199. Car insurance companies lost a good one.
That's the best super chat so far. That's the best super chat so far. that Carson Beck was going to be as an insurance salesman. There's no when you see Carson Beck, when you look at him, there's no way he's going into insurance. Josh Rosen could be a financial advisor. Carson Beck, if football doesn't work out, I'm not sure what he'll do. Alligator wrangler? That's what he looks like. Somebody like that. It's going to be like wrangling alligators.
Desert Vulture, $5. Not overreacting. The difference, this team will be improved coaching, this includes last year's draft players as well. Time to be optimistic.
Hit that like button. Yeah, I'm optimistic. I'm having a great night. This has been a great night. This is exactly what they needed to have happen. They got a plus offensive lineman. They got a quarterback of the future. Excuse me.
I don't have a major issue with the selection. I just have a major issue of what you project him to be.
You have a major problem with me.
As far as the Cardinals draft, I'm fine with it. As far as Love at 3 and Chase at 34, Basantis.
Why can't you just admit that a player that's drafted 65th overall could eventually be the starter on a team? They're not drafting him to be the backup.
But like their full-time starter?
Yes, they're not like they're using this pick as a flyer to say like, hey, what if this guy could be our starting quarterback? They're not using this pick as like depth. Like Clayton Tune, when they drafted, it's like that's a depth player. Mm-hmm. That's a fringe roster guy. That's a second on the depth chart. You take a guy, the first pick of the 3rd round, like the rest of the 3rd round, all of these players are going to be taken after Carson Beck. If you pulled all their GMs and head coaches, you were trying to find starters right now. Mm-hmm. They're drafting Carson Beck. I don't know why you can't admit this, as a potential option as a starting quarterback moving forward. Whether or not you believe him or not.
I think the circumstances are different for the Cardinals because there was no legitimate quarterback of the future option, and that they are beginning just their search by taking Beck 65th overall. Like this is their first attempt at a lottery pick, bringing in a guy with experience. Obviously, there's no measurable problems. 6'5", 233. You know, good enough arm.
Sam Block of ESPN.
Yeah.
Fernando Mendoza might start 0 games. That's not going to happen. Ty Simpson might start 0 games. Carson Beck might start all season.
I don't see him making his way to the. You're going to try to tell me Sam Block knows the Cardinals better than you or me?
I'm trying to tell you that Mike LaFluer picked his 3rd player and first quarterback, and he picked Carson Beck, and Jacoby Brissett wants more money.
Yeah.
I think Sam got his block knocked off. Fernando Mendoza,
Kindly
0 games. He's not going to start a single game. No way. Citrus, $4.99. Wasting a 3rd-round pick on a no-ceiling QB when you're rebuilding is legit horrible move and a legit fireable offense. Monty is terrible.
Citrus, they've been rebuilding for 4 years. This is not the same as the Dolphins. This is not the same as the Raiders. This is not the same as the Browns. Those teams have new regimes. Maybe I think the Browns have a different head coach, not a different GM. The general manager is desperate. I thought everybody understood that. And I think the people that are hamstrung by the 2027 class, like, fair or not, they were always going to take a quarterback in this draft. They were going to take Ty Simpson at the end of the 1st round. I'm convinced of that. They're not in the same sandbox as these other teams. They've had 28 players drafted. He's had 4 free agency periods. Carson Beck is not a flyer. Carson Beck, for them, they're going to view him as a viable guy to start games in 2026. This is so different than in 2023. In 2023, had they done this, I would have been right there with you. They've added so many players. It was time to add a quarterback.
We're starting to get some clips from our guy Alex Diascnino at the Cardinals facility. We'll give you some of the Carson Beck quotes coming in, but let's continue with our super chats.
Panda with wings, $5. I don't care. Jacoby was not good last year. Let's see with the Rook in November at the very latest.
Yeah, that's fine.
Rocky Jameson, $4.99. Beck took 3 teams to the national championship. Fed Ladd and Bowers. He is a talent.
He also won high school football championship as a senior, state championship, and he threw 5 touchdowns in that game.
What state?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
Couldn't tell you. Probably a good state.
I wasn't trying to be an ass.
Yeah.
It
was probably a good state.
I mean, if it's like Delaware or something.
He was Mr. Florida.
Okay, Florida.
Mr.
Legit.
Football in Florida. He won a high school state championship. He won 2 NCAA national championships. He went to a 3rd last year. The dude's going to play for this team this year. They're going to start at one point this year. You're going to go to State Farm Stadium. Carson Beck's going to start for this team, and Jeremiyah Love's going to be in the backfield.
When Carson Beck was asked what he's expecting after being drafted into the Cardinals organization, he said he absolutely loves the staff. He took the visit out here the top 30. Loved Coach LaFluer, and again, I'm just super blessed and grateful for this opportunity 100%.
Saying all the right things, you know.
Let's see what he says about his draft position.
Do us a favor, hit that like button. Let us know in the chat your thoughts on the Beck selection.
We got Rocky Jameson here. Beck took 3. Or wait, we already hit that one. Apologies. Dave H, $5. The guys on The Athletic said Beck is comparable to Davis Mills. At least we have love for all the checkdowns. Easy, JV. Grass not always greener.
Yeah, I've seen the Davis Mills comp, especially the size.
He was a much better college quarterback than Davis Mills.
That's probably fair to say. But as far as just a good pro comp for him, I can see it.
Listen, if you're upset by the pick out there, be thankful they didn't take him 34th. Like there was legitimate rumblings that they were going to take him at 34. They're going to trade down and take him in the second.
Yeah,
they didn't. They got a starting offensive guard, but they took him at 65.
As far as him getting to work with Brissett and Gardner Minshew and his experience at the collegiate level, he says his experience matters. Obviously, having a ton of experience in college, having played a ton of games, you see how experience continues to teach you and continues to better you. Obviously, these two guys, I have played a ton of football, been around football a long time, especially in the league. I feel like the lessons are endless, and from a football standpoint, from a life standpoint, there's so much that goes into the game of football and playing the position of quarterback that most don't understand. So obviously coming in with an open heart, open mind, and just trying to be a sponge, you can learn everything you can and not take any day for granted and put my best foot forward each and every day. So coming in with an open mind and an open heart to
I'm sure he's excited
to learn behind Minshew and Jacoby Brissett.
I'm sure he's excited about this opportunity. When you compare it, like Ty Simpson said he wanted to go to the Rams and he'll have a chance to sit, but he's also following a legend and he's not playing right away. Carson Beck's going to come here and it's a wide open competition on a team everybody thinks stinks, but he's got infinite weapons and obviously vibes with the coaching staff. You get, if you're Carson Beck, it's like this is probably the best case scenario for you.
Yeah. Hey, and I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree that it's a good situation for him, but I'm not going to put unrealistic expectations.
I'm not putting unrealistic expectations in terms of statistics or wins. All I'm saying is, if you're nuts if you think he's not starting half the season.
It's an interesting just kind of tightrope that the Cardinals are going to have to walk here between developing this offense and getting it ready and to be competitive after 2026.
So I'm putting a tweet out at PHNX Cardinals on Twitter. How many games will Carson Beck start for the Arizona Cardinals during the 2026 season? Go respond to that.
Yeah, let's see where it lands.
Yeah, Bo and I will take a look at that later on. Go ahead with more Super Chats. We got them, Noah.
Yep, we got Alex here, $4.99. Not super pumped for Beck, but I kind of like it only because it's a desperate pick that Monti made to try and save his job.
Yeah.
Throw a jab, see if it lands.
Love it.
I agree with that as well. I think that the Love addition and then also taking the guard at 34th overall and really kind of trying to solidify things up front and now taking a swing at a quarterback, all telltale signs of somebody fighting for their job.
Also, they pissed away so many third-rounders during his tenure, respectfully. I mean, there's a possibility that 3 of the 4 third-rounders he took in 2024 are either not going to be on the team or going to be backups.
Yeah.
Isaiah Adams, Elijah Jones, and, of course, the Trey Benson. I already forgot his name. It's like you can use a pick on a quarterback. It's okay. They'll survive.
Giants select Malachi Fields out of Notre Dame at pick 74. Jenga Man, $5. Carson Beck, JV's best friend, who has a punchable face and looks like Chet Hanks. Can't wait for him to join the pod during the season.
He
starts 3+ game.
He is the quarterback version of Chet Hanks. He does have a punchable face. I don't dispute any of that. But for the Cardinals, he might be exactly what they need.
Bees, $2.
Go ahead. Sorry, just coughing right into the mic.
$2 at Gila and can confirm JV has won us over on Beck.
That's right, Bees. That's right, Bees. Let's go, my guy. Bees was a big Ty Simpson guy, as was I.
He was big on his Ty Simpson affirmations every day, and get right back into it with Carson Beck. It's going to be easier with Jeremiyah Love as a safety net there.
People are saying that Carson Beck's going to have a better career than Ty Simpson. I'm not saying that, but there are people that are saying that. So just putting that out there.
Ooh.
Here's one thing I'm confident Carson Beck can do. He can hand the ball off to Jeremiyah Love just fine.
That's right.
And that's one, I think, attribute that is going to be important for Cardinals signal callers going forward.
Hit that like button. What was our shtick line that we were going to do? It was going to be Beck and Love. We might need to do a Beck and Love T-shirt, or Love Beckons.
Yeah.
Get it?
Okay.
Damon liked that joke.
Or what about Love? Oh, hey, remember when we drafted Carson Beck? That didn't work out too well.
I hope Carson Beck alphas
Noah.
your ass at training camp. He just goes up to Noah and just gets in your face. He's played a lot of good football.
I'm curious. I'm uneasy about whether or not he's going to be NFL material. But we'll see. I could be wrong. Mo AZ Cards fan, $4.99. Jacoby could easily get us to a 500 record with the upgrades to our O-line. He's likely to start and perform better than JV is giving him credit for.
He's won 2 games in his last 17 outings. He is what he is. I wish him well, but I have very low expectations. At the end of the day, he's a guy that's a great teammate, signed up to be a backup, but I don't have big expectations for Jacoby. And I think he's overplayed his hand with this ploy to get more money. I want everybody to get their money, but at the end of the day, it's like, come on, man. Optics here. Optics matter.
As far as Carson Beck, what his expectations were going into the NFL draft, where he was selected at the top of the 3rd round, how did he envision it? He said, he's completely honest with you, I didn't really have any expectations going into it, just work as hard as I can, what I can do at the combine, do what I can with my pro day, be myself in these meetings, in these top 30s, whatever happens, happens. Obviously, call came in today, and it was really, really cool. I'm super blessed again for the opportunity, super grateful to be able to come and just be there and work my tail off.
Can I just say something?
Yeah.
These are the kind of quarterbacks that usually succeed in the NFL, are the guys in the mid-rounds outside of the top ones. If you go and look back at day 2 picks that were afterthoughts like Jalen Hurts, that people said not a good prospect, people said Jalen Hurts switched position. It's these guys that people overlook. Russell Wilson, Kirk Cousins. I think the Cardinals understand that he's got an uphill climb, but I think they think he can be a starter for them. I would be shocked if Mike LaFluer didn't think he could start games for them. He's not a project. There's going to be a bunch of projects taken tomorrow. Guys who aren't going to make teams, that are going to be practice squad guys. He is somebody at the end of the day that has started enough games. They know what they're getting. And, that's kind of what you hoped for. Even with Ty Simpson, it was like, could he come in and just keep the offense on track? I watched some Carson Beck film earlier today, and he just makes the plays that are there to be made. He's not going to wow you with any aspect outside of probably his height and his weight. Let's see. I'm anxious to watch him. If he has a good training camp, let's just see how they choose to operate here. Jacoby does have a lot of fans in that locker room.
I do like that aspect of it, though. I do like that you got a guy coming in the training camp that with at least that's going to be a threat, in that you have a reason to go out there and check in on how the quarterbacks are doing.
No doubt. It's not an afterthought. He will be the trendy pick to start the most games for any rookie quarterback. Because people will look at this quarterback room, fair or not, Bo, and they're going to be like, that's terrible.
Well, it's a strange draft. I mean, keep in mind, he's the 3rd quarterback still off the board.
Sure. 65 is high. If you don't think 65 is high, wait until tomorrow and we get in the dog days of pick 199, pick 217. And it's just like Carson Beck was taken 150 picks ago.
They took a running back 66th overall. He hasn't really started at all for this franchise.
Played it, because he underperformed. I can't control whether or not Carson Beck can perform. Here we go. Rapid fire. Cardinal fans, how many games will Carson Beck start?
Let's hear it.
7, 6, whatever's after the bye, 7, People are saying they hope he starts 0 games. None. 6. 6 to 8. 0. I hope never. For the love of God, I hope none. 8.
A simple number would have sufficed.
8, 10, 21, 3. All of them, I hope. Hopefully he never starts a game. 6 easily. 9. I think people are letting judgment clout them of I don't like Carson Beck, so I don't want him to start. I would say the average answer of the numbers that we got were somewhere between 6 to 8 games. I'll give you an opportunity to revise your prediction as we enter this offseason. As you get more time with him, some more tape, you get to know him. Maybe you guys become friends.
Let me say this.
Yeah.
So my prediction that you're holding me to is 0.
Yeah.
And then you said at least 8.
I said over-under is 8.5.
Yeah.
I would probably take right at 8.
I would take closer to my prediction than yours.
Yeah, but 0 is pretty definitive. That felt like a snap judgment and also to be hurtful. And I think if you'd like a chance to revise that, you can. I think that was a hurtful answer.
Hey, man, I'm sorry to hurt your feelings.
No, I don't take any offense to it. I think you were feeding the narrative of the people on Twitter I don't like this guy. I don't want him on my team.
Not at all, John.
Okay.
Because I think that you're just individually feeding that narrative.
I think this is –
You didn't let me have a realistic take on him, and you came out and you were just shooting from the hip he's going to be the greatest franchise quarterback that this team's ever seen.
No, I didn't say that. Come on. I think he's going to be the starting quarterback of the Arizona Cardinals at some point this year, and he's going to have his chance to make his mark as we look ahead to 2027. We'll see, though. Pick 65. Interesting. We got any super chats, Noah?
Let's get to our guy, Fran Duffy.
Yeah, let's do it. Here we go.
Let's get an unbiased, expert opinion on Carson Beck. And we're going to bring in right now for the second time tonight the All-City draft analyst, Fran Duffy. Fran, your first initial thoughts on Carson Beck being the first pick of the 3rd round going to the Arizona Cardinals?
Yeah, I mean, look, we talked about the possibility of a quarterback here, and whether it was Nussmeier or Carson Beck. And to me, I think I'm perfectly fine with taking that shot here at this point in the draft. I think this is a guy that has starting potential in the NFL. One of the comps I have written down for him is Jimmy Garoppolo, a player that Mike LaFluer has experience with. I think when you look at Carson Beck, it's as much for me as my expectations of what his tier of player could be as well, where potential low-end starter, maybe more than that, but to me, I saw more likely high-end backup, which, by the way, I'm perfectly fine with taking that player in the 3rd round, a guy that has starting potential at the most important position in sports. I think you take that swing if you feel the same way. And we know that they have familiarity with him on the coaching staff. I really liked his touch. He's got command of the offense from a pre-snap standpoint. I like what Carson Beck is able to bring to the table. Now, has it all been sunshine and rainbows? No. I mean, look, he had a terrible bout with turnovers, especially that final year at Georgia in some of their biggest games. Some things that, a lot of throws and plays that he would like to have back. But at the end of the day, I do think that he has potential, and he's got staying power in the NFL.
As we break this news with Fran Duffy, Drew Allar is a Pittsburgh Steeler. He goes pick 76. So Drew Allar and Carson Beck off the board. Steelers have Will Howard. They have potentially Aaron Rodgers. We'll see. Let's look at the Cardinals quarterback room. You got Jacoby Brissett. You got Gardner Minshew. You have Carson Beck. I think, Fran, you tell me if I'm wrong. Both thinks I'm incorrect. Use a pick at 65. Top 100 pick. First quarterback taken by Monti in the first 3 rounds. GM in the 4th year of his regime. How many games do you think that they are going to have Carson Beck start this year in a perfect world, given the fact that Jacoby Brissett is 2-15 in his last 17 games started?
Yeah, I think that he's going to have the opportunity for reps, right? And, it's a veteran-laden room when you've got the 2 guys that have been around the block multiple times over with Minshew and with Brissett. But I do think that Beck, to me, he is that tier of player. That's kind of how I project him, is that level of player. And you're hoping that he could be more than that. And that's why you're paying this price, is that you're hoping to see, let's just see if he can be more than that. And I think it's definitely within the range of outcomes that happens. I would expect that he's going to start a handful of games for the Cardinals. My guess is it's probably later rather than sooner. But I would think as long as he takes care of business on his end, he's going to have that opportunity.
What's the best part of his skill set that gives him a chance here at this next level? What do you look at Beck and you say, hey, this translates to the NFL level the best?
I would say as a pure thrower, it's his touch. He showed really good touch to all three levels of the field. And then I would say in terms of like quarterback and like decision making, the willingness to make some tight window throws. He's not afraid of throwing interceptions. And I like that aspect of his game. You know, I talked about he's got some that you're like, all right, can't make that play. But I'm fine with a guy that's willing to test into tight windows, because the NFL is full of tight window throws. And that's what separates like the goods from the greats, the solids from the goods, like the bads from the solids. Like the fact that you're willing to make those types of throws, to me, like that's a good sign. And so to me, that's one of the things I like most about his game, especially with in breakers over the middle of the field, which that's a big part of this offense that we think Mike LaFluer is going to be installing here in Arizona.
I mean, you look at Jacoby Brissett's currently holding out, Fran. We're seeing a lot of movement with veteran players. I mean, is there a possibility that the Arizona Cardinals move off Jacoby Brissett, flip him to another team, and roll with Minshew and Carson Beck? I just have a hard time believing, why do you need, as you said, three quarterbacks all on the same level, where, like, I just don't understand the benefit of having Beck be quarterback 3 after being picked 65th overall. Is there any kind of logic with that? Could you potentially see them moving off one of these quarterbacks in an effort to get back more reps and exposure?
You know, I think that one of the things that, you know, like I've seen multiple teams do this over the years. When you want to bring in a young quarterback, you want to surround him with as many influential voices as possible. So whether that's veteran quarterbacks in the room, former quarterbacks that are on your coaching staff, obviously a seasoned quarterback coach, seasoned offensive coordinator, you start getting into those roles on the coaching staff, guys that can come in and have that level of impact on the player, both on and off the field. That's only going to help them. And so honestly, if they feel like it's too far gone with Jacoby, where they're not going to be able to kind of mend fences there, then you make the deal. You make some kind of deal with somebody for a day 3 selection tomorrow. But honestly, if you feel like Carson Beck could be the guy, and you feel like that hey, this is something that we want to try and see through, then I think it would make sense to try and keep Jacoby there, because you might be able to get something out of him in terms of the information that he might be able to give to Carson Beck and to try and groom him to be that next player, that next starting quarterback for the Arizona Cardinals.
What's the most important thing that he's going to have to show Michael LaFluer, this coaching staff, when rookie minicamp camp starts through training camp to the preseason, to give himself the best shot, to up his stock?
You know, I think the big thing is just showing like the command and confidence. Like the moment's not too big for you. We've all seen the young quarterbacks and young, honestly, like at every position, where it's just too big, right? Or they're not going to be able to really kind of shoulder that load, and it's not any more important anywhere else other than a quarterback, where there's so much is put on you both on and off the field, mentally and physically. So to me, as long as he's putting in all the work and he shows that he's ready to go from that standpoint mentally, they'll let him go out there and say like, all right, like make your mistakes. You're not going to be perfect, but go out and prove yourself, and then let's see if you've got some staying power in this offense.
Do you feel like now Nussmeier is poised to go off the board before the end of the 3rd round? I know you were a big fan. He's still top 32 on your big board. Are you surprised he's fallen behind both Allar and Carson Beck here in the 3rd round?
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that the medical, and it's not necessarily the issue that caused him to miss time this year, because that was more like oblique and core muscle stuff. There was a lot. It's not even like whispers, because Brian Kelly talked about it publicly with his knee and the long-term nature of that knee injury. And you're still talking about like a small sample size on top of that as a starter. So not completely surprised that we're here at the end of round, or towards the end of round 3, and he hasn't gone off the board yet. We'll see how much longer the slide lasts. But I would say that this was definitely something that was within the realm of possibility coming into today.
The Arizona Cardinals went Jeremiyah Love 3rd overall, Chase Basantis, the guard out of Texas A&M, at the 34th pick, and now Carson Beck to open up the 3rd round. They've got the rest of their picks remaining in the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th round. What box would you like to see them kind of check here with the remaining picks here in the 2026 draft?
Yeah, I want to continue to see them adding pieces along the offensive side. So for me, like whether that means more pass catchers, more offensive linemen, you want to add some more depth to the tight end room. Like to me, whether it's Carson Beck or if it's a player to be named later in the 2027 draft, you want to continue to build up that ecosystem and that support system for that quarterback. And so I want to continue to keep adding pieces. We talked about it all offseason that, they've put so much into the defense in terms of draft assets over the last couple of years. It's time to start, getting some reinforcements in on offense.
Real quick, because we got you here, Philadelphia gets Jonathan Grenard for 2/3. You happy with that deal? Feels like a pretty good deal for Howie Roseman.
Yeah, I mean, they gave him a big contract too, 4 years, $100 million. Only the first 2 years are guaranteed. But at the end of the day, like it's a pretty big price to pay for it. But he's still, at the end of the day, he's a good player. And so, I would say that I'm not like over the moon on it. If I were in the grading process, but not a bad move by any stretch. He becomes their most reliable pass rusher right now. There was whispers about does Josh Sweat one out of Arizona? I would say that that's probably out of the question now for Philly. But Grenard's a good player, and we'll see what the impact is overall in this Vic Fangio defense.
If you were the GM in the war room making the pick 65th overall, as we've talked about Beck here a lot, was there anybody else that you would have considered there in that spot, given who was on the board?
I think that to me, if you give me 1 second, let me pull up exactly who was on the board there. I mean, like I said, I think anytime you have a quarterback that's kind of pegged as like that as that guy, that supersedes everything else. So if that was the evaluation they had on Beck, I think that I'm perfectly fine with taking the swing there. But Beck notwithstanding, there's no one else that like kind of stands out and like, oh man, like they definitely should have added, Sam Roush to the tight end room, behind Trey McBride. I think I'm looking at the rest of this group and I'm like, okay, like, Malachi Fields maybe gives you a little something that you don't have. A wide receiver that went 74th overall to the New York Giants. Just kind of a big body, dirty work player, can go up and win back shoulders. Was used as a kind of a downfield vertical threat as well. No, I'm honestly, to me, like the Carson Beck pick, that makes sense with where they took him at 65.
Fran, we appreciate you, my guy. We'll check back in with you, assuming the Cardinals don't make any more moves tonight. Tomorrow, as the Cardinals have 4 through 7 in the upcoming rounds on day 3. We appreciate you. Check his workout. Go PHNX.com. It's All City NFL Draft Insider, Fran Duffy. Fran, thank you so much, my guy.
Appreciate it, guys. Talk soon.
Our guy Alex DiExtino, he says Monti and Mike LaFluer are going to come down and do their press conference.
We've got some quotes here. You want some quotes? This is from Darren Urban.
Well, those are going to be Carson Beck, right?
No, they got some Monti quotes. I think it's already happened.
Oh, he's okay. Yeah, he's gonna he's gonna fill us up with. We'll get those going to play on the show for sure.
So, you want me to read them? Okay.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, if there's something that stands out about Carson Beck, did he name him starting quarterback?
Yeah, they basically said he's the guy.
He's the future.
He is.
He is the present and the future.
Darren Urban, Cards Chatter on Twitter. Mm-hmm. Monti Ossenfort said Arizona Cardinals didn't go into the draft thinking they had to take a quarterback. That's a lie. That's a bold-faced lie. Carson Beck fit where he felt. LaFleur said he just wants to get back in the building before there are thoughts about depth charts and playing time possibility.
Yeah, so shut up, Johnny.
However, this is from Jordan Schultz. Jordan Schultz on Twitter. Okay. There was a lot of love for Carson Beck from the Arizona Cardinals, and the whole league knew it.
Okay. Love it, I think, is a strong word. I think when you have interest and you have a need at quarterback and you're doing your homework and your due diligence on the position, what could be perceived as love was just doing their homework.
Cardinal fans do not want Carson Beck on the team. It's kind of what the vibe I'm getting on Twitter.
And I'm not that far either.
I think people are.
I agree with either it was Monti or LaFleur that said this, and we'll have the clip for you guys to see.
Yeah.
And you can make your own decision on that. But where he was ranked as far as this class goes and where they took him, I don't have a problem with that.
Sure.
The only thing I'm disagreeing with is what he projects to be, especially in the 2026 season, and how big of a role or little role he could play.
Yeah.
I think especially when you're a team without any clarity is the future of the quarterback position, you got to take your swings. You got to take your swings, and if you're looking at a guy who profiles as far as relative to this class with what LaFleur wants from his quarterback and his offense, I think Carson Beck, he could fit that. But as far as you want to be skeptical as far as what you saw on tape and what you watched transpire at the end of his Georgia career and somewhat through Miami, you have every right to do that. I think he's certainly not a perfect prospect. He's certainly got his flaws, but he also has a floor that I think a lot of these quarterbacks in this class didn't have.
Sure.
I think he was, no doubt about it, the QB3 of this class, and I think the Cardinals got him in an appropriate place. And we'll see if he has a role for this team, this season and in the future.
I think that's the biggest thing, is what is his role going to be beyond 2026? Can he do enough this year to get Monti and Michael Bidwill and Mike LaFluer to say he's our guy? And I think where you and I differ is I think he's going to be given every opportunity to do so. They're going to have to walk a fine line between, like, winning games at all with Jacoby Brissett. Because I think, like, people talk out of both sides of their mouth. They're like, we got to get a quarterback high next year. But I also think Jacoby Brissett is good and can win 7 or 8 games. Those things are not equal. So there's going to be a part of this season where if Jacoby Brissett is not winning games, or Minshew or whomever starts this season, they're going to put Carson Beck in the starting lineup to see what he can do. Now, I do think, like, if it gets to that point and we're not hearing rumblings of, like, he's really impressive behind the scenes and they want to get him out there, then I do think you're trending toward 2027 or a free agent quarterback or whomever. So I think a lot of this is going to come down to how much he can process in training camp, how athletic he looks, how good his arm is, how well he can stand in the pocket. He was susceptible to pressure, just like Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew are. But a lot of that, all of it's going to be determined in training camp, because I do believe they're going to go into training camp and they're going to say Carson Beck is part of an open competition with Gardner Minshew and Jacoby Brissett. They did not name a starting quarterback for a reason at the pre-draft presser. Regardless if you feel like Jacoby Brissett is the inside track or not, they're going to have an open competition at the position.
Yeah, I just think it's a long shot, even given that you've got 2 backup quarterbacks as it stands right now in your room.
Sure.
For him to go in there, learn the playbook, and then outperform them to the degree that they need to.
No, I'm not saying he's going to win the job.
Sure, okay.
I'm saying that, but don't you think they're going to say it's an open competition?
I mean, it's all going to be kind of
like posturing.
No, I mean, if Jacoby Brissett reworks his deal,
you think they're going to come out and say, like, Jacoby Brissett's the guy?
If Ian Rappaport, Mike Garafolo, or Tom Pelissaro reports that he has a new deal, what's that tell you?
Do you think this pick impacts that at all?
It helps the Cardinals and take away some leverage from.
I think so.
Jacoby Brissett. Yeah.
I think so.
And they need it. That was big.
This is not some raw toolsy prospect. This isn't that kid Green that's going to go tomorrow that people think could be a wideout. I mean, this is a guy who's played a ton of college football.
Right. Brian P., who gifted us some unbelievable jerseys.
Brian, you're the man.
Awesome.
My wife was blown away.
Yeah.
She's like, somebody cared enough about you to give this to you?
We all got our
you would
own
never do it.
Cardinals rivalry jerseys. Thank to Brian, but he said Bo's going to have to let us know if they change the Jacoby picture in the media room. That's going to be the telltale
sign.
I heard
they already took it down. They lit it on fire behind the facility, and they've got Beck's beautiful face up there.
Yeah, one of the many just pictures on the internet of Carson Beck. We are going to hear from Mike LaFluer and Monti Ossenfort here. Yeah. Our guy Alex DiExtino getting them to us right now, and we're gonna hear from the Cardinals GM. You're gonna hear their thoughts on their latest pick. But let's reset here and kind of revisit the day 2 that was for the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah.
Did they accomplish what you wanted them to do? Did they come up short going into day 3 potentially? They started it, but by sticking and picking at 34th overall after the 49ers took the Ole Miss wide receiver
reach.
The Cardinals go and they wanted to further solidify their offensive line and take Chase Basantis, the guard out of Texas A&M, that got high scores.
Yeah.
I think after he was picked by the Cardinals, and we heard from Fran Duffy. We had him as OG3. We heard from Robert Griffin III, who played in a similar offense under Kyle Shanahan and liked the fit as far as the run and blocking and the scheme. So Basantis comes over, and the Cardinals, you've got some competition there for Isaiah Adams. I think it could be the odd man out or a backup at this point. But then, they sit throughout the rest of the second round, and then they finally make the pick for the quarterback, which you firmly expected to happen today. I thought it was going to be at some point during this draft. And they take Carson Beck. 3 picks, 3 offensive players for Mike LaFluer.
Did exactly what he needed to do. I put it on Twitter. People are ratioing the tweet into oblivion. People are upset. I just feel like if you're coming at this from a standpoint of like defense, guys, they spent premium resources the last several years on top shelf defenders in the draft.
Yeah.
And a lot of them have been injured, and a lot of them have been undercoached. And I would say overwhelmingly outside of Marv on offense, they viewed as that defense for whatever reason not responding to JG and those position coaches last year. Now, Nick Rallis is still here, but they brought in Terrell Austin. They brought in the defensive coordinator from Texas to coach their defensive line. They spent premium resources on defense last year. They feel like this draft needs to be on offense. Now, would you like a little bit of both? I think you could balance that better if you're Monty moving forward. But they came into this draft. They took the best overall player, 3rd overall, who just happens to play running back. They are desperate for a young infusion on their offensive line. Wasn't a tackle worthy of 34, so they did the next best thing. They said, sorry, Isaiah Adams, you're fine. We're going to upgrade on you. We feel like this kid could be a Pro Bowl caliber guard. And then they took a quarterback that a lot of people thought would probably go in the 2nd round after a report from Tom Pelissaro 2 days ago. They get him 65th overall. We talked about it ad nauseum. You especially emphasized this point. This draft was going to be polarizing, and you weren't going to be able to please everybody.
Right.
Monti Ossenfort, the last couple of years, for the most part, has aced drafts nationally with the media and has aced it with Cardinal fans. And they've been diminishing returns, solid to good, right? It depends on the time of day, the injury, whatever. But like last year, Walter Noel and Will Johnson, you weren't going to top that in terms of fan perspective. They're banking on Jeremiyah Love being one of the best running backs in the NFL this year, that this kid can come in here, Chase, the guard from A&M, and be a consistent presence on the right side of their offensive line, which has been a sieve. And they're thinking to themselves, can we find a developmental quarterback at the beginning of the 3rd round that eventually we can mold into a starter? That's what they're trying to do. And again, if you're skeptical of this, I would say then you're skeptical of Mike LaFluer and his vision. And that's okay. You can disagree with that. But, like, you brought in Mike LaFluer to do this, to tell Monty, this is what I need. And he said, okay, I'm going to bring in Nathaniel Hackett, who's been in this league for 20 years, who's been a head coach and an OC. And Nathaniel Hackett's like, we can win with Carson Beck. And Mike LaFluer says, we can win with Carson Beck. That's why they drafted him. They did not draft him as a project. They drafted him to see if he can be the future quarterback of this team. So I prepare yourself for that. It's not what people wanted. I get that. There were plenty of people who did not want Ty Simpson, so I can only imagine the outrage for Carson Beck. But, like, I'm trying to cut through the BS and tell you, like, this is what I believe their mindset is.
Yeah, don't lose too much sleep over the 65th overall pick. I mean, when you have a roster that was extremely limited in 2023 and 2024, they've built up to where they should be able to take a chance as far as, taking a swing, especially at the quarterback position. That's a perfectly fine place to do it.
37-6 in college as a starting quarterback. I'm sure that
37-6.
37-6 as a starter.
So close to 50 starts and some big games.
It's a lot of starts.
Most of it in the SEC, and then also a lot of those in the college football playoffs. So a lot of high leverage situations for Carson Beck. We did hear from Mike LaFluer. We heard from Monti Ossenfort. Are we ready with any of those?
Let's rip them all once here.
Okay.
Well, we only have one. So
Okay, let's rip the one.
Let's do it.
Yeah, I think, we spent a lot of time with Carson. We met with him at the Combine, brought him in on a 30 visit. There was no shortage of tape to evaluate on Carson. Carson's played a lot of ball, and so, banked a lot of reps. I think really Carson played in a lot of big game environments. Played in a lot of intense environments in the SEC, those stadiums, those loud, screaming, wild, rabid fans of the SEC, and then the highest stage that he could play on in the national championship this year, all those playoff games.
Yeah, something a lot of talking points we just used for Carson Beck. I thought it's interesting. They talked to Carson Beck in several of the pre-draft options. They talked to him at the Combine, and then they brought him in for a top 30 visit. And I think that he is the caliber of prospect where there's questions about. Was it Bo Wallace? Is that the name of the guy in the draft day, the quarterback from Wisconsin?
I blocked that movie out of my memory.
Bo Callahan. Why did
Yeah.
he not go to your birthday? Like, he left Georgia, and he goes on to Miami. He's got some public things out there. I think he's one of those guys you got to figure out the character, his commitment to the game. Is he locked in? And I think he proved that enough to Monti and LaFluer to feel like where they looked at this resume, this college resume packed with a ton of starts and a ton of big games in the SEC, ACC college football playoff, and they said, okay, as long as we can kind of feel comfortable with the person, we're willing to utilize a pick around his vicinity of where he's ranked to bring him into the program.
I mean, could he turn into the Cardinals quarterback coach, Matt Schaub? Could he turn into that kind of quarterback where you're developing this guy? He comes in, he shows a little something. I mean, Matt Schaub was a third-round pick himself, picked 90 once upon a time.
Yeah, but he was one of those guys that didn't have to start right away.
I know. Well, I get it. And again, that will be – he didn't start until he got to Houston, but that will be the biggest –
Mike Vick in front of him, right?
Right. That will be the biggest kind of litmus test for Monti and Mike to navigate. Because if this team starts racking up losses – do they thrust him in the lineup? I don't want them to play him if he's not ready to play. Like they'll have to eat that. Monti will have to eat that. If they have to come into this season and Jacoby doesn't play well, but then they're telling Michael Bidwill, hey, Carson's not ready. It's like he's not ready to play. We can't. I have a hard time believing that a guy who started 50 games in college football, playing for an offensive head coach, albeit in the NFC West, with the weapons the Cardinals have, couldn't play games by October. I just think that's crazy. He would have to be a disaster in training camp, and I don't think anybody's expecting that. I think you're expecting somebody who hopefully has seen enough to know what to expect and can come in here and, again, manage a game and maybe show you something in the process here. But the people who are outwardly against this, I would love to know what your rationale is, because here's what I tried to caution everybody on. And I'm not saying I'm correct, because they could very well take a quarterback next year. They were always going to take a quarterback in this draft, and I thought they were going to take a quarterback relatively high.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of people, because there are people in this media market that are saying that this team is purposely trying to lose. They're trying to tank. You're going to get gifted Arch Manning. You're going to get gifted Dante Moore. That is not – we've been telling – that is not their plan. They're trying to win games. They're trying to put together an infrastructure for Mike to have success as a head coach, because they screwed over Jonathan Gannon. Fair enough what you think of JG. They stripped this roster down, and they had no shot that first year. And that was held against him, short-term and long-term. Mike's going to come in here and try to win. And they took a quarterback that they think they can develop into a starter. No one, I can promise you nobody's thinking about 2027 in that building right now.
Yeah, I just don't know if Beck fits in the 2026. I mean, this is you do have to look with an eye forward. You have to look at rebuilding the quarterback room post Kyler Murray.
Sure.
You've got two veteran backups on one-year deals. You got to start taking swings somewhere. This was that swing. That's how I view it. I don't view it as, hey, this is giving Mike LaFluer his best shot for success in 2026. I think a lot of the point that can be made. I asked it to Fran. He didn't have an answer. He thought he's perfectly fine with the pick in the situation, as am I.
Yeah.
And you look at the rest of this, for people who are so against it, where would you have gone otherwise?
I'm sure people love the upside of Drew Allar that went 10 picks later.
And then you're not going to be able to persuade me with that.
Yeah.
Because I watched both quarterbacks play in the college football playoff, and one seemed overwhelmed, and one was able to navigate it and manage and get his team to the final game of the season, where Allar struggled mightily in his limited starts in the college football playoff. I think there's at least a floor for a guy like Beck, to where Allar is a big-time project, toolsy project.
Don't forget, and this is an kind of reported facet of this, and I'm not saying that they did this purposely, but it's just kind of how it worked out. The Cardinals hired not one, but two coaches from what university collegiately this offseason?
Yeah, from Miami.
They hired two coaches from the University of Miami. Matt Merritt, who's the running back coach, and the DB coach, name escapes me. They hired two. So, like, those coaches got an up-close view of what Carson Beck was all about in 2025.
Yep.
So, like, I'm sure they had a conversation or several about, like, is he a jag-off? Is he somebody that we can trust, right? Is he going to be consistent? Is he going to be reliable?
Yeah.
I'm sure they gave the thumbs up. Hey, this guy was a gamer. Hey, this guy won us a lot of games. Hey, this guy can move the ball downfield. That's an under kind of rated aspect of this.
Yep.
They got 2 position coaches that came from that university. Saw it up close.
Okay. I think that Carson Beck has an opportunity to be a piece of the quarterback room of the future for the Arizona Cardinals. He's not the quarterback of the future for the Arizona Cardinals.
Not right now. No. He's got to earn it.
As you look at the rest of the third round, post Carson Beck, there was a top 30 visit that went immediately after him. The Broncos making their first pick, the second pick in the third round. So the Broncos, a team that basically sat out free agency outside of signing their own players. They did make the trade for Jalen Waddle. They had to wait till the third round to make their first pick. They take Tyler Onyendem out of Texas A&M. Kieran Crawford went to the Vegas Raiders, an edge from Auburn, while Mark Bell out of the U went as an offensive tackle to the Eagles. Sam Roush, tight end, went to Stanford, went to the Bears. Romello Height, Texas Tech edge, he goes to the Niners. Antonio Williams selected by the Commanders out of Clemson. Takario Davis, former U of A cornerback via Washington, goes to the Bengals. Oscar Delp, the tight end from Georgia, he goes to the Saints. Malachi Fields, a talented wide receiver out of Notre Dame, goes to the Giants, while Caleb Douglas, Texas Tech wide receiver, top 30 visit for the Cardinals.
No doubt.
He goes to the Miami Dolphins, while Drew Allar, as we've talked about, he was QB4 in this class. He goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers. He stays in state. Chris McKellen, another top 30 visit for the Cardinals, went to Missouri. He goes to the Green Bay Packers. A.J. Halsey, LSU safety, goes to the Colts. Zachariah Branch finally hears his name called. Wide receiver out of Georgia. He stays in state, goes to the Falcons. Jacoby Lane, wide receiver at USC. He goes to the Ravens. Albert Regis, defensive lineman out of Texas A&M, goes to the Jags. And then the Big Citrus goes to the Vikings. Dominic Orange out of Iowa State, defensive lineman.
Wow. They took 2 D tackles.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, they were trying to replace the 2 that they sold. They signed.
Yeah.
Jonathan Allen and Hargrove last year.
Yeah.
So they're going young at the position. Chris Brazell, the second, he out of Tennessee, wide receiver. He goes to the Carolina Panthers. And then Ted Hurst, your most recent pick, 20th overall, 84th overall, I should say, 20th in the third round. Georgia State wide receiver goes to the Bucks. So we've got 12 more picks. No, this is where you start to see some
comp picks
come into play. We're going to take you all the way up to pick 100. It would be the 36th pick in the third round before we get it out of here. But Carson Beck, your newest Cardinal, along with the guard out of Texas A&M, Chase Basantis.
No, you want to rip some super chats, my guy?
Yeah. Let's do it. Also, Ted Hurst, Georgia State, watch out for him. He is a good player.
All right.
What about your fullback? Has he been drafted yet?
No, he is on your top 100, though. You only did 99 players.
I think that was a nod to Noah, wasn't it? You did that for him?
Is he in the green room? Is he sitting there in the green room?
Yeah, he's making coffee.
Waiting.
Yeah.
He's been waiting.
Poor guy.
I'm Mr. Thomas. Beck is older. He has to start. I'm drinking heavily tonight.
I mean, like, I subscribe to the narrative. He's an old player who's played a lot of football. I don't know why you would sit him for majority of the year. I would play. I mean, I think they're going to play him. I think they're going to look for every reason to play him.
PK Fitzgerald, $5. But Beck must play in 2026, or else you don't know what you have. You have to figure out what you have before the 2027 draft gets here.
Yeah, they'll play him. He's going to play games. He's going to start games for this team. I think I've courted Bo into that mind. Like, you now think he's starting games. Unless Jacoby Brissett goes on, like, some miracle run.
I mean, the only scenario I see that playing out is the injuries or in December where the season is lost.
December, I think. No chance. Strong disagree.
Steve Kimes Burner, you draft him 65th to not play him to take a QB next year, so you draft him to then have a backup rookie in 27 without ever playing. He plays.
Yeah, doesn't sound like the plan at all.
Panda with Wing, $2. Will be hard for them to ignore the noise.
I just think like Jacoby and Gardner Minshew just have not won it all lately.
I don't see right now. I don't see a whole lot of people that are going to conjure up all that
For
noise.
sure, that's fair.
Bees, $2. Dread it. Run from it. Don't matter. Beck is Rookie of the Year.
I'm not going that far. I do think he could play and not embarrass himself.
It's different being able to look at Bees as you're just reading off his outrageous super chat. There's something special about it.
Yeah, that's
I'm glad we could come together tonight for that moment.
That's unbelievable.
Red Feather Workshop, Dana Ball Knower. Average player, great fit. Ceiling is limited unless he becomes a mental processor at a higher level than he has shown and cleans up the stupid. He fits LaFleur's archetype, must add upper body mass.
Yeah, just get him on a weight program.
Do some pull-ups, my guy.
You don't think they have those at Georgia or the U?
No.
Yeah.
How about these guys coming from Georgia or coming from Miami and coming from Notre Dame, seeing
I think
the Cardinals
Francis
facility?
Mauigoa looks like he needs to bulk up a little bit. He didn't have a good.
Francis, you're looking small.
Jalen Carter, he didn't have a good weight program at Georgia. Okay.
Not a great driving program. Too Slim Shady, $13.99. I just graduated university, and I want to give a genuine thanks to you guys for getting me through more late-night study sessions than I can count. This show is way more than just a fanboy podcast. to me.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Appreciate you.
Congratulations on the graduation. That's awesome. And we're glad we could be any assistance getting through those long nights. I don't miss those.
No. Did not do well.
Mr. Cardinal, 1969, $10. According to Johnny, Cardinals got 2 Hall of Fame players in this draft, Love and Beck.
No, but they got 3 starters. They got 2 solid starters and a Hall of Famer. Solid draft. A+.
I actually, I kind of agree with you on Love now, on that take.
You think he's starting?
What, Love?
Or no?
Yeah.
Are you saying Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you see those
I
highlights?
mean, he
I
said it.
posted?
He said it himself.
Noah was taken back by how impressive Jeremiyah Love is, and I think the same thing's going to happen when you go talk to Carson. You're like, hey, Carson, I like you.
We got Dylan here, $5, rooting for Beck, but he is still more Rosen-like than Ty. Size, experience, pro-ready, etc. 64 mistakes made ahead of me would be an incredible quote, though.
He's got to clean some stuff up. He's got to clean a little bit of those turnovers up. We can coach that out of him. That's what Nate Hackett's for. Nat Hackett, clean it up.
Yeah. Mo AZ Cards fan, $4.99. Johnny, are you saying Jacoby shouldn't ask for more money? Wouldn't you in his place?
Yeah, 100%. I said I always side with the player, but it's the Cardinals' fault for letting it get to this point because they leaked it out he was their starter, and then they backtracked, and then they said, we don't have a starter yet. And then Jacoby's was like, I'm going to ask for more money. Anybody probably would have done the same thing. But the optics of him winning 1 game last year and trying to ask for more money, it's just not a good look.
Right.
And I would also push back, it also wouldn't happen to most franchises.
Kyle Haley, $5. The way Mike LaFluer talked up Gardner, I think he starts then back up to start the season.
I would like to see Jacoby Brissett traded tomorrow. I don't think we'll get it, but that would be absolutely electric to see them get a pick for Jacoby. Send him to the Jets to back up Geno Smith, and then let's do Minshew and Beck in 2026. And Jeremiyah Love.
That would be bad news for Trey and Michael Wilson that have a good rapport with Jacoby.
We'll see.
We got Nuka Loca here. Beck is one who is promised he will lead us to a rightful place at the top of the draft board next year for Arch Manning. Hashtag generational tank QB. He then follows up with an additional $5. Same super chat. So there we go.
Awesome.
DLAZ.
Yeah, the little bro.
No, not DLAZ. Different than little bro.
Not the little bro.
Yeah, that's okay. Ken Dorsey, Gino Toretta 2.0.
I do think it's interesting on Twitter where it's the people who are so of the mindset that after Ty Simpson was drafted that this team was not going to take a quarterback. Are you insane? Look what they had. In what world is Monty just signing over his own pink slip in that aspect? They were always taking a quarterback. It's like some of these people just don't pay attention at all.
Right. That's fair.
Ryan, $4.99. There were 64 mistakes made ahead of me. Beck, probably.
That's right. He's out to prove the haters wrong. I'm here for it.
The Franc, $5. What are the chances that the Cards trade up for Dunker or Tip?
That'd be legit
That
to
would
see
be.
a little bit. You get Jennings Dunker and that mullet at the tackle position. Did Tiernan, is he still on the board?
He is.
Yeah.
Okay.
A couple of developmental tackles. Barber went, the tackle from Florida. He went to the Browns just now.
Okay.
So Tiernan's still available.
Jeff, $4.99. March for Arch alive and well. You love to see it.
No, you don't, because I don't want this team to be that bad. I want them to win games.
I remember it was about 9 days ago, Johnny wanted me to put to bed the idea of the 2027 quarterback class. Remember that?
I think it's.
Remember
I don't
you're
think it's dead,
celebrating?
but I don't think it's.
You're trying to throw it in my face.
I don't think it's dead, but I don't think it's like we're doing it. We'll see.
don't.
We'll see.
The quarterback room of Jacoby Brissett, Gardner Minshew, Carson Beck doesn't.
Let's see what Carson Beck can do.
Okay.
Give him a chance. I think it's disrespectful to talk about 2027 when we got rookies this year that are going to compete. Let's let them compete.
Well, big shot in the NBA playoff game over there.
Alex, $9.99. Carson Beck is going to be a 25-year-old rookie. This isn't a slow play situation. They made this pick to see what he is this year. If he isn't the guy, draft the guy in 27. No loss.
He's 23 right now. He'll be 24 in November, but your point is valid. They're going to start him. He's going to start games for this team this year.
Ooh, Emmanuel Pregnon gets drafted to the Jaguars.
It's a good value pick for them. He's 25.
Yeah.
DLAZ is back. Cut Jacoby, pay Derek Carr $20 million.
Derek Carr wanted to come back. I think the NFL said no thank you.
Trevor, $199. Can we finally find our diamond in the rough at quarterback?
I think that's going to be the question of this year. Is you take a guy 65th overall, like, can he turn into something? And if not, then that's fine.
Mac Daddy, $4.99. First thing my dad sent me was Sid the Sloth in a QB uniform, and I can't unsee it. I think he starts after the bye, but won't be surprised if sooner. Sid is the Ice Age character, by the way.
I just think there's a lot of, like, people who are anti-Simpson, fair or not, do it because of, like, how he looks, which I think is unfortunate. Let's give him an opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jenga Man, $2. Trade back up into the third for Dunker or Caleb.
Yeah, I would do that, absolutely.
That'd be fun.
Yeah.
That would absolutely.
They don't do that kind of thing,
That would that would supercharge this day 2.
I think it's already. I'm having a great day.
The fact that they came down into their press conference, though, is just kind of a sign that they're probably done.
They're done.
They want to go home. Carter Elder, $199. Cardinals must not have seen the Beck files.
I saw a couple of those come across my timeline.
It's all right.
Yeah.
We were all young once.
Everybody be careful on Snapchat out there.
ESPN, $9.99. Beck and Love are exactly what Arizona needed. This team is going to put fans in seats, sell jerseys, and will be on national televised games and finally get recognized. LFG.
I don't think they're going to be on national TV this year.
As far as the regular season, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, let's just play hypothetical for a second.
Okay.
And I don't know if you care to do this or not. If Carson Beck hits,
dude, I'm fully game. Let's go.
If Carson Beck hits,
yeah,
then you're set. If he becomes a consistent starter of what we thought Ty Simpson could be, then this franchise is all the way back. If he's nothing, then you get a quarterback next offseason or during the draft or what have you. But I mean, like, they're a Carson Beck hitting away, given the pieces that they have on offense, from being a really interesting team.
Yeah, we're close. I don't see it. Also, I see it really differently than that.
Okay.
Like you've brought in an offensive lineman, you've got the home run hitting running back to pair with the playmakers that you brought on the outside, and also at the tight end. And we discussed a lot about the defensive investments that you made, and they need to show some development. And so does Marv. I think that this is just a roster that's in a place to where they need to show that they're a quarterback away, and they just need to set themselves up, prime themselves up to find a starting quarterback, go all in 2027. I don't even though this is This is not nothing. This isn't a small investment in a quarterback.
It's not nothing. No.
It's the first sign of changing and exploring the future and investing in the position going forward.
It's probably the worst thing that could happen to you and I on this show.
Why?
Because had they taken Ty, even at 34, but especially in the first round, 2027's basically conceded. Had they taken a guy tomorrow, forget about it. They're not. You're looking ahead to 2027. They took a player right at that sweet spot where you can say this guy could be something, and he's going to start games. But then the people who are rooting for 2027 play the opposite side of like, this is a wasted pick. He's not going to play. He's a third rounder. He's not a traditional third rounder. He's the first pick in the third round. So as it relates to you and I, Carson Beck's going to let us play and do the talking. But it's going to be impossible for you and I to convince one another like what this sets up unless we get a report. Somebody comes out like Jeremy Fowler, like the Cardinals view Carson Beck as a viable option to start games in 2026.
I don't think. I mean, I would be shocked if they see him as a viable option as the future of the position with the team. Like I like what LaFluer is saying. We just got to get him in the building first before we start to make any kind of decisions on who he is. They liked him enough as a prospect to bring him in. He passed and checked all the boxes, I think, that they were looking for just from a person standpoint, that there was probably like the character questions about him.
Right. I mean, it's a big investment.
It's a decent investment.
Decently large investment. It's a semi-big investment. It's a rather large investment. All right, Noah, keep going.
All right, we got Dave H here, $5. Bo, JV, and Noah putting in the yeoman's work today. At least Beck gives us something to talk about post-draft, but it's all about Love and a QB in 27.
Carson Beck was taken less than 20 spots from when Tip Ryman was taken.
Okay. He was also taken where Russell Wilson was taken, ahead of Russell Wilson. He's also taken ahead of Kirk Cousins.
Just the track record from this general manager, he took a pick later, 66th overall running back that started one game for this team in 2 seasons. So
yeah, because that running back was a bust, but they drafted Trey Benson to be their starter.
Right.
And he busted.
But he didn't start any of his games in his rookie season.
Sure, because he couldn't play. And if Carson Beck comes in here and can't play, then they're not going to play him.
Okay. But for somebody that says this is like a sizable investment.
Bo, they drafted the running back to start.
But he was a year away from starting.
Well, but he also had peak James Conner in front of him, not backup, Joe Blows with all due respect. He's got 2 backups in front of him.
Okay.
He's got the worst quarterback room in front of him in the NFL. I mean, Trey Benson was drafted to be like lightning and thunder with James Conner, 50-50, and then you take over. And then guess what? Jonathan Gannon's like, we need to re-sign James Conner because Trey Benson can't move. I don't think that's a good example. I actually think that strengthens my case a little bit here.
That they can just move off of a pick later in the draft so quickly? They can pivot?
Players drafted where Carson Beck's drafted or drafted to be starters?
You want me to go through the last 3 drafts, who went 65th overall, and see if they've got a big-time career in the NFL?
I would go off of like late second, early thirds for Monti.
Okay.
Ojulari was a starter until he got hurt.
Okay.
Garrett Williams has been a starter since the day he got here, and then he got hurt.
Malachi Corley was drafted by the Jets in 2024.
Well, he was a bust.
He was released.
But he was a bust.
A year later.
But all these guys were given chances.
Tyler Steen, you big Tyler Steen.
Where does he play?
He's apparently with Philadelphia. He was the 65th overall pick for the Eagles.
What I'm hearing is the 65th overall pick has the do factor.
He started 17 games last year.
Well, that sounds like what Ty's going to do.
You need to brush up on Ty Steen's career.
Excuse me, I'm
sorry.
sorry.
That was in 2023. Let's just see, 2025 real quick. Who was the 65th overall pick? Let's see that huge investment they made. Darius Alexander, nice little defensive lineman from Toledo, went to the Giants.
There's a big difference between the Seahawks last year taking Jalen Milroe in the 90s and the Cardinals this year taking Carson Beck 65th overall.
I see it pretty similarly just because of the draft of the quarterback class.
Okay.
I think that's a good comp.
I don't. I think it's a terrible comp. I think a good comp for Carson Beck is Dylan Gabriel last year, where he was drafted with the mindset that he was going to play. I'm not saying they comp similarly in like.
No, I understand. That's the same thing with Milroe. They're not the same player, but
Dylan Gabriel was drafted by a franchise with no answer at quarterback, and the coaching staff liked him, and he played. Now, he was a disaster, but, like, they're going to – I think Carson Beck's a way better prospect than 5'11" Dylan Gabriel. I mean, let me check. Like, Dylan Gabriel –
let's keep it going with these Super Chats as he does.
Yeah, we got Mike Meyer here, $4.99. Been a while. I had to take a long mental break from the card stuff.
Welcome
during
back.
the off season. The chair in the corner of the hotel's room was made for Cards fans.
Okay.
No, it wasn't. We're back. Dylan Gabriel, 6 games started last year.
Okay. And then how many starts is he going to make this next
0,
season?
because he sucks. But, like, we got to figure out if Carson Beck can play or not. Put him in there.
Okay.
I know what I need to know about the backups on this team.
We're all good on
We're all caught up
now. Yep.
Thank you for everybody with the Super Chats.
I hope the people that have taken a break from this team are back in droves after this weekend, because, like, if I wasn't doing this podcast and I was a fan casually, die hard, whatever, I would 100% be back. Number one, I will never quit this team. But if I was a casual fan, I would. This draft would get me back. Like we saw in our DMs, in our mentions this morning, that people were buying season tickets because of Jeremiyah Love. Man, I'm pretty surprised how much people are anti Carson Beck. I thought people would be okay with this.
No, I'm just disagreeing with your expectations.
Right, but Ty Simpson in the first and giving up assets, or Carson Beck 65th overall. I thought people would have signed up for the latter that were anti Ty Simpson.
Yeah, that is. I agree with you on that.
We got D-back 77. He goes, I'm at the draft. Look left.
What's up? What's
There
up,
we
my
go.
guy?
What's going
Getting a couple
on, man?
tall boys delivered
All
over there?
right.
What's going on?
This has been great, doing a couple nights doing the draft.
It's been electric.
Live.
This atmosphere is fantastic.
You got to make your way out here. Of course, the Gila River Resorts and Casinos, the Santan version of that. It's fantastic. It's brand new, so clean, brand new, huge TVs. We're watching the Rockets and the Lakers game here in overtime. We got the draft on. Cowboys pick is in officially. What's not to love out here?
Yeah.
Table games are calling our names. Great food options. Get out here.
That's right. Hit that like button. Subscribe to PHNX Sports here on YouTube. Over 500 likes. We are halfway there to our like goal. We're going to be live the rest of tonight into tomorrow. We're going to have full coverage of rounds 4 through 7. Monty mercifully making us wade through all those picks. We can't just get a little trade up. Can't get a little trade up here in the end of the third.
We do have Schaff here, who celebrated 6 months of his membership. He said that they said that we have currently $65 million guaranteed in running backs, the most in the NFL by $20 million.
Whatever. 1 year. That'll be like a 1 year thing. That'll be a 1 year thing. When we start,
Well, no, because there's $50 million of that invested in Love.
when we start Carson Beck, we'll have the cheapest quarterback room in the NFL, and we can do whatever we want
They
with our
might
money.
already have that. Oh, I guess with the Kyler thing, yeah.
Yeah.
There's still some leftover money for this season. That's a lot of money, but look, you go out there and you try to find it where he projects to be at the position. It's probably where you can get paid.
Yeah, for sure. Man, what a polarizing draft for this team.
It's great.
It is great. It's what they needed, because they've been lauded and praised for years about how good their drafts are. This year they needed to come in and just throw everybody off guard. They took a running back 3rd overall. They took a non-premium position guard 34, though that seems to be universally praised. And they took not Ty Simpson, not Fernando Mendoza, who wasn't available, not Drew Allar, toolsy guy, or Nussmeier. They took Carson Beck, the first pick of the 3rd round. Unbelievable. Yet very believable.
Yeah.
We got Steven Jackson here, $4.99. Is Monty's job safe for all of next season? Now, no matter how it goes, Love brought him a full year at minimum.
No, I disagree with that. I mean, it's going to come down to where this team is come late November, December.
Okay.
Because if you've got, like you did at the end of last season, non-competitive performances, empty seats in State Farm Stadium, it's tough to survive that.
And I think your scenario is exactly the scenario that I foresee leading the way for Carson to start games, is that if Jacoby Brissett, who carries that scarlet letter of 1-11 last year, comes into this year on a losing streak and loses more games, it's like Russell Wilson put up fine numbers last year. It was not a good product. And I'm not saying that Jacoby is Russell Wilson. I think it's a little disrespectful in terms of what Jacoby showed last year.
Yeah.
But the Giants couldn't get him out of the lineup fast enough.
Right.
And some of this is optics. And I think if this was a traditional rebuild with new people, Carson Beck probably wouldn't start any games. But the GM is under immense amount of pressure, and he wants to be able to go to Bidwill and say, like, look at this. Look what we're building. We got a rookie guard and a rookie quarterback and a rookie receiver, or excuse me, rookie running back. They could have a rookie receiver tomorrow.
Yeah. I just think that there's a certain level, and I don't love it as much as anybody else, of having quarterbacks the caliber that they had in the room before the Beck selection. There's a certain level of competency that will keep the offense at least at the bare minimum, where it is operational.
Do you feel that way, though, with a new offensive coach with a different scheme than Drew Petzing?
I mean, you would hope to see these incrementally better. I know, especially at the quarterback position, you've been dealt lemons here, right? You're trying to turn chicken salad out of chicken bleep. But as far as the rest of the offense now, you've got significant investments all up and down the board. You've got Marv, you've got Michael Wilson that is capable. He's got 1,000 yards under his belt. You've got Trey McBride, one of the best tight end in the league.
Yeah.
You got a starting left tackle. You've got your best investment at free agency was your left guard. That's a huge hole that you filled there. Like the offensive line is now in a spot where it should be at least middle of the road, if not trending higher than that. And then the running back room, it's all there, all the makings of, if you have competent play, you shouldn't fall on your face, and you should avoid at least glaring, horrible play.
Right. Now, you would hope so. The division might have something to say about that, though.
Oh, yeah.
Let's keep it going, Noah.
Desert Vulture, $2. So if we didn't draft a quarterback, the chat would be happy.
Great question. Great point. I don't think that they would.
I think people wanted a quarterback on their terms.
Yeah.
And I think people wanted Toolsy, and not to toot our own horn here, that they were not going to do that. I never saw Drew Allar or some of these guys that are going to go tomorrow as fits for Mike LaFluer. We've been consistent. The two best fits, not Mendoza withstanding, were Ty Simpson, Carson Beck. They traditional pocket passers with some plus attributes. Ty Simpson had a little bit more mobility and a higher ceiling, I think. Carson Beck has the statistics and the size and the experience. So for me, these were always the two options. Ty Simpson, though, overwhelmingly. I thought they were going to get Ty Simpson yesterday, and I think they would have had the Rams not pulled that ridiculous move to take him 13th overall. But I think Monti has played this well, regardless of what you think of the situation, to take him 65th. I mean, can you imagine the pitchforks if they had taken him 34th overall with all that talent that was available? That would have been.
Especially seeing the outcry and the uproar as far as where they took him 65th overall.
Which is ridiculous. I mean, come on.
We're at the 30th pick here in the third round. Here are the last couple picks that you may have missed out on. We told you about Pregnon in going to the Jaguars. And how about Jaguars just being a competent franchise all of a sudden?
They're doing a nice job.
I mean, how do you not like that pick? Tremendous value there. Top 30 visit to the Cardinals. Xavier Thomas, the wide receiver returner out of LSU, he goes to the Bears.
Yeah.
Kind of like that. The Niners can't help themselves. What position do you think they took in the third round?
Running back.
They did take a running back. Out of Indiana, Caleb Black, he goes to the Niners. Then the Vegas Raiders pulled up with Trey Zune III out of Texas A&M, a center. Also, you got Jayshon Barnum from Michigan, the edge. He goes to the Dallas Cowboys. The Rams, they took Keegan Trost He's Missouri tackle and the most recent pick out of Louisville. Going to Miami, Chris Bell, wide receiver. The Patriots are on the clock. Last couple picks that Vrabel's going to have to get
I don't
to watch
like
here.
the Niners draft. They reached on that wideout.
Yeah.
This guy had a 47 grade on ESPN, but he'll be good in the zone scheme for Shanahan. But, like, they do that a lot, don't they? They take a lot of these, like, Jordan Mason types on day 2.
Yeah, who's the running back out of Ohio State that just wasn't fast, didn't do anything very well. He was out of there quickly.
And Damon's taking all my favorite players.
All your guys?
Jacob
You like
Rodriguez,
Chris Bell?
I love Chris Bell.
Yeah.
Put him on the thumbnail today. Thought maybe
Miami Dolphins are having the kind of rebound day they needed to have today after yesterday.
Damon is unshackled. He's out from under the Chris Greer drafts that he had to suffer through for so many years. He's just happy.
I did like that one pass rusher from Penn State. What was his name? Yeah, Chop Robinson.
Oh, Chop.
I like that
Yeah.
pick. That was a good pick.
LeBron the GOAT, $2. Imagine if McCoy and Johnson as CBs.
Yeah. He's got a medical, though, clearly.
Yeah, so what's the deal with McCoy?
Here, I'll look it up.
Patriots making a selection right now. This would be the 31st pick. We'd have
Oh, he needs another surgery, unrelated to
5
his ACL.
more selections here in the 3rd round.
Let's whip through these guys. Yeah, he's got major injury concerns, and he's not going to be ready for the year.
Patriots go with the tight end out of Notre Dame, Eli Raridan.
A lot of tight ends today.
Yeah, big tight end day.
People are saying Gerard's knee is cooked. I hate hearing that. I mean, tomorrow Cardinals are picking first. They have the first pick of the 4th round,
No,
right?
that was the 3rd round. No, they go back, I believe, to the 3rd
they
pick.
get pushed back. Okay, my mistake.
Because they went 3rd overall, and then they went 2nd pick in the 2nd round, 1st pick in the 3rd round, and then I think they go back to 3rd
So
in the rotation.
best available, Jennings Dunker's still available. Xavion Harris still available. Caleb Tiernan still available. A couple interesting receivers, Skylar Bell out of UConn, Elijah Sherratt out of Indiana, and then Deion Burks out of Oklahoma.
Oh, you know what? I'm thinking of Skylar Bell, Chris Bell. Wrong Bell.
Okay.
Out on him.
Yeah, out on that Bell.
ASU corner Keith Abney, probably not going to go tonight, but they're definitely going to go tomorrow. Nussmeier's still on the board. Nussmeier's going to fall now because Cardinals and Steelers were prime teams to go QB today, and they did. And now Nussmeier, I don't know where he lands. Probably like.
I mean, Steelers are up right now. Is that not the direction they're going?
No, they already took out Drew Allar.
You're right. I apologize. Yeah, Steelers, the pick is in. Let's see what direction they go. I mean, it was interesting that they were all ready to take Mekhi Lemon, and then Howie Roseman jumped them.
That's great.
And then they ended up taking the ASU tackle.
Yeah, that tackle would have been gone anyway. Not great. I don't like the Steelers, what they're doing.
And they're just going to let Rodgers just kind of dictate when he comes back.
100%.
Mike McCarthy's their new head coach.
They're just going to win like 8 or 9 games.
I don't know if they'll they're going to have a drop off.
That division though. Harbaugh, I like Jesse Minter fine. Like, come on. And then the Browns are the Browns, and then I guess Bengals have a terrible head coach. Jennings Dunker goes to Pittsburgh.
Wow. Perfect pick. They'll love him.
What you just said, I'm sure, is going to be echoed by everybody on the national broadcast.
Yeah.
This guy looks like a Steeler.
So they get Max, the right tackle.
So Jennings Dunker's going to play inside.
He'll play inside because they went tackle recently in other drafts.
Caleb Tiernan's going to be picked by the Cardinals if he's there tomorrow.
There's
Feel
4.
pretty
Yeah,
confident.
well, there's going to be about 6 picks between them and going up
if he makes it, it's a long way to go because he's the best available tackle now. But if he makes it to tomorrow and they're picked, they'll take him.
I think he does because Minnesota has 2 picks here. And what have they done? Oh, wait, no, they went D tackle, right? Is that what they did?
Yeah.
Maybe. Might not make it past Minnesota here.
So
Yeah.
let's see.
Panda with the wings, $2. Surratt tomorrow would be fun.
Yeah. Top playmaker for that Indiana offense. I know everybody was big on what the Jets did, taking his guy he played opposite him, Omar Cooper Jr.
He's got an upside. He caught a lot of touchdowns for Indiana.
He's a possession guy.
You mind if I eat this meat stick on there?
Hey, go for it, my guy. You don't have to ask my permission when
Here,
you're.
let me. Which mic are you?
Keeping it going as the Vikings pick is in. One of back-to-back selections here. Seattle after that, and then the Jaguars round out the third round. It's been unbelievable. Hit that like button for hanging out with us for back-to-back rounds here on day 2 of the NFL Draft. We're almost 3 of 7 down. We've spent 2 nights together. It's been epic.
It's been great.
You've been just going to war for these quarterbacks. How do you feel?
I got what I wanted. People are going to have to eat this Carson Beck sandwich for the next 6 months. Welcome to hell.
After being the big Ty Simpson guy for so long,
I wasn't.
It was a quick pivot.
I have to delete some tweets.
You've become the ultimate Carson Beck defender, and you are just
give him a chance.
You put on face paint, you put on your armor, and you're just going to war for Carson Beck.
I'm in such a desperate state with this franchise where we're going to do this every offseason until they find a guy. I just think it's so unacceptable to play a season in 4th year for a GM and play Jacoby Brissett as your starter. I think that's utterly ridiculous. And again, not a knock on Jacoby, just no one else is starting him outside of maybe the Jets. But they have new people. I just think that is the most unacceptable thing about this offseason is that they enabled that.
The quarterbacks that Monti Ossenfort has brought into this organization, Clayton Tune in the draft, the trade for Desmond Ridder. You know,
Beck has a chance to be the best one. Of small, bad sample size for sure.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I hope.
Things are popping here at Santam. This place is up for grabs here as the clock turns 8 o'clock. Hit that like button. We got 500 likes. We need 500 more here on a Football Friday. Mercifully, we're about done with the 3rd round. Vikings need to get their act together here, make these picks.
The pick is in for their first of 2.
Let's go back to back. Read both of them simultaneously.
Did they add to that quarterback room? Probably not. One of these picks.
They were a sneaky Ty Simpson team yesterday, according to multiple reports. It's crazy how much people in the league like them.
The group think just between those head coaches, those offensive minds between. I don't know if it necessarily if you can use McVay in this one, but KOC clearly similar to what Les Snead liked out of Ty Simpson. What people thought, KOC was pegged for as far as what he looked for in a quarterback. He's kind of bucked those trends by
he's desperate though.
Taking on Kyler and then also being tied to Ty.
When you have a mega bust like J.J. McCarthy, one of the worst quarterback selections of the last decade, you got to get aggressive and you got to do some different things. He's terrible.
Yeah, where's he wrong there?
I don't know. It's just
Carson Beck will have a better career than J.J.
You expect
McCarthy.
anything less?
Carson Beck will be better than J.J. McCarthy.
I don't disagree with you there. Still worried about Beck, but I think he could probably start.
What do you think his presser is going to be like? When we hear from him, what do you think he's going to say?
What's up, bro?
I'm sure early next week. I mean, we heard from a little bit. Alex dropped some of that. You'll have the ability to listen to. So Caleb Tiernan from Northwestern just went off the board to Minnesota.
Did you jinx that, Noah? You said they weren't going to take a tackle, and they took the tackle.
I said I don't think he makes it past Minnesota.
No. The boos are raining down here at Gila River.
Noah, you rat bastard.
Noah jinxed it. We are going to miss out on a 6'7" tackle out of Northwestern.
He looks a little sloppy here. It's fine. Watch him be great.
I bet you they show Central Michigan highlights.
Take a wide out now. Take a wide out tomorrow. Let's keep the good times going. Get Carson Beck some weapons.
Skylar Bell. Feed it to me.
There's 3 more picks before we are officially wrapping up day 2 of the 2026 NFL Draft.
Let me ask you this
Yeah.
as we're wrapping up tonight, because we're wrapping up with this last pick here so we can say hi to all the people that have been waiting so patiently. How would you grade these first 2 days? I would say not a letter grade, but like out of 10. How would you grade just based on who's available, what he took, when he took him, landscape of the team, that kind of thing?
Yeah, and needs, right? I think the only like glaring need that you haven't been able to fill is that right tackle spot. This draft didn't really kind of give you the ability to do that and find a solid prospect. I would say a B.
Okay. So like
you said that.
Yeah, out of 10.
Out of 10.
Yeah, and you can use half digits.
Yeah. I'd say 7, 7.5.
Yeah, that's probably where I'm at. Maybe an 8, because I think what would have made it closer to a 10 is I like the second round pick.
I love the first 2 picks.
You do? Okay. I love the Love pick, and I love where they got Carson Beck, the value of it, given where he was trending toward. I think the biggest thing is just like they were not able to get an edge rusher, and those got gobbled up quickly yesterday.
Yeah.
And they clearly had a higher grade on Chase over the available edge rushers today. I just have a hard time thinking McDonald's not going to be a really good player. And if you had probably taken McDonald over Chase and got back, I would probably give this a draft of 10. I'd probably be at a 10.
That's a bit like when I look at the Carson Beck selection, I see that as you're checking a box to where it doesn't really move the needle as far as moving my draft grade much higher or lower.
Yeah, you're indifferent. Like after we got out of the first 2 rounds, you were ready. They were going to take quarterback at any time.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think it means something that it's the first pick of the 3rd round. I mean, they easily could have traded down. They thought that if they didn't take him there, that somebody else was going to take him, and they didn't want that. They wanted to get. They said dibs on Carson Beck. We're taking him. That's how they said it.
We got Dave here, $2 super chat. JV got his DB at 65. Great work, guys.
No, got maybe my buddy.
It's his guy.
A couple buddies.
It's his guy. It's JV's guy, Carson Beck.
What are the odds that Noah and Damon, when they're out, see Carson Beck within the next 18 months? I would say really high.
I'd say likely.
I would say really. We'll get a photo. It'll be like 2 a.m. We'll be asleep. We'll check it in the morning, and it'll be you'll just went up to Carson, did one of those,
and it'll be Damon and I sitting, like him sitting on my shoulders, same height as Carson Beck, and we'll be at Well Bar.
You know what you're gonna say? You're gonna say Carson Beck is built, man. He's built like a brick shit house. This guy looks like a NFL quarterback.
I'm gonna tell him to his face, I love the pick. I always believed
Yeah.
it.
Yep.
You're gonna come into work and you're like, you know what? He looks the part, guys.
Hey, there's something there.
Yeah.
That's those are the things.
I
that
don't
are
know.
gonna be
I don't
said.
know if you can have what I'm about to say out in Old Town, but he showed off a lot of moxie out there in the streets of Old Town.
He took command of the bar.
His processing, as far as what he wanted to order, with it was elite. It was pro level.
We have the last pick of the 3rd round, Jalen Husky, cornerback, Maryland. That puts an end to day 2 of the 2026 NFL Draft. Looking ahead to tomorrow, best available players. I think it leans heavily into maybe a wide receiver, or the Cardinals are going to go with their first defender of this draft. Offensive line, for the most part, picked clean. So, again, be on the lookout. Skylar Bell, Elijah Sherratt, Xavier Harris, D-tackle, Keontae Scott, corner. So, again, Cardinals picking 3rd tomorrow have an opportunity to add to the likes of Jeremiyah Love. How do you pronounce Chase's last name?
Basantis.
Chase Basantis.
Yep.
And then, of course, Carson Beck, who's the newest member of the Arizona Cardinal quarterback room, which is sans Jacoby Brissett at the moment. My guy, it's been a pleasure doing it. Last 2 days, let's bring it home manana.
Do us a favor, if you're anti-Beck, put in the quarterback that you wanted in the comments. And, of course, if you love it, just say you're with Beck. Hit that like button. Subscribe to PHNX Sports. Join us bright and early tomorrow morning as we wrap up our 2026 NFL Draft coverage from the confines of our studio at PHNX, 9 a.m.
Can't wait to be back. What we got?
We got that guy Angelo coming in here with our last super chat of the night. Not one tackle taken is crazy, but thank God we got a running back at 3, which with this O-line, and hope Beck is an NFL starter.
All right. Guys, have a great rest of your Friday night. We'll talk to you to Saturday morning as we kick it off, 9 a.m. here on PHNX Cardinals. See you then.
We all silly like the mayor.